Genesis, Medusa, Ephasos, Ashalalala, sisters, Minerva, and Kabubus. I love it when you couscous. Aphrodite, Ventus, Chaos, Genesis, Hera, Hermes, Icarus, Narcissus, Medusa, Ephasos, Ashalalala, sisters, Minerva, and Kabubus. I love it when you couscous. Aphrodite, Ventus, Hera, Hermes, Icarus, I love Aphrodite, Ventus, Hera, Hermes, Icarus, I love it when you couscous, love it when you couscous, love it when you couscous, couscous, couscous.
窓の外眺めて遠くで揺れる光同じ先見つめ、yeah、 心はもうきっと気づいてる君じゃなきゃ意味ないありきたりかな口ずさむラブソング唇に Your eyes tell me everything I need Your smile笑い合えたら宝物だね約束なんて
Ladies and gents, boys and girls, welcome back to APAC North. It's time for day 3. Tim, it feels crazy to think that we're already getting towards the halfway point of this stage. And even today, we might start talking about some teams that might start facing a bit of a challenge to get towards playoffs.
Yeah, we're rattling through. And like you say, in these leagues where you've got kind of, 8, 9, 10 teams, you get through 3 or 4 games and things can start getting decided. Coming into today, I'd half expect to have a little bit more of an idea. But we were talking before, and Des, I looked at the matchups and still not a clue. Honestly, these games could just go absolutely anywhere.
Well, we are joined for a TriCast today. Una decided 5 seconds before we went live that she wanted to come and sit on my lap, so she is now here with me. So, Una, do you want to take us through these standings and take a look at how things currently look? Yes, I do, Des. Let's take a look at how things go. Tim, you can give us a breakdown on this one. What are your surprises so far throughout the stage? What are your disappointments?
Isn't it funny how cats and their owners often sound the same? Funny
it's
that,
so
isn't it?
bizarre, isn't it? Yeah.
It's really weird thing.
They just learn from us. Like a parrot.
What am I surprised with so far? Look, Mer Gaming, I think, we've got to talk about them, haven't they? Right up there in third place. Scars have been another little bit of a surprise, but in the opposite direction, of course. One overtime loss and one regulation loss. Really, a bit of a struggle start, including that 7-2. We saw them dismantled by Cyclops last week. Just weren't even really at the races for that one. There's, a couple of surprises mixed in there. Enter Force 36 are towards the bottom, but I think their performance has been really good. I think their position in the table is a bit of a surprise based on how well they've played. But they have gone up against Scars, and they have gone up against Fearex. So they've had 2 tough games so far. But yeah,
look at the round dip for them, Tim. 12 to 15 as well.
Exactly
story.
that says it all when you've played Scars and Fearex. I think Enterforce have been a surprise package as well so far. I'm looking forward to seeing them in this first game.
Absolutely. And of course, you can see what games we've got coming up. As Tim has kind of hinted towards it a second ago, we'll take a look at our schedule for the day. You can start things off with PSG versus Enterforce. A very interesting one in that battle at the bottom. Whoever loses that one, as you said, Tim, might not be one of those teams that we see in playoffs because it will then be a bit of a hill to start climbing. Fearex versus CAG, a classic in the region. It kind of feels like CAG are involved in a lot of classics, Tim. We say it about them versus Scars as well. But here it's Fearex versus CAG today. Mer versus Scars, definitely going to be one of my games of the day. I'm very interested to see how that one plays out. Before we close things out with D plus Kia versus Kinotrope. And on paper, Tim, that last game you'd give to D plus Kia, but given how they played the other day, I think Kinotrope could be in with a shot of winning that one.
Honestly, Kinotrope were great. Again, these teams that haven't necessarily had big results so far in the first 2 play days, I still look at their performances and think, actually, you know what, I was really impressed. And I know we had a couple of quick games. We had 2 7-2s last week, but I still feel like all 8 teams, even though we had 2 that were on the losing side, I'd actually say maybe apart from Scars, they were a little bit wobbly. But otherwise, I think everybody, could have had a different result last play day, to be honest.
The teams that got 7-2 and only got 2 rounds were our big teams as well, right? It was the other ones that were all quite close. We were like, wow, anyone could beat anyone in this league.
Yeah, D plus Kia were on border. These things happen. Are you telling me that D plus Kia roster isn't going to come out and get wins? Of course they are. But, I love this league. Absolutely love it.
Well, let's talk about that first game then, Tim. We'll get ourselves straight into the thick of things here. PSG Talon versus Enterforce 36. Both are really looking to get themselves started here. PSG Talon, as you can see the roster up on your screen now, have not found a single point so far. But as we alluded to, Tim, we've seen some good moments from them. We've seen good players stepping up and making magic happen. It just isn't quite translating in the last 10 to 20% of the round often.
Yeah, exactly that. It was definitely that last 20-30%, like you say. It was definitely that final minute that was, trying to get an execute in, trying to defend against that. That was the real problem for them. They were competitive in the gunfights, they were competitive in the early round, no major problems. They were doing the right things, they were putting the foundations down. They just need, I think, maybe a couple of those players to really step up. We've got, some okay performances so far, but looking at somebody like Misa, we know historically how good Misa is. We just need those kind of hero moments at the end of the round to push him over the line.
Absolutely. And on Enterforce's side, there's some players on here that we've seen around for a long, long time. You and I fell in love with Veets, the old roster that a few of these players came from as well, just for the kind of style they were playing in. It was great fun to watch. The players played well. We're seeing Akusu doing that on here. Jin, a similar story. And I think it's about seeing it really start to click here. We saw it a little bit on day 2. The promise is there. And it's why I think today, this is for me, it really is an interesting game because Enterforce on paper for me, obviously when you look how they currently stand, are one of our weaker teams, but they've showed they've got that potential. And I think today is when we're going to start seeing them come alive.
Yeah, I think you're right. If you sat at home, maybe it's your first time catching APAC North, maybe you're not too familiar, who should you be looking at on that roster? I think keep an eye on Jin. Not shown us too much so far, but another one that we know from previous experience has some real big moments in the locker, so keep an eye on Jin for that one. We are going to go to, where are we going, Console? Console is going to be our map. We can see there as the picks and bans have come through. It was a choice of Bank or Consulate at the end. I'm quite happy. We've seen a lot of Bank lately across the multiple leagues we've covered. I'm happy to go to a bit of Consulate here.
Yeah, and obviously looking at the teams and how they like to play on this map as well. I mean, for Enterforce, they last played it against CAG in the previous stage, did lose it, so haven't won it over the last 6 months. A nice middle of the ground map for them. The PSG Talon, it's one of their favorites. They haven't lost on it over the last 6 months. They beat Scars on it in the previous stage. They very rarely ban it away. This feels like a PSG Talon win in the ban phase. However, we've seen teams let teams go to the maps that they think they're going to do so well on and then absolutely batter them about it. Look at Virtus Pro over in the EML on maps like Bank. You know, they're now getting battered on that map quite regularly. So I think it could be a bit of a bait coming out as well, but that's what makes it fun. PSG Talon will feel at home, but Enterforce are turning up with a sledgehammer. Let's see if they can get it done. They start on the attack, but first, we'll kick things off with our operator bans.
Yeah, as you say, it's a little while since we've seen PSG play on console. Last one was a win. It was against Scars, so, you know, very good pedigree, but like you say, Enterforce will be aware of that. They've obviously got something in the locker. What's not going to be in the locker so far is a Monty and a Goyo. Pretty much. I'm surprised we don't get more Goyo bans, to be honest. We see a lot of Goyo play for good reason. The Vulcan canisters are, I think, probably the most valuable time wasting gadget in the game. You know, it used to be Smoke, obviously. Those toxic babes were, you know, just so good at that job, at that denial. But I just think Goyo does a phenomenal job at area denial. You get a couple of those stacked up round a default spot, you'd be wasting up to a minute quite easily. So yeah, really, really good, and we're going to see that come out. And a mute as well along with it, and a double shield ban with the Blackbeard rounds us out.
I'm always a massive fan of mute bans. Like, you see them creeping every so often. It's not like it's an every single game thing, nor is it like an every other game thing. Normally like a 1 in 10 you see it banned away, but it's normally very specifically against a team that they know absolutely loves to run it. The interesting thing, though, Tim, is if I go back and look at PSG Talon's last game on the defensive consulate, they only played mute in a couple of those rounds. So part of me is like, have you seen something else here in scrims that are leaning you towards this? Or have you got a particular game plan in mind here where you just want to run through the other side? It is going to mean things like the Flores in this round are free to charge on through and shoot through shields and barbed wire and anything else they want to get their way through. So it will make life a little bit easier for you. Maybe it's just more Enterforce 36 saying, we want to be fast here. We don't want to get slowed down having to worry about dealing with mute jammers and nailing them out as we go through the map. So look to see how they play around this, see how quickly they move. It could prove to be a pretty rapid consulate.
Into round one, we've got Soldier already bringing the aggression, looking for that yellow stairs spawn peak. Not going to have any joy, as Enterforce 36 are not going to give anything away that easily. And they've all spawned at the other side of the map. They're looking instead at an admin take. Definitely shaping up for it here. They're going to want to get themselves inside and start taking a bit of great. It's actually quite a nice area, really, to try and get yourself established in, rather than having to fight from the outside. You can get yourself established in there, usually without too much of a direct challenge. The problem is moving on from there. As we can see, we've got Unsang in there, being supported by the army of Misa as well. That's where your difficulty comes, is going from admin, which they've got into, beyond that point.
Such an interesting passage of play there. It's like a game of chess. You know, drone goes in, sees the way into C4 onto the windows, have to Candela it out to force him backwards, which it does. But then you've also got a Kiba barrier coming down to cover his retreat so he isn't tagged out from the copy window. All in the space of about a second and a half there. It was really rapid play from both sides. It does mean PSG and Force 36 have forced them back here from that more aggressive position, though it has wasted a bit of time. So fair play to PSG. It's very aggressive, but haven't lost a life for it, haven't had to use the C4. Good start.
Yeah, it's very, very good. I think on both sides, like you say, definite positives there in responding, in problem solving, everything going on. A lot of utility just being burnt away by Soldier as well. Gets the Rotero, but also manages to take out a regular drone along the way. Will lose his key barricade this time, but that was nice play from Enterforce, just putting the little challenge in there onto Soldier so that he couldn't focus on the Rotero. Misa does manage to take down Jin though. Good start for PSG Talon. 5 versus 4. A minute left to go, and Enterforce 36 they haven't really taken anything more than they've been given so far.
No, but that's why I think you've got a bit of a slower comp being rolled out because you've got that Flores on side, for example. You want to be chewing through this utility first. The barbed wire, the Kiba barriers, everything else. And you saw a lot of focus going in towards top spiral. So you're probably going to see, in fact, you are seeing it right now, the gridlock working their way up here. Half the desk has been shot out as well to be soft. Half still going. Nades being tossed in. That's a great shot from Soldier. Another follows, and Mita steps out for both. A flawless round to start things off for PSG Talon. Just as it looked like Enterforce was starting to come to life, they slammed the door in their face.
Yeah, really good defence from PSG Talon. Enterforce, they kind of did what I said, really. You can get into admin easily enough. It's not a big problem. The problems come when you try to move out of there, when you've got to get through copy and break, when you've got to get into sort of vending corridor, top visa stairs, when you've got to push through towards the site, towards long desk. And that's where all their problems came. Yep, they got step 1 done, but absolutely nothing beyond it. Tough round for them as PSG open up with a flawless. They're going to take us down to the bottom floor next, so a fairly standard rotation. CEO to start with, then down to the garage and basement. See what Enterforce's push is going to be. There's a number of options here. You can push from that backside if you wish to. Drop the hatches, go in through the reinforcement at Secret and come down through Archives, try and push across the bottom of the map. Or alternatively, you can get that garage wall breached. I always personally think you should get it breached anyway, because it's a huge magnet when that's breached. It just cannot be ignored by the defenders, so it takes a lot of attention, even if you're not going to push through there. If you are going to want to get that breached, I think you get into piano, you get into exhibition, you make sure that you've got those verticals, get it locked down. They've got the ram, they've got the sledge, they've got the thermite, so it screams that front-sided push to me.
Yeah, the big one for me is really actually looking at the other side of things, though, Tim, the defenders. Like, I'm looking towards Ella, I'm looking towards the Vigil here. I think it's a bit of adaptation being shown by PSG after seeing that mute ban is going. We can't really afford to give up large parts of the map early on, because we have nothing to slow them down once they start coming towards site, except a couple of traps. Yeah, we need to do something to be more aggressive around the map. So sending 2 or 3 players out to go and be busy, to waste a bunch of time, I think is a great idea. If they want to get control of Piano, for example, and clear out from above and stop them playing so close towards the wall, for example, maybe looking to impact trick it out with the Vigil, for example, it's great. That said, Tim, it's open and they're in and already planting down here. They've said, you know what? We know there's a couple out and about around the map. We'll go for a plant nice and easy. Plant was going down, but Mugi is down and out. Gotti Smoke catching him out. The glass inside the breach, doing a bit of work as well to support the team, but they've lost 2 of the attackers here, Tim, and now things are going to start feeling a little bit ropey because they're a bit thin on the ground when it comes to man count.
I'm not sure what's gone on with Mugi there, Des. How are you? I'm very much sure that he'd stopped planting, but just stood taking damage inside of the smoke. I don't know whether there was something preventing him from getting out of that wall. He was inside a lot of smoke and a lot of visual effects, so maybe he couldn't find the breach. I think
he just accepted his fate, Tim. He was like,
maybe,
you know what?
Maybe
if it ain't
just,
the smoke, it's C4. I just give up.
Maybe he just hit the duck and cover and thought, you know what, whatever comes my way, comes my way. But I just kind of saw his health ticking down, thinking, move, get out of there. But that is the diffuser down. It's another one down as well. There goes the Pokeball. Unsang manages to take down Harper. 4 versus 1. And it is looking good for PSG Talon. Look, they've looked way better than we've seen in the last couple of play days. Like you say, yeah, they've been pretty good at, early half of the round. It's been the back half and sealing the deal that's been a problem for PSG Talon, but absolutely no problems for them today. 2 rounds in quick succession and looking great, the Korean side.
Yeah, really successful so far on these defenses. And I think for Enterforce, the idea looks okay. Like, they've tried to rush there, but often, like you see with a lot of teams and this sounds bad to say, in weaker regions like this one, where teams start to fall apart is on the attack, as we've seen from PSG Talon. And I think it was a bit of miscommunication, as you said. Unsang not sticking out the defuse as well. It was a little bit like, are we getting out of sight? Are we staying put? They had all the tools for the job. They had the right idea in mind, but without the vertical control, they were stuck trying to challenge it through the breach itself. You're asking the Glaz to do far too much there because he's the only one who can really be effective in that scenario. His teammates can't see through smoke. It's just him. There's a bit too much for him to try and do that, along with C4s and smokes being a threat. So whilst I think it was good on Enterforce 36 to identify, okay, there are 3 players off site here. We should just rush and go and hit the site. They left themselves a bit too shallow when it came to actually covering the plant and being able to protect Unsang while he was inside of that smoke. Either way, it's PSG Talon up 2-0. They lose this round. I wouldn't be shocked to see that tack timeout from Enterforce 36. Well, it's in that first 3-site rotation, and it would be a good time to get all the errors and the wrongs corrected before we go into the final 3 rounds of the half.
Yeah, Enterforce needs something quickly. Look, coming into the league, we probably realistically look at Enterforce and think, they're maybe not going to be a top half team. There's certainly, no slight intended to them. But we look at a league that's got teams like PSG Talon, Fear X, Cyclops, Scars. We're looking at a team like Enterforce and thinking maybe not. The first 2 weeks, I think they've actually given us a lot of hope. Actually, we look at it and think, this is a roster that could do something. There's big names there: Akusu, Nina, Harper, but. It feels like a bad day for them today, to be honest. You know, maybe it's one of those games, we see it occasionally where teams kind of wake up round 3, round 4, and they just have a slow start. Enterforce, I hope that's the case for them, because at the minute, you know, I've got to be honest, they are off the pace on this attack. There's mistakes happening, and right now PSG Talon are going to roll through them. You know, the fact they've allowed Consulate to stay in here, which we know is a map PSG Talon like, you've got to be coming in. If you don't want us to, at the end of the game, say, we think you made a mistake in the map ban in there, you've got to come in and put a performance up on that map, and right now that's not happening, and PSG Talon are showing why they beat Scars and why they're a great team on this map.
What's really weird is Enterforce actually have the second best attacking win rate in the league right now, despite having 2 really difficult first games and losing both, let's not forget. 54% they currently sit at, winning 7 of their 13 rounds. It's wise to see them going from facing like table toppers to facing the bottom of the table, and to be down 0-2 in such convincing fashion. Yeah, it's worrying, it's concerning. We have got to see them get something out of this half. At least here things are looking a bit better. They haven't rushed themselves and they haven't lost anyone too early on. A shield on side with Jin looking to kind of spearhead things alongside a hell of a lot of utility. They've got the right idea. Smokes are going down, but oh, he misses that first smoke. So the second one manages to get himself inside a spot. Shield on his back. Plant is going down. All 10 players still alive and no one's able to stop him. Not even a C4 to come out. Plant is down, Tim. One smoke is all they needed. The second one got stuck when they tried to put it through to thread the needle and missed it. Yet the plant is down. The first one to fall is going to be that shield soldier carrying on the killing spree. Nina getting one back the other way. But at this point, it's panic stations for PSG, Tim. They've given them far too much.
Yeah, they have. You're absolutely right. It feels like that's been what Enterforce have been playing for, really. It was the same in the last round, if you remember. Got the breach open, got the smokes in, went in and started having a look at the plant. And it's kind of what they want. It's like they don't want to play into PSG's defences. They just want to find a small gap and go for it. Ryder is going to jump on that and start disabling.
Beautiful.
But no, Akusu's there with a double kill. Exactly what they needed. Triple in the round. And that's likely going to close it out. 1v1. Time goes down. That's going to be the round for Enterforce. But yeah, it feels more like, rather than wanting to play the 3-minute rounds, wanting to play into PSG's defences, the last couple of rounds, especially, Enterforce have just kind of almost gone Hail Mary, but right at the beginning of the round, like, right, we just find a tiny gap and we just try and get in there and put the diffuser down, and we just, you know, force them to act quickly, force them to react to us. It's worked out in round 3. I don't think they get away with that in round 4 or 5. You know, they might get away with it in the tertiary choice site, in Piano Exhibition, top floor and basement. I don't think that's going to happen, and a 4-2 half is not ideal for Enterforce to kick this off. So I think in these next 2 rounds, they need to now take that momentum from round 3, and they need to do things a little bit differently. I'd like them to see them play the whole round, you know, remove people from positions, put PSG Talon on the back foot by making them uncomfortable, by taking away their utility, by taking them out of their power positions, force them to play the rest of the round.
I do want to give a nod to Akusu for how he played the end of that round as well.
Yeah, it was great.
Like, holding the one spot and kind of holding that tighter angle and getting the first kill for free was great. But then also not acknowledging, if I stay where I am now, they know exactly where I am. I'm probably getting swung by someone. Repositions himself, gets ready for the warden to swing on him, deals with that no problem. And by then has moved again to the third player that's then challenging on him. Has no idea where he is. And also manages to then stop the plant going down, sorry, the disable coming off at the same time. Just really good positioning and in the moment knowledge, I think, about what's happening around him. Great game sense, as well as winning out those gunfights. Really good stuff. No big surprise. I think, as we've seen again from his days back on Veets, that it's also him currently topping the EPS charts for his team and showing us what he can do. Good round. We need to see more, though, because it still feels weird seeing how well he just played, but knowing that the rest of his team have only got 1 kill between them. Very strange.
Nina's on a little waddle here. We love a knock waddle. Just going to be moving in through Visa. Question, of course, being how aware PSG Talon of this. He's full crouch walk at the minute, just trying to keep any sound whatsoever to an absolute minimum so he can hold this position. Barbed wire is going to be cleared out for him. Too easy. They didn't think that he'd be there, but he was. Misa gets taken down, and that is what I'm talking about from Enterforce. Get in there and force PSG Talon to be uncomfortable. Force them out of position. Look what's happened. Ryder has now had to dip away, so where they struggled to get out of admin last time, they now have a bit of space. They can start moving into vending corridor. They can start challenging onto long desk from multiple angles. They need that second kill now to just cement that advantage they've given themselves.
Obviously, the key ban to note that they took away were those key barriers coming out from the Azami, because I think they were finding themselves having to chew through those a lot, especially in that first round. It was a bit too much of an impediment for them. Without that now blocking out the Flores, he has got free reign to do whatever the hell he wants. Bulletproofs aren't safe, barbs aren't safe, soft destruction isn't safe, and obviously there's a lot of focus in this round, as you saw back in round 1, towards that long desk to make Soldier uncomfortable at the top of Spiral. However, we have got Ryder inside the basement who has the ability to come up from below and backstab whoever tries to push up Spiral. So again, layers to this attack and this defense coming in here. They've got to go faster here, PSG, because Enderforce are starting to speed up a little bit. Have got themselves a couple more kills. Nina finding yet another, a nade on towards the corner, and here's a potential backstab. Ryder working his way out, gets himself one, looks for a second, but Akusu, old reliable, is there as always. Gotti has got it all to do against Stream with 60 seconds to play. Tim, this round's done.
Yeah, Kusa's really backing his team up at the minute, exactly as they need him to. Important kill there, because Ryder was about to undo that attack, let me tell you. But no, Enterforce 36, look, I said it was maybe one of those games where teams wake up in round 3, round 4. That's definitely what we've seen. Much better from Enterforce, I think, breaking the seal in round 3, getting that win, has then put them in position to do what we wanted, to come in and play more of a siege round. They've removed multiple positions from PSG Talon. They've taken that ground away. They've taken that map control, they've got kills and they've used them. So good stuff from them. And if you're PSG Talon, I'm looking at this now thinking, you know, what started as a great opening 2 rounds, thinking, yeah, it should be a 4-2 half, maybe even a 5-1. Starting looking at this thinking, you know what, maybe not. And don't forget, they're on the defence. Enterforce 36 have got that to come yet, and they're going to feel confident, I'm sure, both on the attack, but also, you know, when they can lock down the sites in their own way.
What's really interesting, actually, the numbers again, opposition in mind, is that Enterforce are right down at the bottom. So I mentioned they were our second best attacking team, second worst defending team with a 35% defensive win rate. They have been battered on their defenses. They've won more attacking rounds than defensive ones across the first 2 play days. So maybe there's some hope for PSG, but it's kind of like, what do you do when a stoppable force meets a movable object? Because as we saw last week, PSG Talon, they ain't that guy when it comes to attacking, Tim. They were really lethargic on the attack of Cafe. They started strong but couldn't quite close it out. So I'm very curious to see how things shape up when they get on the attack, and whether or not, of course, Enterforce can turn things around themselves on the defensive side of things. A 2 apiece though, 2 rounds still to go. It's anyone's game, but it does feel like the momentum rests very firmly with Enterforce.
I tell you what, PSG Talon are absolutely desperate for that yellow stairs peak, aren't they? We've seen Soldier have a look, we've seen Unsang have a look now. They want a bit of it, but Enterforce 36 are not going to give them anything. There is nothing doing there. We'll see, same as last time,
right.
The mirror window is dealt with, the smoke grenade goes out so that they can be completely covered when they go in to get this wall open, which they've done very quickly. A little bit slow, it was 25 seconds last time, it's took them 50 seconds this time, but still very quick in the grand scheme of things. So well played, Enterforce 36. They didn't actually use the verticals last time. I'd like to see them maybe get a little bit of control, get that ram in there. You know, they struggled to get the diffuser down, so that's not going to be ideal though, as the ram is gone. Unsang managing to get the kill with the vigil.
They've kind of got the same defense to deal with here, where they're still playing out around the map, but obviously haven't tried to make a rush happen, haven't got Glaz on side. It's going to be a game of cat and mouse all around the map. They've only got 1 phone call left in the Dockery back pocket that's about to come online. You have got the Deimos, so really they should be pretty good at hunting down these would-be roamers around the map. But so far, it's only been them taking the L's in the round. It's, of course, that ram offline. The second phone call comes on through. That should force pretty much everyone back to site now. In fact, you can see in the bottom right corner, all 5 players now down inside the basement. So objective achieved, question mark, for Enterforce. You've lost half the round, you've lost the player, you've used your phone calls, but at least you've got all the defenders back on site.
Yeah, I think the big problem is who you've lost. I think the reason that we've seen PSG get themselves back to the basement is I think somebody's seen that kill and said, I've got the ram. And as soon as they're aware of that, and they're going to make a good guess that there's not going to be too much verticality used against us here, which by now they're going to know because there's only 50 seconds left in the round and the floor isn't, you know, the ceiling isn't opening up above them. That's your choice. You know, yeah, let's just get 5 back down there. They can't really dislodge us and we can just wait for them to feed in. They're going to have to come horizontally eventually, and we've got all the angles covered. So I really like the way that PSG Talon have played this. Too easy there. Misa just hears Akusu coming round the corner. He knows there's another one looking to challenge at bottom yellow. He's just going to soak up more and more time here. He's hit that ingredient as well. Moogie must have seen him there.
Hello?
Can somebody kill Misa, please?
Man has had an absolute field day there on yellow stairs.
Too easy for him there.
It feels a bit unforgivable. You've got a Deimos on side who should know exactly where he is, but they've let him get away with absolute murder there. Round is over, and it feels a bit like the first couple of rounds, because let's not forget back then, we only saw 1 kill across those 2 rounds go the way of Enterforce. It's exactly the same in this round. They've only managed to find the 1 in the round. A bit of a miserable round for them, but well played by PSG, and this is the punishment that you get for not dealing with those roamers effectively. Enterforce looking a little bit limp with that Dokkaebi and the Deimos to not collapse on them, not shut them down, and instead letting absolute chaos run free.
It's very all or nothing for Enterforce at the minute, but yeah, I mean, the one I'm disappointed with on yellow stairs there is Mugi. I don't know if we're going to see it here on the replay or not, but he knows there's no real challenge there from him. Like, not only does he know that Misa's there because he killed the Deimos, but he knows because he's seen him. And he just kind of waddles into the middle of the door and just offers himself up on a platter. You know, and Misa is more than happy to accept that tasty treat of another kill on yellow stairs. So yeah, Misa certainly the undoing there, but I think Enterforce not really helping themselves either. That position should have been much more easily cleared, even just with better timing. Look, they had 1 on yellow door. You just push at the same time as the Deimos from above. Simple as that. One of you is going to come away with the kill. But ultimately, nope, wasn't to be for Enterforce 36, so PSG Talon do take their advantage again. I think they need to come away with the 4-2 half here. I think, you know, if they can do that, they deserve it with the way they've played. I do still feel like they've been the better team overall, and it's, yeah, another round to try and lock down.
It's one of those where if it ends up being the 3-3 split, it really will feel like we've had 2 separate games being played at the same time, because the rounds that either team have won have generally felt very, very dominant. Admittedly, one of Enterforce's rounds came down to a 1v1. Sure, it was still a round that they felt comfortable winning throughout the whole thing, to be honest with you. And so if it comes down to a 3-3 again, for me, it will feel like a perfect split between the two. Though it feels like when PSG Talon are on, they're really on. They've lost in rounds they've won, they've only lost 2 players total across the 3. That's how dominant they have been. So Enterforce have got to be really careful, I think, on the entry here and really look to work better as a team to close people down. I like they've got the Blitz on side. I like the pairing that up with the Dokkaebi. I think those two as a unit, in the same way that I'd speak about a Dokkaebi and a Deimos, really effective. Yeah, it's literally like setting like a dog onto like go and hunt down some meat. It's like, hello, you can hear me. Oh, cool. I'll run him down. Blitz shield at the ready. I know there's no one in my room to my left or right, because I can hear them on the call as well. Great. And there's no mute to block those calls going through as well. And I kind of wish they'd abused the Dokkaebi more throughout this game. Not as much as I'd like to have seen, given the bans that they went with.
Right, PSG Talon, well spread between the 2 sites. It is the split site this time, so it's servers tell us. We've got 3 on the first, as I say, that one drops back, so we've now got 3 in the basement and 2 on the upper floor. What they have done, though, which concerns me a little bit, is they've given up top floor completely. So it's absolutely free for Enterforce to go in there and get that verticality if they wish to do so, and then they can work down towards that teller's site. Akusu manages to pick up Unsang, 5 versus 4, and things just got a lot more difficult for PSG Talon. That's the Fenrir gone, so there's no switching of the FNATs now, and it's also that space that has been created by Enterforce. Plenty of time left for them to keep working. An absolutely beautiful challenge, though, coming in from Ryder. His team needed something. He's given it. Takes down Akusu.
Not wholly sure what Akusu was doing there. Like, he's just literally running towards that front desk from being outside. You know that someone's inside of Exo, but here we are. Plant is going down. They've got loads of C4s, Tim. In fact, and the Thatcher EMP coming over as well. Blocks it off. They can't C4 him out, Tim. That plant's going to get stuck, and then finally it goes off once the EMP is expired. But Jin hasn't got a kill for himself this game, Tim. At least he's got 1 on the board now. But he's still got 3 more players to bring down. That is a lot to ask.
It's certainly going to be a job and a half as triple kill comes in for Ryder. That's 3rd in the round, and that is going to be the round done as they get straight onto that diffuser. They take the 4-2 half. It's a bit of a shame, isn't it, really, because we had such a good view of that plant from Enterforce, and I loved it. We could see the EMPs going off. They dealt with the nitro. Everything else was going on. They just didn't have their angles, and I think, to be honest, Enterforce have been kind of asking for that so far. And what I mean by that is that's the 3rd time we've seen them try to just spot that small gap, go in and get the plant down and get out and hold it. The problem is when you do that, you've not cleared the utility. You don't usually have people in prime positions. Your post plant isn't ready. You're just kind of throwing it down because a bit of an opportunity's there, and Enterforce just weren't ready, and that's why they started dying one after another, and before you know it, the plant's down, but it's 1v3. So yeah, tough one for them, but just getting ahead of themselves.
Absolutely. I mean, at the end of the day, if we came in saying, okay, a 4-2 half, yeah, Yeah, expected. It's all right. The more the way it's played out is what concerns me a little bit. But we now get the second half of the game where things can change drastically. And we've got to see what PSG Talon can do on their attacks. I really hope it's better than what we saw on Cafe last week, because it was that very slow grating. You know, we get 80% of the way there, and then we just find a way to spectacularly mess it up in the dying 30 seconds or so. I'm hoping we see a little more consistency from them coming into this game. Now, we have got the Evilized on side. Normally, this is where you see a Brava get picked in here by the attackers. I wonder if PSG Talent are going to do that, or if they just stick to what they've got here and believe they've got the answer with the line that they're bringing along already.
Going to stick it. Yeah, I think exactly that. I'm going to say we'll see as we get towards the action phase. But yeah, I think it's a missed opportunity there, not bringing the Brava. They're definitely aware of the Maestro. We've just seen them Maestro shooting a drawn out, so no two ways that they're aware, and his gun is so recognisable as well. If you're going to hide the Maestro, a little tip for your ranked games, do not fire that weapon, because as soon as it's heard, there's no two ways about it, as to it being the Alder and the fact that there's a Maestro on board. So yeah, I think you're absolutely right there, Des. I think a little bit of a missed opportunity for PSG Talon. We'll see whether it comes back to bite them in the backside or not. They
just want to bypass it, don't they, and say, we don't care about getting zapped here. We've got an execute on the window plan.
So,
we're doing it.
I think they're just planning for it to just really not matter. But yeah, there's just so much value in getting that Brava in and stealing that sort of stuff away. So we'll see how it pans out. But for the time being, all the drones are in. We've got PSG Talon just checking out the admin side of things. Akusu is going to be at the sharp end of trying to keep a hold of that. He's also got one just above him inside of break as well. It's going to be Mugi, who is just trying to keep them from progressing. Gotti's already in admin. They won't stop him getting in there, but they will try and stop him progressing.
It's that time-wasting game, and this is the spot that we saw them in the very start of the game, if you recall. We had the Kiba barrier go down to that copy window for that exact reason, to stop that kind of aggression coming in. He's now got nothing to his name in terms of HP, so he's got to be very, very careful on where he opts to play for the rest of this round. Really what I'm looking towards is watching where the Blackbeard starts pushing forward here as well. Unsang should really be the spear that collects a bit of information for them before they start pulling down the execute. And I was going to say too, of course, looking across these bans, we've got the Ying being taken away, does take away a lot of venom from this attack. So much so that Enterforce have decided no Warden is required, leaning very heavily instead in towards that Maestro.
What's that? A Blackbeard pinging out a bubble that's a problem? How could this ever have been dealt with, you ask?
They have no frag nades left either. They're out. Oh, they got a kill with one. That's fair. Akusu's gone.
Exactly.
And the Goyo canister.
It's, you know, exactly this. The Evil Eyes that we were talking about, and the Brava would have dealt with them very, very easily. Flipping, not only taking them out of play, but flipping the advantage. It doesn't matter though, as Unsang pushes forward. Absolutely deletes Mugi. PSG Talon get themselves moving, but this is the danger zone for them, Des. This is the final 45 seconds that we've spoken about. Do they have that extra 20% today? Do they have that execute in them where they can get the diffuser down on the ground? Harper manages to fight back, picks up one onto Misa. Gotti still has the case in hand, so the opportunity is still there, but you feel like PSG Talon maybe just not quite in position yet.
He's got to know that he's wrapped in around this corner, but they can't see him, and now the smokes are going to expire. Oh, and Harper's absolutely deleted him. 2 kills on Long Death, brings it down to a 3v3, Tim. Dare I say it feels like they're starting to bottle here. Surely the push comes on through. They get the down onto Ryder as well. Didn't expect Nina to go pushing in through his smoke, but as it stands, Enterforce are holding on. That curse of Cafe returns once more. Unsung gets one, but Jin's pushed aggressively too. They've held it until the late round, Tim, but it looks like they'll get away with it. And what else have they got to do here except stop this one going down? They need to go round quickly now, though. Finds one for himself, and the diffuser is down. Needs to win. Gets the down on him as well. What a catch from Jin. A player that we said just a couple of rounds ago and not got himself on the scoreboard, was 0-5. Goes big when his team needs it. Enterforce pulling off a brilliant 3v5 defense there. But yet again, PSG Talon have let a winning situation slip.
Yep, they've come up lacking in that last 30 seconds, 40 seconds, as we said. You know, that plant should have been going down sooner. It shouldn't have been left so long, but they couldn't get confident control. They were still struggling with Maestro cams at the end of the round. No Brava on side. They'd not been dealt with. You know, a number of things there that you feel PSG Talon probably could have been doing differently to ensure their success in that late round. It was a problem that we've identified over the first 2 play days, and it is a problem that seems to persist for this team at the minute. They have to figure out how to get those attacking rounds particularly over the line. see whether they can do it down in the basement now as Enterforce move on. Well, you know, props to Enterforce as well. They've done well there. They were a man disadvantage. They've fought back into the round. You know, particularly that clutch out from Jin at the end. Certainly not easy stuff. You know, yes, the opportunity has been presented to them to do that. I think with a lack of aggression. It feels like, dare I say, a bit of a lack of killer instinct from PSG Talon. It's like the blood's in the water, Des, but they're not smelling it. It's like they're not picking up on it, and they're not, you know, the moment is I think judging that moment, isn't it, to feel like right now's the time we flood and the diffuser's going down and we're looking for kills everywhere else, whereas PSG Talon, it's kind of like I don't know, maybe there's nobody calling that, maybe there's nobody sensing that, but you know, it just needs that voice to say, right boys, we've got what we need, go, you know, and a couple go for kills, and one gets the plant down, and all these things are happening at the same time. But it's kind of like they get to that position and just sit there waiting for that call that never comes.
Waiting to shoot it out. A C4 ready to go over the top as well. Lining things well up here as well. Here's the C4. Here's the thermite go on. Sorry, half HP down towards Gotti. Not taken out, but they have now shut out the mirror window. Exothermic removed, and now are playing this dance again. If they can get rid of that next exothermic, Tim, this starts to look very, very worrying. Going on towards the other side, and EMP this time coming route. A spray coming on through, but this one's definitely going off. Gotti almost died for that. If he had gone down there, this wall stays closed.
Yeah, it would have been a big loss, that much is for sure. They have got the wall open, but as you say, what is the price? What is the cost? It's not going to immediately secure them a plant. We're all stacking up here. We're all ready to go, but they've done nowhere near enough prep work to start thinking about getting this diffuser down yet for me.
I'm more bothered that Akusa has still got his bulletproof camera in back pocket. Like, you need this when you know they're playing a lot of glass and they're running a lot of smoke. That is one of your main ways of responding. If Nina goes down here, you've got basically no intel on what's going on inside of that smoke. So Nina is sort of being the linchpin for them right now. Yes, they've got a couple of C4s to use. And if you really want to push towards it, they've got a pulse to feed information on what's going on inside the smoke. However, when you're trying to stop a plant going down, the last thing you want is to have a camera glued to your face as Jin here. So I'm just a little bit nervous that that small oversight could cost them once the smoke start flying on through from Unsang.
Dronin is going to pick up the castle, who is just having a little look. Harper to try and get on the flank, try and pick up anything that is happening above, but be honest, at the minute, there's not too much happening anywhere. You know, this is kind of what I'm saying again about PSG Talon. It's that killer instinct. You know, they've got the wall open, and what have they really done since then? They haven't got a kill. They've opened up one small area of vertical up above, and with 45 seconds left to go, I can guarantee they are going to be in the same position of trying to rush a plant down with 15 seconds left to go in this round.
Absolutely. I mean, again, it just feels like PSG Talon have got themselves stalling out here. They've got the wall open and then sort of gone, now what? Where do we go from here? Like, what's the game plan, guys? They didn't want to try and make a plant happen inside of the breach. I feel like they had to. They've tried to rotate everyone over, and fair enough, it's starting to work because Enderforce looking a little bit caught out here. Nina also going down. That's 2 kills that they've just grabbed here in the dying 25 seconds or so. Starting to feel a bit nervous, but here comes a push with the Reaper going aggressive, and Jin, he sure enough reaps his way through. The 2 players pushing down the long haul. Shotgun now up close, and he's ready for the swing. Jin collects his 3rd in the round and saves the round for his team.
Imagine that, Des. 15 seconds left to go. They have to make a push to try and get a plant down, and Enterforce just stand up to it. Great stuff. It was a big play by Jin. You know, it wasn't all straightforward.
Yeah.
It was a risk, but it was a bit what I was kind of thinking there as he's going on to. I'm like, he's going to miss this. But look, it was the play to get onto the flank of the Blackbeard. That was a smart thing. He recognises him on security door, and Jin's quick thinking was get out into the corridor, change the angle up so we've got that crossfire. Created that really well and got himself the kill and the little bonus, the reward of the round that came with it. So 4-4, and honestly, if I'm a PSG Talon fan right now, I'm very concerned about what I'm seeing. I'm not sure at this time, without a big mistake from Enterforce, I don't think this team have got a successful attack in them today, because it's just constantly that last 30-40 seconds. They're just not in position. The call is not coming in as to exactly what's happening. Where are we going? What are we doing? Like you say, the first minute and a half feels great. Yep, we've gone in there. We've got the wall. We've got it breached. We've got that stuff done. And it is very much then in the second half. Now.
Yeah. I mean, granted, we saw that what now come together when they rotated everyone over towards server side, and it looked good. They got a couple of kills, but I think the small mistake they made was that Gotti was on bottom yellow. He was the one meant to be stopping that kind of flank coming on towards the Blackbeards. When those two players feel completely safe in the hallway to be able to push in towards office and be aggressive, they don't expect that Jinny's actually going to tail round on them and just spray them down from the side. You'd imagine that Gotti had that covered, but I think he was just a few seconds too late to get towards that yellow door.
He was like
and
5 HP as well. In himself, he's going to be thinking, I can't get into any big fights here.
No, all he had to do was hold the pixel, I guess, but obviously they paid the price there, and this is how siege timing works. I'm afraid a couple of seconds can make all the difference. Let's see how this one plays out, though. We've got our Monty on side here with Unsang looking to lead the charge. And at this point, PSG Talon are really sending hell for leather this Glass Tim. It's the third round we've now seen it come out. On the other side, there is no warning this round. However, there are things like the Yokais on side. There are still C4s to play behind. There's still a lot that can get up in their face and cause some bother, but I don't think we've really seen it be too effective yet.
No, I'd agree. I would agree with you. I think if I'd be looking at changing that up if maybe you've done a full rotation after this round and you've not got any major value out of it. I'd be thinking, maybe it's time to hang that one up and to, try something else. But, we'll see how it goes. We'll see how it goes this round. We're going to have Unsang just marching in for the time being on the Monty. Just trying to create a little bit of space, gain a little bit of intel. I like this. The Selma Charger's going to be opening that line of sight through into the site itself from the window. Just make things difficult for the defenders. Maybe force them. I always talk about, defenders will set themselves up in the power position. They don't, you don't set yourself up in a bad spot, do you? You set yourself up where you want to play. So getting those walls open will force them to move. Akusu gets one, but the trade is there immediately. Mugi on to one. Again, it's trade for trade for trade. 3 versus 3.
Again, just the smoke going deep. The Glass stepping around for like a dry peek essentially and paying his price. I don't know. Yeah, it's done. It's just done. I feel they really had to have the Glass be in a position of power there to be able to fully protect that, I feel. But when he's dropped the smoke in deep, not dropped it on his feet to then swing and challenge on towards that angle vertically, you're just basically fighting with the DMR there. There's no change towards bringing that Glass there. You're not getting the value out of the operation. They've paid the price for it again. It's 3 rounds in a row now that Enterforce have walked away the winner. And I think after we've seen this ban come through, we'll go into attack pause.
Yeah, I think you're right there. Enterforce, don't dare ban that Glass. Just leave them to play with it. There we go.
Absolutely.
I know that they were never going to ban the Glass, but never interrupt your enemy while they're busy making mistakes. And like you say, that insists they're just not getting the value out of that operator at the minute. PSG Talon switching it up there, trying to play that opportunity spotting game, get in there, get the diffuser down. It's third choice site, see what we can do. Just didn't happen. The cover wasn't there for Gotti. He gets cleared out easily, and Enterforce mop up the rest of the round. Right now, it's looking a little bit dire for PSG Talon. 3 rounds in a row on the defence for Enterforce 36 means all they need to do is rinse and repeat. They can just go back to the same sites, do the same things again. And PSG Talon, they've got to find a way to break them down.
They have. Well, as the attack timeout comes to a close, I really hope Joker has been able to have a good few words with the team here to get them back on track, because it is not looking good here on their attacking side. And it could yet prove to beat him that attack is kind of the nemesis of PSG Talon throughout the stage. If it remains the problem, it's hard to see how they pick up results against teams that are down this lower end of the table. Because again, not forgetting, Enterforce are down there with them. They only have 1 point. Yes, they've had hard opponents, but if you can't bring down a team that's fighting down here near the bottom, where else are you going to be able to pick up points throughout the stage overall? So work to be done for sure. The big change up now, no Glass being brought along, I'm pleased to report, and a big change in style overall for this lineup. In fact, I'd wager we've only seen 1 or 2 of these operators throughout the half so far.
Yeah, I'm glad to see that we've got a different approach coming in here from PSG Talon. I'd have been disappointed to see the tack time out and then, keep banging our heads against the wall with the same thing. So let's see how things go differently here. Ryder, what do we want to see from the Deimos? I think there's a lot of value here to maybe playing the Deimos in underneath. A lot of soft floors. You can see it on your screen there. Look at all that lovely, lovely wood that the Deimos can get underneath and spray through. So, get those tracks in, get all those operators up on the board, give him a real, a real sort of spoilt for choice situation in who he's going to track and allow him to force play players out of position, because that's what the Demos will do, and it's the same as I spoke about last round. You know, there's multiple ways of achieving it, but get those players forced out of position. You got somebody playing long desk, get underneath, get a track on them and start spraying through the floor. They'll move real quick, and then what needs to happen, and what's not been happening for PSG Talon, I think, is you then need to move forward and take that space as well, because otherwise Enterforce will just retake it. So let's see PSG Talon being more disruptive. Here we go, straight in, underneath. Love this from Ryder.
They just want to play cut and dry, window execute, right? I'm a bit nervous about this one. Not quite sure it's the game plan that they need, and they coming up from below just trying to force these players back so they can't stop the plant going on down. They've tried their best, but immediately they're out, and 2 C4s coming out there, I believe that was, to try and stop this. In fact, no, just the one. The second one was a nade going off, but Nina's got a kill, and it feels to him like they've lost all of that energy, that momentum that they could have had in the push. Hang on a minute, actually, 2 kills come back through. Got his in for 1 and looking good for it. Can they get the rest done? Got the cover onto the wall. Looks like this was going to get stuck, actually, Tim. They might be able to get this one done.
So there's a big mistake that Enterforce have made here, and we're going to come back to it at the end of the round. We'll close things out for now. Misa manages to pick up Nina. It's 3 versus 1. PSG Talon almost certainly close out this round. They've done well to get the diffuser down, and we're just going to be waiting for the final kill, really. Harper trying to make a move. Nade comes in. As he goes out, Unsang picks him up. Big mistake there from Enterforce. This round could have been won for them. They left the hatch closed, as you can see there is a moment where it was the Ella, I think it was Nina, came running around the corner, had got a double kill, and there was a yellow ping went up on the hatch to say, can we open this? This is cool. And the problem was they'd killed Ryder underneath, but if you're trying to defend a window plant, you desperately want to be able to get into Piano, because that's how you defend the window plant. You can't ever really rely on coming around that half wall, because there's going to be somebody on the window that's just going to spray you down as you come around. That's what they're there for. It's usually going to be a Grim. It's going to be something that's going to make it difficult for you to move around. You're going to be at massive disadvantage. So not being able to play underneath, it's weird because they killed Ryder underneath, so it was like they knew that he was there. They knew there was the problem, but I think they killed him through the verticals that he'd opened up, trying to kind of track people and force people away. So yeah, not having that hatch open, A, has allowed Ryder in the building really quickly and confidently into Piano to be able to start chasing people round, you know, from underneath. But B, has left them with absolutely no option to drop underneath and to defend against that window plant. It's a weird one because, well, it's a ranked special all the way up is planting on that window. It's a great spot to plant for a reason, and Enterforce 36 have just not set up for that in the defence at all, and that is a big mistake that Talon have taken full advantage of.
Well, going to try and challenge PSG to try and make it work again by the looks of it. I doubt they'll go for a window plant, but it is going to be this same site that we are defending once more. Bit of a change up in comp overall, more again looking in towards the Blackbeard in this case as well. We've seen Unsang playing it for the majority of the half. You know, those nerfs, air quotes, we saw come through were generally remarked as being quite minor. There were like 5 of them, but they were quite minor and in very specific situations to create windows of weakness. But it's still same old Blackbeard. He's still able to put a lot of pressure on. And I think if nothing else, Tim, I've seen Blackbeard's being really aggressive, being willing to charge people down, bash them over, ADS, kill them. And there's no change to that mechanic or that particular threat that he provides. So you're always going to see Blackbeard being at the forefront, I imagine, for a lot of teams until even bigger nerfs are received.
Yeah, I think you're exactly right. You know, until there's any further changes, he's still. The thing is, as I've said before, you know, I think things are evolving a lot round Shields at the minute, but there's nothing wrong with operators being strong as well. You know, we need some operators that are strong. We need some operators that are good. Some that are situational, some that are kind of coverall. You know, you need that good mix. But yeah, Blackbeard, as you say, going to be very useful and very used until any further changes, should there be any. But yeah, I'm not sure that we'll. I don't know. We'll see what time brings. We never know. Unsang is going to get in on the Blackbeard. And just, he can't, again, PSG tell you, push that aggression. Keep going. You've got a shield in front of you. I don't like Unsang being the one to then sort of stop and get on the draw. You know, you've repelled in. You've got your ground. Go in and start having a look. Get aggressive. Use that shield. Use that utility and bully them. Nina manages to pick up the kill onto Misa. Mugi is going to be taken out along the way, though. Soldier picks him up. So 4 versus 4.
You'll kind of take that for a castle, you know, gadgetry's down, you're a bit of a roaming gun at that point. Others have more to add in the way of C4s or being able to toggle gadgets or whatever else it might be. There's more they still bring to this round. Akusa being the one that I'm looking at, really. in a spot where that C4 is still available in back pocket. The other one has been expended in the round, so he could be massive for Denal on towards this door in the come pushing on through. No need for him really in terms of his gadget, but it's more about what he's got in the back pocket here that's going to make a bit of a difference, I think.
Yeah, established in at long desk now. Soldier. It's got
30
a little bit
seconds.
of a ping, a little bit of intel, but again, the clock is going to be the enemy. We can see that movement. Nitro, everything being thrown at this Blackbeard. Unsang doesn't take a lot of damage, does manage to find a kill. Manages to delete Jim, but 15 seconds left to go. Gotti needs to get in a position to put this diffuser down. They're playing for the hold against it, but the cover this time is good. Ryder manages to take Akusu as he goes for the shotgun swing. That's not going to happen. The plant will be successful, and here comes the retake. Surely they've not allowed Nina to slip the net. Manages to find a second. This could be doable, Des.
But they're still got to kill two, though, Tim, and they're both out holding angles in alternate positions. This is going to be hard. Nina's also down to a slither of HP. They can bait it if they want to, maybe try and long arm the defuse and get the guy to swing from long decks, but it's a big ask, and PSG got to hold on for about 10 seconds here, and this one is done. They're going to start. They're trying to bait it, if nothing else, as well, but here we go. The backstab comes on through, and it's Soldier to get both. No idea he was there. 2 rounds in a row, Tim, and they move themselves up to match point.
Yeah, the post-plant positions were much better there. That gives a good example of, I was a little bit critical of Enterforce earlier for putting the diffuser down too soon and not being in position, not being ready for that post-plant. PSG Talon, sometimes a little bit the opposite. They kind of wait too long to put it down. But, look, this time, that credit where it's due, that post-plant was really, really good. Diffuser goes down, and they were in 2 great positions. One at long desk, one towards the plant itself, towards meeting door. So there's just no way that you can play that. There's no way. There's so many problems caused by it. If you take one fight, the other's going to swing and get the kill. You know, they can just play off each other's sound at that point. Also, time. If you go to kill one, you've then got to go so far to take the fight on with the other one. It's just an absolute nightmare scenario for the defenders. So really well played, PSG. They get themselves onto the match point. This one's absolutely anybody's still. We're going to have the tactical timeout coming from Enterforce. Nina, 11 and 10, having a great game, but it's just not quite been enough so far.
Yeah, they need more here, Enterforce. Need more. But PSG, I'm pretty sure they're gagging to get this one over the line in regulation. They don't want to see this go to OT. It'll become an absolute slugfest if we get there. I'm sure they just want the 3 points now. Thank you very much. In the bank and finally starting to get their stage started. Because as we said, if they lost this game, it would be them being 0 and 3, still down there on 0 points. You know, with only 4 more games to go, it kind of feels like your hopes of making playoffs at that point are done and dusted. So this was a really big game for them to get done. Still with a chance to do it. But it's Enterforce who have now had that attack timeout in a room with a good chance of getting this over the line. I'm looking at the lineup, Tim. They're going hard on that Intel lineup as well. The Valk, the Echo, as well as that Mozzie. But still need an answer to the Blackbeard. It has been the one thing that has tormented them, I feel, throughout most of that half. Has been Unsang on those shields, particularly the Blackbeard. And I think he's going to come and do exactly the same again in this round. They need to do something a bit differently.
Yeah, I'd like to have seen maybe a Legion or something come along. You know, a little... I know they've got the Ella, but... Yeah, you've got some traps. I think get the Legion and just make it, you know, really difficult. It's something that the Blackbeard can't ignore. You know, once those Gumar needles are in, they're going to keep doing damage. You've got to stop. You've got to pull them out. You've got to deal with the situation. Whereas the Gasmart, you know, yeah, you take that initial stun, but you can kind of just keep quiet for a second or two, and then on you go, continue marching. So I'm not sure about the doubling down on Harper on the Ella at the minute, you know, maybe rather than something like the Legion, but we'll see as the round goes on. For the time being, PSG Talon are going to have a top floor clearance ahead of them.
They are indeed. More keeping a very close eye on the timing of all of this as well. Again, it has been the one thing I've been very mindful of. PSG Talon, they were starting to look at the site with about 30 seconds to go. You look at Enterforce 36, and they were attacking on towards top floor, like compared to the previous round. They were executing with about 1 minute and 10 left. They got a lot of the work done they needed to, definitely in part thanks to the ban of the mute, but they were moving a little bit quicker. And I just worry that at some point we're going to see PSG Talon tripped up. I hope for their sake they don't, because again, they sorely need these 3 points. But Enterforce certainly want to be the ones to stop them getting over that final hurdle and send it into OT. For now, just holding and waiting for this top floor to get cleared, as you said, Tim. Halfway into the round, and I haven't really seen much pressure there yet. A couple of drones racing on through. Mugi happy to reposition here, dance around these reinforcements, and just keep on wasting time.
And time is the game, I think, to play against PSG Talon. Misa managing to pick up Nino.
That's too easy.
Yeah, Enter Force are not going to have a chance to play time here. Misa goes in and manages to get a second, as you say. They've just given up that ground far too quickly. Mugi's gone as well. Top floor control. This is over. PSG Talon almost certainly going to wrap this up from here. 5 versus 2, 1:10 left on the clock. This Nitro's going to need to do a lot of work, but it's not going to do it like that, Des.
Not do much for you up there, that is for sure. And IC4 at top of it, loops through. No, it didn't. It got stuck on the bar. Otherwise, it could have found his man. They've got to do something special here, Tim, in this final 60 seconds. But it feels like PSG Talon surely cannot let this one slip away.
No, I don't think they will do. Ryder manages to pick up a Kusu. It's all up to Jin. Not had a bad game, to be fair. I picked up Jin before the game started, and he's done pretty well, but Unsang is going to start putting that diffuser down. Won't even have time, as Misa knows exactly where Jin is. Goes around with a Vendetta, picks up the kill, and PSG Talon have a much stronger finish to their attack than the start and close out a solid 3-point win.
Massive for them, and I think especially in that round, it was Misa working his way up. Yellow Akusu had a very narrow window to stop him, snaking his way up there and deleting 2 players on that top floor, but I think he just about missed him. A bit unfortunate for them. However, it was PSG Talent on the day who, as you say, take 3 points and show us they've got what it takes to start climbing the table. We'll go to a break, and when we come back, our next game awaits. See you in a few.
You're gonna get better watch your back. It's gonna get personal.
You know how they say, it's not the destination, it's the journey?
And the journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. And you know what?
They're right.
Your casting is so shit. Like that.
Thanks, bro. Just like your coaching.
How you even started your casting career?
So I started in like 2017. I was at university and I hated studying. And then I realized, hey, I'm obsessed with Rainbow Six. I was like trying to play for some of the teams in Australia. We didn't even have Pro League. And then I just started streaming the games. And then eventually I got asked to do one job, and then another job. And then I was like, hey, this is fun. I'm not going to stop. What about you? How did you start your playing and coaching career?
Before Rainbow Six, I played a lot of FPS game, but I was not good, to be honest. But I started Rainbow Six for my esports career, and then I want to make big career in this game. And then I try to learn a lot of things like English, Japanese, like that. And then, yeah, I'm here.
So what was your first team?
That was Star Rise Korea team. At the time, we were so bad because we don't have any experience for Pro League, so we were so bad at the time. It was good experience for my Rainbow Six career because at the time, I don't have any idea for Rainbow Six stretch, and then I don't have any motivation for Rainbow Six coach. But after 2021, I got a lot of good player. So I have a really big motivation for Rainbow Six, and then I'm watching a lot of things, and then I'm here now.
Yeah. So you obviously started in Korea. Why us? Like, why did you start working with teams in Australia?
First, I'm really close with Oda and Wed. That's why I'm really familiar region for my side. And then Oda messaging to me when I'm LFT, hey mate, time to playing together. And then I think about why not? I had to join that team. And then yeah, it was really fun.
Yeah.
Like everyone want to me in APEC region, but only Oda messaging to me, let's playing together. Not like let's work together, let's playing together.
Let's just be friends.
Yeah.
I remember many years ago, Oda actually messaged me, or we were talking or playing ranked or something, and he was like, oh, do you know this guy, Mingoran? He coaches one of the Korean teams. And then he was like showing me clips from like one of your streams or something. And it was just you being hilarious and going crazy. And Oda was so in love with you, I could tell. He was just like, I love this guy. I love playing with this guy. And yeah, next thing I know, you suddenly joined the OSA region, so it doesn't surprise me at all.
Yeah, I still love Oda and another Aussie boys, but yeah, he gave to me a lot of good opportunity. So yeah, I'm respect him and I still love him. What was your first international event casting?
My first international event wasn't even casting. I was an analyst at the Six Invitational 2019 in Montreal. It was the first time I'd ever gone overseas for casting before, and I'd already been doing it for like 2 years at that point, but it was so like scary to go and actually see, you know, teams like G2, Empire, you know, the best teams in the world. It was so different to everything I'd done before, but it was a lot of fun. And like you now have been to a ton of international events. Which one was your first?
Atlanta Major. It was a good experience for my first debut major game. Whatever was first time as well, and then Bliss had 0 win on international event. That's
you
cool.
guys actually played pretty well in Atlanta, right? Was that when you beat Wolves for the first time?
Yeah, 8-6 Wolves.
Yeah.
It was really amazing experience for me. Like at the time, my English really broken. I just say, "Scan guys, let's go." That's all. But we beat Wolves, and then every game was overtime. A bit sad for me, but after that game, we improved, and then I improved myself. So we made history.
Welcome back to APAC North Day 3. We've just finished off a 7-5 victory to PSG Talon against Enterforce 36. And now, Tim, we get to go into an El Clasico of APAC North. There's quite a few of those in this region, to be fair, and they all seem to involve Cyclops. It's FearX coming up against Cyclops Athlete Gaming. Tim, one of those games that has got a lot of history behind it, and one that probably even today I still can't 100% call which way it goes, but I think most would lean towards FearX.
Yeah, I've got to lean in towards FearX at the minute. I think they've just been playing really good Siege. Cyclops had a great result last playday, to be fair, coming in with that win against Scars. But right now, I think you are looking at the top team inside of APAC North. It's, you know, we've spoken about the Korean super team that has been formed, and they really are performing as such. Just look at the stats from Effirin and Woogieman. You know, what a front line they've got there. Absolutely brilliant stuff, and then backed up by Courted and Goodboy along the way as well. It's a well-oiled machine at the minute.
It's hard to kind of see how it breaks down as well, but Cyclops are going to be looking to try and do just that. Let's take a look at their lineup as well. Of course, I've had Coach DD stepping in for a while and playing with them. Been playing pretty well, to be fair, as well. Can't fault in too much. The guys have had a good start overall. That 8-6 win over Mur on day one, probably feeling like a bit of a bump in the road, because last week they were back to business. A 7-2 win over Scars, which is what makes this game so enticing.
Yeah, it's gonna be tasty. It's one of them that I kind of come in and you look at and immediately think maybe overtime, but I don't know. I think I'm kind of leaning more towards how it was against Scars last playday, where we thought that, and then Cyclops came in and just won 7-2. And I'm not saying it'll necessarily be Cyclops that win it, but I feel like somebody's just going to come in and get a hold of this game and maybe run away from it. But as you can see, Cyclops are going to need Sharit performing. He's been big for them so far. 28-15 on the KD, 11-0 on the entry, not yet killed as the entry death. So that's something FearX have got to have a plan for.
Absolutely. And again, just looking across these two teams, they've had this kind of solid start, 6 points for FearX, 5 for CAG after that first day against Mur, who have surprised us all. It is hard to separate the two of them right now, and it really is going to be an exciting game to see which way it shakes down. Let's take a look at the map that we're going to, because I'm very curious what the battleground is between these two teams. I feel it can have probably the bigger impact on this game than any individual player can, given everyone is playing to a very, very high standard so far. A real classic here, Tim. We're going to go to Club, which is interesting, because for Cyclops, this has been one of their permabans for a long time. They are 2-1. They've got a good record on there, but I feel they're coming into this one with a plan to really shake the trees against FearX, who admittedly last time played it, they beat Cyclops just 2 months ago in pretty convincing fashion. It was a 7-3 to FearX back then.
Yeah, I don't think it's going to get any easier today for Cyclops, to be honest. I think this one leans heavily for FearX. I just think having such an established map, they've got their team set up. As we've said, DD's playing well, but obviously fitting in with Cyclops. I just think, you'd have to really, if you Cyclops, find an edge in these map bans, which would be bringing out something, maybe a little bit different, a lair, a native, and something like that. That maybe you've got some strats cooked up on, but Clubhouse, there's nothing that you're cooking that FearX are not going to expect.
Absolutely. Well, let's see how things start to shake down. Then we're getting into game in just a moment. One of those where between these two, a classic map, two classic teams, both playing well, in good form. Probably going to be one of our games of the stage. I would have kind of put and said, Cyclops versus Scars would have been one of those games that I'd have said would have been our best for the stage. But after that 7-2 last week, you kind of you're left wanting a little bit more. And of course, we'll see Scars in action a little bit later on today. For these two, though, this is what everyone's eyes should really be on.
Yeah, I think definitely the game of the day. As we said coming into it, 4 very, very close matchups today. But yeah, this one for me, it's got potential for either. It's got potential for overtime. It's got potential to be a 7-1. We'll see which way it goes. I think the first few rounds are going to be particularly important here. FearX coming in on the defence as well. If they can lock down a couple of them sites, honestly, I could see them starting off with like a 3-0. If that happens, big trouble for Cyclops. If FearX can run through and get basement, gym and bedroom, CCTV cache, then Cyclops are going to be real back to the wall, and it could be over quickly.
All right, cool. Well, I think we're about to get into things in just a moment as well. Slight pause here coming up. Team's huddling guy here, because of course, Tim, everyone needs a good huddle before we get into things. But we don't huddle though. We do the fist bump thing.
We've not done that for a little while.
I was going to be in person together for a while. That's why.
I think that's what it is. I think with being remote, it kind of you don't follow the same same pre-game routine, do you?
Do you have any like pre-broadcast routines that you go through?
Iron a shirt.
Standard, yeah, cool.
Other than
Anything
that,
else?
no, not really. Get a drink.
Yeah, that's
usually spill a drink.
Didn't you spill on your keyboard last week, or was it on your desk? I can't remember.
Oh no, that was months ago. That was back in stage 1. It was literally as we were about to come back on a broadcast that I spilt one all over my desk.
Oh, my memory is certainly starting to fail me. That's not a good thing. But here
I've
we
started restricting drinks in my office for that reason.
Have you started to put like every drink has to have a lid on before you take it in?
Almost, yeah.
At that point, I remember like the sippy cups when you were younger as like a kid. I feel like I need some of those sometimes. Like I managed to spill like most of my coffee mug. I put it in my bag, like little side pocket yesterday. Threw my bag in my car without thinking, and then it just leaked coffee all over the passenger seat of my car, and I was like, no! So I had to spend a good 10 minutes making sure every ounce of coffee was gone. It was horrific.
That'll give you something to do at the weekend, Des. It'll give you something to do, a little interior clean. We know that
that's already done, mate. I was straight on it. I wasn't mucking about. That was getting out of there straight away. Absolutely was not waiting.
We saw the social predictions there. A slight lean towards FearX. Cyclops always a well-supported team as well. Like I say, I'm having the closer we get to this game, I'm having a strong lean towards FearX here. I really am expecting. But what I would say is, I think it's the point where FearX almost kind of have to come out with a win here. If they want to really stake a claim in APAC North, and the opportunity is there, because Cyclops are a point behind them as well. You've got Mergaming on 2 points behind them. So I feel like this is the opportunity for FearX. If you get the big 3 points here and you just smash Cyclops, that is then... I don't really see who beats them in APAC North for that top spot. I know that it's all about qualifying for playoffs and everything else, but there's a bit of mental warfare. There's the mind game element there of taking top spot, of going unbeaten, of all those things. And I look at the matchups for FearX coming. Obviously, they've still got Scars further down the line. That's actually in the next play day. That's on the 13th in 2 days on Saturday that we're covering as well. But so these two, if you come out Cyclops Scars and you've got 6 points out of it, you're done. Like FearX of top of the table then. So yeah, big message to be sent for FearX.
And it'll be enough to get them into SI as well if they can do that, because you get 300 points from finishing first in this regional league. You get extra points as you obviously step forward into things like the major and as you go through the playoffs and the APL, things on those lines as well. But given FearX got 300 points back in stage 1, they get it again for this stage. They'll be laughing, Tim. 600 points is by far and away enough to get you in. The cutoff, I think, for SI this year was like 260 or something like that. It was one of those where you look at it and just go, look, if they get 600, there is no way we do not see them at SI. And of course, it feels weird to talk about SI when we've got the rest of the stage, we've got Munich to come, we've got regional finals, and then we've got SI. But obviously, that's the big one that everyone has got their eyes on.
600 points would get me to SI, that's the reality. So, definitely, like you say, we'll lock them in. And it's always I think it takes a lot of pressure off. Obviously, teams and orgs are very much focused on getting towards that big tournament in February. Everybody wants to be there. And I think once you've done that, fantastic, isn't it? Anything else, if you go into the major, whatever else you're doing, the pressure's off, because you can just turn up and perform then, because it's not about, oh my God, we need a quarter-final here or we're not going to SI. It really does take the pressure off. So, yeah, it would be absolutely fantastic for FearX if they could get themselves into that sort of a position. So, let's see how they go against Cyclops. They do kick off on the defence, as I suggested, and straight away, we're going to have a little bit of a gunfight here over blue. Sharip knows there's somebody in there. He's just going to have a little look and then just try and bait with a little bit of noise out towards stock, make them think he's rotating, but it's actually going to be Chibisu who picks up the opener onto Good Boy. That's going to be the Scorpos taken down as well. A lot of extra HP lost there, as well as that possibility of the transfer.
Well, the big thing was that we had like I won't call it an SSG room, but it's that kind of style. 2 players on the top floor, 1 on the first floor, a couple down in basement in case there's a rush to come on through. Cyclops have just gone in rapid on that top floor and cleared out Good Boy inside, 40 seconds? Weren't mucking about, weren't wasting any time. Really, really good stuff they've shown here to deal with that Roma, and it has forced every player on FearX back towards site inside 60 seconds, and they've lost a player. I 100% consider that a wasted or a lost roam, if you will.
Yeah, I'd have to agree with you. You've got to be at least half of the round, really, is the threshold that you're looking for. You know, what would we class as successful? If you can get a kill along the way as well, then great. But yeah, minute 30 at least, really put the attackers on the back foot and really give them something to think about. But no, Cyclops are pretty chill here. Anaton is just teasing the bottom of the stairs as well. He's on the blitz. He's thinking about getting down main stairs. We've got a lot of kitchen ripped up. The Rams done their work. Cyclops are looking super slick at the minute on this attack, not wasting any time.
I think the comp definitely helps as well. I always like kind of seeing Anaton on a shield. It's one of those, if you ban him away from one, he'll just play another. That's exactly what's happened here with the blitz being used, but it does mean that he can go a little bit faster than what you might see on side of a Monty. And paired up with Shuri, they're a lethal combo. To keep an eye on where he spearheads here, straight away he's got himself down in towards Moto, charging on forwards. Throwing out any gadgetry he can find. There we go. Got rid of the pinged out FNAT that was above his head. That means Moto is now much safer to drop into and push on through. But we'll be facing off against Rin on the Azami, who's holding on towards that. A smoke coming in towards the crouch hold on towards Astra's spot. And now going to start trying to make something happen as we get towards the last 40. In he goes here. Pressure being put on towards Rin, who's also being pushed in from blue at the same time. Has no choice but to back away. And Arcoli has found his man. Great bit of team play. One more nice and close. Koti gets rid of him. Shuri pins to another on the other side, though. It's looking down to a 2 versus 4 to close this one out. Mephi with it all to do. And those walls around him, Tim, suddenly don't feel so safe as they are closing in quickly. Shuri closing it out, and Cyclops absolutely on fire in round 1.
Yeah, backed into a corner and eliminated there to close out the round. Cyclops, like you said, just go from strength to strength. You know, we saw him against Scars last week and they looked really good. Coming in here, I've said it, I'll double down on it. You know, I think VRX have a strong advantage here, but Cyclops just looking like it's only one round, but they looked like much the better team in that round. The VRX had nothing. The roam was taken away from them. Cyclops then just moved downstairs. You know, how often do we see that basement site being an attack that's pushed in the last 15-20 seconds? We comment on it. It's so frequent. But Cyclops were way ahead of that curve. It was just like, are we ready to go? Yeah, go on then. And in they all go. Kills galore. And they ticked every box. They cleared the roam. They were plenty ahead of time. They ripped up the floors. They were attacking from multiple angles. Always an important one that I speak about. You know, give the defenders something to think about on every single side of them when you're attacking that basement site. And they did. Absolutely brilliant stuff. And Cyclops get their just dessert. They get the reward. They get the round on the board.
It's one of those where I almost look a little bit towards our last map and kind of say, you know, first couple of rounds, it can take a team a bit of time to warm in. So I don't want to, like, count VRX out and say, oh, yeah, Cyclops are going to steamroll this half. Give it a couple of rounds. You might see a very, very different VRX starting to creep in. We are trying to in bedroom here rather than playing on the downstairs. They got punished, I think, a large part because they were playing so separate as well. Naturally, with Romans, it's how things are going to work out. But I just think overall, VRX being in a 2v4 more often than not in that round is always going to come back to bite them, and Cyclops know how to press that kind of advantage. So let's see how things go now. We're a little bit more tightly packed up here on this top floor for gym and bedroom, and how Cyclops choose to approach it. They've got a similar comp coming out again with the Blitz and the Dockerbee being the main points of it.
Let's see how impactful that is. Court's just going to pop the mirror window on that external jacuzzi wall there. And just try and slow down any breaching attempts. Try and prevent any hard breaching that might go on there. There's only realistically the ace. We've got the hard breach charges on Arcoli as well. It depends what they want. If it's just a line of sight, that has been achieved, and it looks like the Selma charges have been successful in doing that. CCTV wall is going to be opened as well. That's going to mean that it's much more difficult for the defenders to play inside of there, which means that the windows become opened up to Cyclops if they want to try and put some direct pressure onto site. Something that we do see very, very frequently now is players getting themselves out on that little half roof here and just trying to work those windows, and you can kind of just duck in and out of cover, keep yourself safe, and just apply direct pressure to any rotates inside a site.
You really feel like they're hunted against Cyclops here. You've got 4 players just already at a moment's notice to jump in through windows and push through and everything else. If they'd hung around by cash, there's probably a couple of dead players here on the side of VRX. And Schuper spent the entirety of the round down in the basement. He's taken his time up for a lot of it. He is this backstab factor. He'll be working his way up these back stairs here with a call coming out of the back of it as the rest of his team starts to get into construction. The reason why he hasn't really got a rush here, of course, is you're waiting for the rest of his team to be in spot to cause distraction. Otherwise, he's stepping forwards entirely by himself and getting chewed up and spat out by a couple of players on main stairs. He's just got to be respectful of Rin, who is laid down on that main stairs. Don't think he knows about him right now. In fact, he's gone. Never mind, he's peeled back a little bit. He deals with Rin. This is a clear home run, but has got to deal with him.
For now, Fearex just holding those positions tight around the site. They've been kind of forced back into them, really, with the way that Cyclops have taken ground, but they're now just going to hold these, what they will consider power positions, to try and force themselves to be able to win those fights. One kill either way, but it is again Cyclops that are coming out on top. This is not going to be an easy fight for the Tubero. Anaton manages to get the flash and gets the kill onto Mephi. 4 versus 2. Cyclops working the windows, working the shields, working absolutely every angle. Rin has no idea that there's a second following behind the blitz, and it's all up to Good Boy. A 1v3 becomes a 1v2, becomes a nothing as DD steps in, cuts him down in the shower, and that's going to be another round for Cyclops. 2-0, and they're looking good.
This is the kind of thing you can get memed on for saying so easy, but I don't care about getting memed on. I get flashbacks to watching G2 when they really started to figure out their form a little bit on maps like this. And when I say that for Cyclops is... I hate saying the phrase because it means nothing to anybody. Split theory. They're so good at identifying, right, we want to get control of this part of the map. There's a player there, or we just want control, and they flood it. 4 players all at once into Cash and CC. Anyone left there, guaranteed dead. You've seen Shuri be really, really patient as they started to line up for the push here. But most importantly, they're playing as a team. Anaton's charging in. Right behind him, though, is Shuri there. So if they get rid of the blitz, he ain't the only player. There's a second one there ready to capitalize off a potential reload coming through, or a little bit out of position nature of somebody who could be flashed out. They're just playing so well as a group, and it's like they go from 0 to 100 at the drop of a hat. It's so rapid. It's so aggressive. I'm absolutely loving seeing this play style.
Drawn an immediate almost tack timeout very early after 2 rounds coming in from Fearex, and just deciding, you know, they need to put the brakes on here. They need to put the stoppers. They need to find a way to stop this Cyclops side, because right now, I've commented on Sharit coming in. He's been an absolute out-and-out top performer for Cyclops so far, and I'm interested to see the game week, the play day, where he doesn't perform, who steps up, you know, who else fills those shoes. But right now, I don't think this is going to be the play day for that, because he's 4-1 and looking fantastic so far.
Sure, at this point, they've just got to slam the brakes on Fearex, so I'm not surprised they're taking that early tap timeout, because they just realised they're being bowled over and something has to change here. And I don't really know if what we're seeing in the lineup-wise is the change they need. But I think if nothing else, it's more of a talk about how they're going to change how they play those operators inside the round itself. They've played this more aggressive roam style. They've played very, very compact on site. They've shown both play styles. Neither has worked. So now it's a more systemic change that needs to be made.
Back down to the basement we go. And we're going to have... I'm just looking through Anaton. This time, rather than the shield, he's going to be bringing the Ying. So... from one disruptive operator to another, really. But I would expect to see the lineup being slightly more plant-focused here, given that we've got the Grim, we've got the Ying, we've got the Capitao. They are almost certainly going to be looking to get this diffuser down on the ground. DD has it in hand. Whether that's going to be a kitchen hatch drop, whether that's going to be a try to force him from motor door, maybe in towards church, we will see. Those tend to be the 2 common spots. We do have hard breach on the side of Arcully, so it could be, I guess, breach down the bottom, the triple wall in church, and try and get in behind the black boxes. But Ibana's fine for that, but once you've taken the hatches out as well, you start getting a little bit limited on their Zexkara, so I'm not sure if that will be the plan.
It's crazy how fast they've gone here. Like inside 60 seconds, hatches are opened up. They've got the hallway outside kitchen being opened up there. Largely already ready to start being aggressive onto the basement site here, whereas normally it'll take teams a couple of minutes to get to this point. So again, it's not just the nature in which Cyclops are playing, it's the pace at which they're doing it, which has really impressed me so far. You're just waiting for someone to dare try and rotate slightly out of position and get themselves stung off the back of it. DD Man sat above on that Capitao. Right idea, just a few pixels down, and maybe he gets a freebie here. Really crucial not to lose this Capitao too early on. I often say it, but the gadgetry he's got is massive. But here comes the push. Anaton, no shield in front of his face, but has got a shotgun this time around and has gone in there and absolutely pumped Rin full of bullets, taking him offline.
Yeah, one way or another, they just seem to be finding answers every single time. Anaton is just here on motor door, ready to go. Anybody just strays across there, they're going to get cut down. In goes the Candelas. Cully manages to find Courted. 5 versus 3. That now gives them the space to put this diffuser down. Courted was the one that was playing on bar inside of church. So it's now time for Cyclops to think, with a minute left to go. We can hear the Capitao utility going in as well. Another Candela goes through. I think we're going to see a potential plant here. Shuriq manages to find Mephi 5 versus 2. Very little that FearX can do to fight back. I'm surprised this case isn't going down yet, but they know that the kills are there for them and they are hungry to find them, Des.
This is brutal, man. Wow. I meant it when I said I feel like I'm watching GT when they started to hit their stride. It's so aggressive. And what I love is it's selfless as well. Just to talk about Anton there for a second. Sat inside motor the whole time, dumping Candelas in. Reason he's doing that is to stop the player that sat on the church wall being able to contest Chip as soon as he pushed down through blue. That wasn't the impressive part, though. The next part is when he dumps a Candela deep, flashes out that wall player, and doesn't try and push and kill him to try and win his one. He ignores that. Beelines it towards blue so they can have a 3 versus 1 onto the player sat behind Jen. Sprays with the softball. Chibisu's coming in through blue. A third player joining them as well. They're just so good at isolating these power positions that they want to clear out, and doing so as a team. 3, 4, 5 players all trying to achieve the same objective. It's delightful to watch. And I'm not surprised that FearX are absolutely reeling. I think any team in the world right now would feel super oppressed by this.
Well, I think after 3 rounds, it's time for me to take back my opening words. I thought FearX would come in here with a reasonable advantage and that they'd be, giving Cyclops a hard time. But to be honest, they're not at the races at the minute. Cyclops are the only team in this looking like doing anything. There's just nothing FearX can do to stand up to this. I think that Cyclops need to continue with this momentum. Make hay while the sun shines. Just get as much on the board as they can whilst FearX are kind of still reeling. They kind of punch drunk at the minute. I think they don't quite know what's going on, and I can only imagine that there comes a point where FearX do wake up to this, but Cyclops have come in here well prepared, well motivated and well ready for a win, and that is what they are pushing towards. So this time they're going to be attacking into gym and bedroom. Last time we saw them take control of the windows very well. We saw them push the shield into logistics quite early. We saw them get aggressive, cut down rotations and just make it super difficult for FearX to play anywhere other than sight, but also anywhere in sight, and that's why they ended up winning the round quite easily again.
All right. I mean, there's no tack timeout. There's no ability to figure this stuff out. You've got to do it all in live here, which is never a fantastic time to have to try and do anything. You'd like a little bit of time to just collect your thoughts, but it feels like the onslaught can only continue and looks like it might even be about to get worse. We've got the Dockerby coming along on side. Massive change up in terms of lineup for CAG overall. One thing I do want to note as well, during that ending execute, especially around blue, Chibisu had 2 players like permanently tagged with those Grimbees. Again, just everything came together so ludicrously well, and there was very little that FearX could do about it. Even making use of a 0 here is a bit of a surprise. Shuri getting rid of Good Boy, that Valkyrie offline, taking the C4 with her as well. That's not so ideal.
Woogieman is going hunting down main stairs here. I think that Shuriq knows he's being chased. Woogieman flips back to his primary from secondary, and I'd say from the silhouette ahead of us that Shuriq is definitely aware. Just going to bring out that call, I think, just to back Woogieman off a little bit, just to give him that advance warning if maybe Woogieman had got a little bit too close. Shuriq getting that opening kill, wants to escape with the spoils and make sure that he's not being traded out. Bravo, I love this. They've got the 0, they've got the Brava, so the 0 cam went in, took out the mute jammer so they could open the wall. The Brava's going in and stealing the utility. It's just all great stuff from Sat. They're ticking so many boxes at the minute.
The CAG hive mind. They're all working together, Tim. It's how Siege should be played. They're making it look so effortless at the same time. I like how they've slowed things down here as well. You know, Good Boy a little bit aggressive. Shoop has punished him hard for that. Since then, it's sort of peeled off a little bit. Like you say, let the drones roll in. Got the utility doing a little bit of work as well. This time, haven't gone to go and clear the player inside of cache is my only worry. And I think letting Shuriq do this alone could be a bit of a concern, but he's playing it very passively. Same as we saw him pushing up main stairs last time. It's a similar sort of lurk up red stairs here. In fact, he might be starting to do that, but has been caught out by the Fenrir. Shot it out now as well. Got to be careful. He doesn't get pushed by Coated on top. Anderson gets rid of Woogie, though. The train keeps on rolling, Tim. They're into a 5 versus 3. Cool comes out. Flash is going on through. If nothing else, it's distraction. Mephi's found himself going down. They've also got rid of Rin. So all this time when Coate's been looking at what's going on red, it's a bit of a distraction in the back while everyone else hits sight and looks to close things out here. Nice and easy. Shuriq with a great shot. Cyclops, this round, an interesting one because they slowed things right down, but they've shown 3 or 4 different flavors of Cyclops here. FearX have tried different defenses, but nothing is working.
Now, Cyclops have got all the answers. It's the top and bottom of it. It doesn't really matter at the minute. This game isn't about FearX, it's about Cyclops. And whilst they're pointing in the right direction, all they need to do is just keep on running. And it's a race that they are going to win. Sharif, just absolutely phenomenal so far, head and shoulders above everybody else in the lobby. You know, there are some strong performances around him. Chibisu 5-0 as well, but 8-2, you know, getting his entry kill in that last round as well. He's just, not just today, but, you know, in the whole stage 2 so far, Sharif has just been absolutely unstoppable. We've known for the longest time how good he is and the quality that he brings into this game, but just unreal so far. I can't, you know, say, I can't find enough superlatives to describe, really. But we're going to head into round 5. It's going to be CCTV and Cash. FearX continue to rotate these sites. They continue to try different things, continue to try and get something going. We can see what Cyclops are going to be trying. They've got the ace on side with DD, they've got the Capitao, they've got the Grim, so I would expect them to be trying to clear Catwalk and get some possession of that area of the map rather than pushing towards the construction side. It'll be open the main wall, get the Catwalk and try and plant inside a CCTV.
Yeah, I mean, what I've really, you know, just an observation of this one, because I haven't really seen it too much in APAC North. We've seen it like in Brazil an awful lot, and other regions are slowly catching on. A hell of a lot of striker being ran throughout this game by Cyclops because of the versatility it brings. Often seen it with this exact line that you've got here with the flashbangs and the frags. The frags very useful for clearing your way through utility, as we know, especially when things like mute jammers are blocking out doors. It's a quick way to roll on through. Flash is always going to be useful, especially when we aren't seeing Warden being ran by the other side at all. Yeah. Kind of understandable. You banned away Ying. Why would you then want to run that instead? So I think bringing along even more utility that can help you overwhelm your opponents is just brilliant to see.
Using that angle on the reverse side, but needs to be careful here. Courted, being pink. Look at this. He's just he's trying to dock his way through it. So anybody who hasn't maybe tried that previously, it is possible. If you're playing against a Capitao, if you just keep hitting yourself with those stim pistols, you can survive through the fire and you can keep yourself in that position. But Cyclops already knew that's what was going to happen, so guess what? In comes the nade as well, and you ain't going to be able to survive that. It's too much damage all at once. So great job. We're a minute and 30 into the round. They've got control of rafters. They can start thinking about opening up these angles to, you know, where they're going to plant. Again, a great round on the attack from Cyclops. 6-0 half wouldn't surprise me in the slightest at the minute.
It's hard to see where they slow down and stop, right? I mean, look at the kills for FearX here across 5 rounds so far. They've got themselves 7. Like, it's less than 2 kills a round. It is that dire right now. Like, Chibisu hasn't yet died. Sharif is 8-2. They are beaming their way through. Good shot from Mephi, granted. Anderson finally taken out. Although arguably in this round, he's on one of the less effective operators. Those flashes would have been nice, but they can still deal with this in other ways. Question is, Tim, where is this, air quotes, split theory going to come into play? They need 2 or 3 players to pinch onto him here to at least guarantee the trade. There's one here already, and I think a second is starting to sniff around as well. But it could be like last round where they just try and hold him down for a little bit of distraction more than anything else. Oh, you had to get that. That's unfortunate.
I don't know why they're messing with it, to be honest with you. They've got main breach. They've got garage catwalk control. All you needed, that 4th player could have been the player that was underneath in lounge to prevent any nitros or anything being played from underneath, but they've got time to be able to bait this out. DD's just sat inside of the smoke. They've made a little bit of a mess of it here of Cyclops, to be fair, compared to how they've played so far. Or Cully manages to pick up Effie finally. 3 versus 3. They can go for a plant now, but yeah, it hasn't been necessary. Cully doesn't need to get aggressive on the breach like that. Yeah, well defended by FearX, but Cyclops have actually given them the opportunity there. There is no business, there is no need for them to be losing 2 players on gym window. It's just that if you're planting on server stacks and you have catwalk and main breach, what is a player in gym going to do?
It's a great shot.
Absolutely nothing.
Great
Absolutely
shot.
nothing.
To be fair, Chibisu really should have had him dead to rights there. He really should have had him dead.
Don't even need to be there. Don't even need... Chibisu should have just been underneath watching lounge. They could have just baited it out to clear the smokes. and the plant goes down there. The Cycle. I'm sorry to be so critical of Cycle. They've been so good through the first 4 rounds, but that was a nightmare. That was a joke. It's one of the most basic attacks in the game now. Sorry, it's just really rattled my cages.
I know what, mate, I get it. It's like going to your favourite steak restaurant, and every time you go, the steak is absolutely stellar. You've gone one time, and it is like 5% worse than what it normally is.
I'm kicking off.
And you're at this point, mate, flipping the tables over. You're complaining to the manager. You're putting your little wig on. You know, you're doing all the things you need to do to be a proper complainer about this. So that's what you're doing now. They have played well, but it just feels like a round lost.
It was terrible. Anyway, let's move on. We're into. I'm just going to keep kicking off about them challenging Mephi and Jim over and over. Right, let's look at round 6. It's going to be back down to Church and Arsenal. Look, VRX have been nowhere near holding this so far. Cyclops have had 2 great attacks onto this. They've taken out Roamers really well. They've created space inside a site. We saw them have an opportunity to start putting the diffuser down. They didn't actually need to get it down last time they got the kills, but still, the chance was there to do so. So it's been really good from them. What do VRX need? They need a better performance in the entry, and they need a better performance on the road. Mephi manages to get our Cully, so that's a great start for them with the Hibana gone as well. That secures the hatches, not completely. There's still 2 hard breach gadgets for Chibisu, but still, at least one of the hatches is going to stay shut. Great start from VRX.
Hoping to catch these 2 players up on the top floor as they try and peel their way back down by the looks of it. Right sort of idea. Come down red stairs, you're getting deleted by Sharif, who's lurking nearby. Can, of course, work their way out towards main stairs. It's less of an issue. Could they just try and beeline it here straight in towards sight down through blue, Tim? As there are 3 players off site at this point, they could do a lot of work. Here we go. They're going for it. They've set it on drones. Surely we start the push on through here. It's like
could definitely be the play. Just leave them out in the cold.
They're going for it as well. They see one inside of dirt, but Mephi's there with a shotgun. This is the thing. They saw these players all retreating back towards site on the other side of the map, but didn't know where the site player was.
Yeah, the droning's been good elsewhere, but not good enough on site. You know, they've yet recognised maybe there's an opportunity, but then they haven't done the work to make sure that they could get what they wanted out of that opportunity on site. And they've been punished for it. We're going to see Chibisu down as well, so we're pretty much looking at a 4-2 half, I would imagine, here, which honestly feels like a steal for VRX, because in them first 4 rounds, they haven't even been in the server, realistically. It's been all Cyclops, every bit of the play. Good Boy is going to finish Chibisu off with the nitro. I think they had a good idea. Somebody was downed at the bottom of those oil pit stairs. Just wanted to ensure that he wasn't going to be picked back up on his feet. So it's all up to DD and Sharip. A couple of quiet rounds for Cyclops to finish things off, and that's ideal for VRX really, because at least it just gives them a little bit of momentum when that half switch comes and they get onto the defense. Onto the attack. But yeah, Cyclops just found lacking in the last 2. It's like we've seen 2 different teams. The first 4 rounds, Cyclops could have beaten the world. The last 2 rounds, they're scrapping over Jim when they're planting in CCTV. I don't know.
All right, Tim, the manager has arrived. What are you saying to him?
Oh, please can we just stop fighting a gym player when we're planting CCTV and we've got catwalk and breach? Please.
I'm really sorry, sir, that we were fighting over the gym window. I promise we'll aim to avoid it happening again.
It's just unacceptable. It's just, you know, we can't.
I totally understand, sir. I totally understand. How can I make it better for you?
We need to make sure that there is no recurrence of that ever in the future.
We'll hope, Tim.
I don't ever want to see that in this establishment again.
1-star on TripAdvisor.
100%.
Excellent. I mean, to be fair to VRX, they did learn how to shoot again. That was the most important part. You know, Mephi with the 2 kills that he found around him in the round prior. That round just gone a second ago. It was the entry that he got onto the Hibana. It was a good idea. I think CAG had the right idea, but they knew it was a high-risk one when they said, okay, there are 3 or 4 players off-site here, other end of the map. Let's go and push now and be aggressive. It was a great smoke coming back in from the smoke player to stop them in the blue push, and also Mephi up close with the shotgun. They got punished by that. They kill those 2 players. They probably can't afford to get the diffuser down, and sight is then theirs with basically 0 effort. So in a different universe, that all works out. It's just that VRX have woken up a little bit in those last 2 rounds and gave Cyclops a little bit of challenge like we thought they might. Now we get a side swap. Are we going to see the cagging coming out of VRX? I'm not too sure we will. I think you'll see them a bit more slow and composed, especially with Woogie looking to bring along, I was going to say the fuse, but now he's onto the blitz. Yep, it's cagging time, boys. Let's go.
5 seconds to go.
Imagine if CAG lose this game now after being 4-0 up in that fashion.
It's the fashion. That's what it's about. The fact that they weren't being given rounds, they were just playing them phenomenally. It was beautiful to watch for the first 4 rounds. I'm just really worried that the stars had just aligned for them first 4 rounds, and we're not going to see that same performance level out of them. But we'll see what happens. We're going to round 7. Fearex, they've at least got a taste of victory in those last couple of rounds, so they're going to be looking for some more. Straight away, that diffuser's going to swap hands, so it's behind the shield of Woogieman. But they're going to want to get themselves into this top floor and start clearing out players like DD, who's up there in construction, in towards Cash. Try and get themselves established in CCTV and work their way across.
It's interesting how they haven't put as much resource into holding Cash as what Fearex did. You know, there's a couple of players from Fearex more often than not. One top red, 1 or 2 inside of Cash itself. Right now, it was just DD who was dancing around the door itself, looking to waste a bit of time. So Fearex, in a similar fashion to Cyclops, have been able to take this side of the map inside 60 seconds or so. They've got themselves on the march nice and quick, but otherwise things are that little bit slower. Still 3 players up on the roof, still figuring out exactly what to do next. A lot of drone work being done to ensure that everyone on Cyclops is back on site, so they're free to move forward without impunity.
Yeah, that shield is just in position. Mephi priming that Candela, but just going to dip away for a second. Get these windows open, keeps thinking about it. It's
What's he going
the
for?
Grim Bee's going as well. Surely this is going to happen any minute now, and the aggression will come through into logistics. Arcully manages to find Mephi with the Nitro. Cyclops are well prepared for this. 5 versus 2, kill after kill, a double for DD, and that leaves us now with Fearex just scrambling. It's back to the drawing board. Arcully out of the window, will be downed on the other side, but it's just not going to matter.
Oh,
he's dropped himself down to safety. This is smart here. He might actually survive.
I mean, if Rim really wants to go and finish off the kill for his team so it doesn't prove to be a flawless round, he can, but this one feels like it is more than cooked. It's great resistance being shown by Kag, and sure enough, Tim, a flawless first defense. It was a bit weird because think back to what we spoke about and praised Kag for in that first half. It was pushing as a team. It was Shuri being patient and doing nothing for 2 minutes of a round and then pushing up main stairs once his team started their execute as well. You've had Mephi here looking to dump those Candelas in towards Jim, while the rest of his team, they're nowhere nearby. They're not even starting to pressure site or make anyone else feel uncomfortable. And I was a little bit like, what's going on? Then a free C4 comes out, gets a freebie. They try and push 3 players in towards Logi, and 2 players of CAG hold them off and delete every single one of them. It just felt a little bit disparate, a little bit separated there, and what it is they were trying to achieve. And maybe that's what we've got to see change up here for Fearex. Still down 3 rounds at this point. It's at CAG up to 5 and 2. We go down to the basement site.
Maybe it's just the first 4 rounds of each half that Cyclops are just going to be insane in. Maybe that's the new strategy.
Maybe.
We just come out and absolutely 200 mile an hour for the first 4 rounds, and then after that it doesn't matter. Because to be fair, if they do that on every half of every game, they'll win every game. So I'm sure they won't mind at all. But yeah, great defense from them. Look, the Fearex tried the aggression, they tried the rush, they tried to get in there quickly and sort of catch them on the back foot, catch them by surprise, and it just didn't work at all. Nitro came out and they had every angle covered. Cyclops and looked just as good on defense as the best they've looked on attack. So, you know, they'll be looking for some more of that, I'm sure. DD is just going to be hovering around the top of blue for the time being. Arcully is in bar as well, and we've got Sharif in kitchen. Interesting one. Serious aggression. It's too easy for him. Takes down Rin. Is he going to get another one before he goes? He's sticking around in freezer. He wants a bit of it.
He's got to be dead to rights here. Like, he cannot be left to live. You've got a player on window. You've got one pushing him outside. It's a bit of a stalemate in that he doesn't have to move. But if he doesn't die for this, there is a serious problem. 2 players now gathering up on this window. There's the blitz. Finally, they get the kill onto him. But, Tim, that's a lot of damage being done. 45 seconds gone. They're taking out the Ash. And finally, they lose the Mozzie.
Yeah, not necessarily the end of the world losing the Ash, but with the mirror on side, it does make it maybe, you know, it removes an easy option to take out those mirror windows, of course. So that's going to be 4 versus 4. First blood going to Cyclops. Sharif, you feel... Was there a second where he could have just dropped straight down that hatch, but he thought, no, I want a bit more here and ran to freezer.
He wasn't going nowhere.
He wanted it, didn't he? He went straight into freezer, and you think, maybe you've run yourself into a dead end here. But look, a minute, playing in kitchen, burning a minute, getting a kill. Certainly not the end of the world. Fearex continue now, having control of the entire map. It's all theirs. Everybody on the side of Cyclops is back down to site. So Fearex, plenty of time to work with. And to be honest, I still think even with that early kill from Sharif, this round should favour FearX from here.
Yeah, it's a weird one. Definitely a weird one. I think it's more the dug-in nature that we're going to see out of KAG. They've got that triple architect lineup in the castle, the mirror, and the Azami, just to really frustrate things. And without the Ash on side to deal with those mirror windows or to chew through those castle barricades at range, yes, you've got the Hibana, but you have to use the Hibana for the hatches. I just feel they might actually lack enough resource to chew through all the heavy utility coming out from the defenders, and that could be what frustrates them and sees them come to their demise at the end of the round.
Certainly could do. It's Wookie Man going to be, I think, in like looking down dirt, but
yeah.
So low health at the minute. That's going to be a serious problem. It's really not going to take much of a challenge at all onto him. There's no impact nades or anything on side. Nitro is gone, no smokes, so there's nothing that's going to be an easy kill onto him. It is going to mean a bullet has to land. Goodboy manages to find Anaton, but is there? No, there's not a trade. Cully picks up Mephi, but Goodboy with a second on to DD. 2 versus 3 now, 15 seconds left to go, and that blitz is proving to be a problem maker. Cully finds Courted. 1v2. Can they hold on? Absolutely not. Goodboy has a real round just when FearX need it most.
He's walked a 4K there, basically uncontested, and has won the round for his team solo. Charging down, he got a kill vertically first, then charged down main, converted it into a couple more around Church, got into Church, and then killed the last player as he rotated in from blue. Just beautiful stuff, even with the early disruption coming out from Shreep, as you're now seeing on the replay. Yeah, I was worried for FearX for a second that they'd let him get away with absolute murder in there. And again, it has come down to Goodboy saving the round for them. It is what I'd dub a hero play round. It doesn't show that FearX are back and they're going to keep on winning attacks here because it has come down to one player that's got them over the line. Need to see something a little more convincing coming into this round.
5-3 it is on the scoreboard. Cyclops still with an advantage, but still continuing in what feels like a bit of an all or nothing trend for them. It's either a very convincing win or a reasonably convincing loss, whichever way it seems to go for them. We haven't had too many close rounds. I wouldn't really suggest it's been very emphatic towards one side or the other. So getting themselves set up for CCTV and cash. They're going to have a little bit more of, I was going to say what I'd call a traditional setup, but they are going to go for the double reinforce on that garage wall that we often see a single reinforce and then a little line of sight played. But I did notice it back on FearX's defence as well. They went for the double reinforce there as well, just really locking off Catwalk. And I guess you're just giving them, you know, more to kind of play through. It makes it more difficult to clear out that corner, but you are forcing, you kind of committing to that Catwalk player is playing their life there, because coming back in through that single window hop through, if that breach has been opened, you're dead to rights. So you are out there for the duration. Chibisu is going to pick up Mephi. That's a big opener as well. That's the glass off the board, and if you've got the glass, it's always going to be a big part of the strategy you're playing on attack.
Absolutely. I mean, we saw a lot of this glass coming out during our previous game as well, let's not forget. Maybe to minimal effect, but Mephi, given the game that he's had, early in that first half, a couple of good kills coming out. You'll never forget the gym play, Tim. I think it would have been nice to keep him on side, especially when you doubled up a couple of smokes, for example, in the Carly's back pocket and in towards the Capital. They would have had a lot of resource here to make that operator effective, but instead have got to figure something out that involves not making use of him. So I think everything will now really start to ride on Grim and on the Capital.
Long angle going to be held by Rin on the Carly. Nobody needs to peek this realistically, especially as soon as you hear that bolt action sniper. You should know exactly what you're dealing with. You don't want to be poking your head into that nice magnified scope that Rin's going to be looking through. FearX not really making too much progress yet. They've got that CCTV wall open, which of course we would expect to be done quite quickly. They haven't cleared out anything of Master Side, which if they want to play from there, they need to. You'll remember my previous frustrations with Cyclops. If they don't want to play from there, if it's all going to be Catwalk and Breach, then yep, leave those players out there in the cold. But I don't think that's going to be the case. Our Cully manages to pick up Goodboy. Rin is there for the trade onto him, but to be honest with you, again, it just feels like a little bit of a lack of intel from FearX. They didn't know our Cully was there. Sharik manages to get Rin as well. That's the Cali gone. It was on a big run out, but it was worth it. Woogie Man manages to find him, but it's 2 versus 3. Woogie Man on very low health as well. And right now, Echo on side. They can just sit back and burn the time away. This
is the danger FearX face. You look at how fast Cyclops were during that first half. There was no time for FearX to stage any kind of retake or flank or any kind of aggressive play. They had to sit there and get beat up Whereas here, because Fearx have been so slow, they've considered things, they've floated around a little bit, dilly-dallied. It's let Cyclops get away with these kind of plays that has now made things this close, this ridiculously close. Anderson getting rid of Woogie, coated with it all to do now, and only 15 seconds to play. Got to step inside a bunch of smoke as well to get himself around. A spray coming through the smoke off towards his left. Goes in for one, gets one, but no, Anderson there to convert the second. Looks a bit close for a second, but like I said, they've left a few too many gaps in that round for me that has let Cyclops pick off key members of the team and then leave a very, very lackluster attack to close out the end.
Yeah, it was closer than it should have been really there at the end. 4 versus 2 at one point in that, but ultimately Fearx did have a little fight back into it, but like you say, just too many gaps, too many advantages offered to Cyclops, and they were able to make that pay. So 6-3 now. Fearx need 3 rounds in a row without mistake. We're going to have Ying and Mira as our final bans. And straight down to the basement for Cyclops, wanting to try and close it out. They did lose this site previously when they tried to defend it. They tried back in round 8. It was the one attack that Fearx have been able to successfully get. They were able to work the blitz down the corridor. But if you remember, it was pretty much good boy with that solo stroll and a 4K along the way that got the round done. And that's not something Fearx can rely on every single time. I think it started off with Shuri with the kill from Kitchen, and he kind of sold his life in there and, you know, got himself into a position where he couldn't safely get himself back to site. So I think if Cyclops don't overcommit like that at the beginning this time, then Fearx are going to have a tough job even getting one of these 3 rounds.
All right, 3 rounds to win in a row. As you say, it'd be shocking to see them win any of them, really, with the way Cyclops have now warmed into this defense. I did say that one attack won by Fearx really came down to the good boy special, and I don't think you're going to see that repeat. It's very rare that Lightning can strike twice the way that they need it very sorely to do so. Now it's about being cheeky on the upstairs, still looking towards these aggressive spawn peaks and still looking to catch people out and shock horror him. It's Shuri trying to make those plays happen.
You wouldn't consider anything other than him making them happen, really, off the performance that he's put in so far. 12 and 5, been hitting runouts, been hitting peaks, been just making an absolute nuisance of himself for Fearx, who set themselves up on the roof. It looks like they're going to have a little bit of a shift. I think they were considering heading into sort of logistics master side, but having opened Jacuzzi wall, they're just going to rotate their way across towards CCTV instead. They are dealing with 2 players up on this top floor. It is going to be the blitz of Woogieman that starts making his way across. Chibisu is going to need a little bit of support from Sharip here possibly, and need to be careful, these 2, for Cyclops. Get away whilst you've got the opportunity. And
I mean, he's double backed and crossed like 3 times there. No surprise that he's paid the price, and they've got rid of Sharip too. Yeah, it's to a level I agree, but I think getting rid of the blitz is probably the biggest win for them here, because down on site now, having to face off against that would be absolute chaos. That now the worst they've got to worry about is the Grimbees and probably the verticality coming out from the round. The 2 hard breaches, not going to offer tons. So although they've lost 2 players and half the round has been burned, I don't think this is strictly the end of the world for Cyclops here. They could probably hold on.
It's not. I agree. It's not the end of the world. I think the next kill becomes particularly important now, and Cyclops need to make sure it goes their way. Like I said, I think they've again maybe just overplayed their hand on that top. It's like Sharip in Kitchen all over again. You know, the bouncing back. There's an opportunity there for the Goyo. Get yourself down the stairs. Get 4 back into sight. But no, they decided instead to try and hold on without really too much value for it, other than that blitz. So 4 versus 3 at the minute. Anaton, Arkule and DD all back inside of sight and can just kind of sit and listen to the noises around them as Fearx start to take up floorboards, open hatches, create new angles and do everything they can to get themselves into a position to force these defenders into trouble. We've got 1 playing in behind the small bar. We've got 1 in the Azami spot. DD is going to be holding on from there just behind the guns at the back of Arsenal. 30 seconds left to go on Fearx. Just moving a little bit slowly for me.
They have been slow. I mean, after seeing Cyclops drive around like a Ferrari, yeah, everything is going to feel a little bit slow, but it's composed at the very least. They look a little bit ready here, waiting. There's one towards the left. Shotgun at the ready, but no, Rin's there ready. 3 players all boxing in. Our colleague getting 1 more. Still 2 more pushing down bottom main that he's got to deal with, but if they get cleared out, this game is won. And getting rid of the one at the back is certainly going to help. A 2v1. Coach DD to step up and go big. Plant is going down, rounding himself here. Has to be mindful of the player. The pre-fire goes big, steps in, and Coach DD wins it all. Cyclops taking all 3 points at 7-3 over Fearex. The exact reverse of the scoreline that we saw the last 2 teams played this map in. How about that?
What a brilliant clutch from DD. Can we just give him a minute there? That was super cool. The pre-fire onto the cover, straight around the corner onto the planter. There was no hesitation from him. 1 versus 2, and just locks it down. We've spoken about Shuri, we've spoken about Arcoli throughout that game, but what a performance from DD in that last round. Great stuff. Cyclops look fantastic today.
They have played absolutely brilliantly. A couple of moments that you'd rather see a bit more from them, but I still stand by that is one of the most dominant wins I think I've seen them have ever, and I hope it may well continue. We're going to go to a break there. When we come back, Game 3 awaits. See you in a few.
You know how they say it's not the destination, it's the journey?
And the journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. And you know what?
They're right.
What is this?
Vegemite.
So what is Vegemite?
It's an Australian, like...
It looks like jam?
Like
or-
jam, yeah.
Okay, let's try.
Yeah, yeah.
It's so good. Yeah, let's try. Fold. This one. Why?
And eat it.
No.
You didn't even eat anything, bro. You're so stupid, bro.
No. I don't like it.
Do you want me to feed it to you or not?
No. You like that?
It's okay.
Well, I'm fake OC. I'm not Australian, so I can eat this one. Tastes like shit. How do you feeling about newcomers in OC?
Newcomers.
Like Kakin?
Kakin's been around longer than me. I'd say I'm a newcomer, honestly. Yeah, me, Box, maybe a few other people, pretty new. Most of the region's pretty new, apart from Fish, Cairo, Chiefs team.
Who is best newcomer in APL right now, you think?
It's me and Relays, 100%.
He's not humble.
You asked me, I'm answering your question, man.
You said, like, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, I agree that Jackson and Ollie is best newcomer in OC and APL.
Be humble.
I'm humble. It's humble answer. You don't agree that?
I agree.
Yeah, that's good. What are your hopes for stage 2?
My hopes for stage 2 would be to finish in the top 2. If we are fortunate enough to do that, we get to go international again, which is a great experience. I think the majors will be a lot different from EWC, so I want to experience that. It's like a whole different thing in itself. I think the boys, we can dig in and do it.
Think you can do it?
You wanna eat more?
No, fuck no. So for you, what is your goal on stage 2?
I just want to be the best I can. If that means I'm playing 12 hours a day, well then I guess I'm going to do it. I probably won't play 12 hours a day.
Okay,
Six a day, maybe.
good to hear to me.
Happy coach, happy team.
Yeah. Your casting is so shit. Like that.
Thanks, bro. Just like your coaching.
How you even started your casting career?
So I started in like 2017. I was at university and I hated studying. And then I realized, hey, I'm obsessed with Rainbow Six. I was like trying to play for some of the teams in Australia. We didn't even have Pro League. And then I just started streaming the games. And then eventually I got asked to do one job and then another job. And then I was like, hey, this is fun. I'm not going to stop. What about you? How did you start your playing and coaching career?
Before Rainbow Six, I played a lot of FPS game, but I was not good, to be honest. But I started Rainbow Six for my esports career, and then I want to make big career in this game. And then I try to learn a lot of things like English, Japanese, like that. And then yeah, I'm here.
So what was your first team?
That was Star Rise Korea team. At the time, we were so bad because we don't have any experience for Pro League, so we were so bad at that time. It was good experience for my Rainbow Six career because at the time I don't have any idea for Rainbow Six stretch, and then I don't have any motivation for Rainbow Six coach. But after 2021, I got a lot of good player, so I have a really big motivation for Rainbow Six, and then I'm watching a lot of things, and then I'm here now.
Yeah. And how's your intern doing with the first?
He looks like he's doing good with the level 1.
Do you reckon he's ready for level 2?
Absolutely.
Okay. Hey, what's going on everybody for APL Stage 2? I'm Dev Marta and today we're playing Shot Ones, the show where we eat hot wings and ask hotter questions. I'm joined by Turdster all the way from New Zealand or Japan or Bandung. You play in the Asia League for Weibo Gaming. Thank you so much for joining me today, Turdster. How are you at eating hot spicy wings?
I don't actually feel like eating hot spicy wings today, but I do have an intern for that. Oi, get over here. It's my intern.
Well, I hope he's good at eating hot spicy wings. Okay, so we've got 3 different levels of hot spicy wings that your intern will be enjoying today. Let's start with the most mild one. Please, intern. So, Turdster, you just got back from EWC where your team performed better than any other APL team. You beat DZ.
Wow, that's spicy.
You lost to the eventual champions of Team Secret. Why do you perform so much better than the rest of APL?
I think a big part is that all 5 players are just better than the other 120 players. Probably a pretty big part of it. Another big part's our coaching staff, our org support, and our fans.
Don't touch your face. Don't
touch your eyes, to be honest. That's level 1. That's awesome. I think a lot of it's that we have a lot of experience and we trust each other and just good vibes, to be honest. Those are the 3 main things that we have better than the other APAC teams that went.
How was the trip? You enjoyed it?
Amazing. I love the EWC. Honestly, it feels like, as a player, feels like you're royalty in the country, to be honest. So good.
You've been to a couple of different events yet. Was it one of your favorites?
I'd say it's the event I'd want to go to every year. It's probably my favorite event.
And how's your intern doing with the first?
He looks like he's doing good with the level 1.
Do you reckon he's ready for level 2?
Absolutely.
Okay, let's dig into the second hot wing now.
Welcome back to APAC North, day 3. We have just watched a little bit of a demolition job, I think it's fair to say, Tim. Cyclops beating out FearX 7-3 on Clubhouse. And now we get to go into our next game of the day. Feels weird to already be halfway through, so I feel like we should have a bunch more matches coming up, but we are not actually too far off done with how things currently stand. Our next game is going to be Mer coming up against Scars. Now, Scars had a little bit of a disappointing game against Cyclops, getting beat 7-2 just a few days ago. Mer, though, I think it's pretty fair to say, surprised us with a 7-2 over D plus Kia.
Yeah, it was a little bit of a speed run when they played D plus Kia, and I don't really know what to expect coming into this game against Scars. You know, are we going to continue to see a roller coaster? It was overtime when they played Cyclops. Cyclops won ultimately, but still, they pushed them the distance. You know, so is this a roster that can continue delivering? It has largely been on the back of rheumatic performances. You can see there, EPS up at 138, 29 and 16. Going really, really well. Other than that, everybody else is kind of average or below. So I said it last play day, I'm going to say it again. There's going to come a play day whereby Rheumatic has a quiet day. And the question is, what happens then?
Yes, I think that's what everyone's waiting to see, is when does he have a quiet one. So far, that gravy train has not stopped on delivering. But let's see if the rest of them can step up today, because we know they're going to need to against Scars, who are a very, very quality outfit from Japan. You've seen them at nearly, well, if not every international event that we've had, they always seem to be present. Hasn't quite been the strongest start to the stage they'd need. Of course, Rek has had a great start. Everyone else, though, probably similar story to Mer. To be fair, we've had one player going up big. The other four, though, we've got to see come more to the forefront.
Yeah, which is kind of unusual for Scars. They've always been such a solid team. You know, it's always been one of their big qualities, really. If anything, I've quite often thought of Rek as a bit of a roller coaster player. You would have games where he goes really big or might be a little bit quiet. Yeah, struggling for consistency across the rest of the team at the minute. Maybe this is the day that it all clicks for them. You know, we'll find out. Could be an opportunity against Mer. But yeah, I think it's definitely... I expect a Scars win, but big question mark over this one.
Yeah, I think I predicted Mer for this one, only because it was that big question mark over it. Like you say, a Scars going to play to the same level. It really could go either way, but let's see what battleground we're heading to for these two teams to show us their stuff. At least with how things currently stand, Scars only on 2 points. They need a bit more. Mer sat on 4 in our top 3, which is a very impressive place to be. So hopefully we can see one of the two really propel themselves ahead here and start putting a bit of a challenge to FearX and CAG, as we've been used to seeing historically. Be a little bit of banked in between these two teams to show us what's going to go down.
I love a little bit of bank.
Love a bit of bank.
I love a bit of it. I enjoy watching competitive games on bank. I just want to have a look at how Mer shape up on there.
Mer's permaban. They never play it.
Yeah, I think that's a really bad thing for them. I think, you know, really, if you're going to go up against Scars, who, you know, are going to be one of the top teams in the region when all is said and done, give yourself every chance you can. And it would have been, you know, get onto a better map, maybe get onto something. It's a good example, exactly what they did against D plus Kia. Went to border, keep it simple, just get in there. You can take your gunfights, you can let everything else worry about itself, and you go in and get a good win. I think here on Bank, it's such a big map. There's a lot of space to control, there's a lot of strategy involved, and I would fully expect a team like Scars to be coming in and dismantling them, really. You know, in this kind of environment. Whether that'll be accurate or not, time will tell. But yeah, I think strong lean towards Scars, having seen that map ban.
It's funny because you say that. I actually kind of lean hard the other way because it's a permaban from Mer. The last ban they chose to take out was Border. And I think Scars look at this and go, okay, it's a map they've played 3 times. They've only banned it once over the last 6 months. They'll go to Border 100%. They'll ban away Bank, and we then have the choice of Chalet or Border. We'll probably go to Border because we've got a load of tape we can prep. I think Mer have thrown a little bit of a wrench in the machine here because they never play Bank. It is their most banned map away. They simply haven't shown it in the last 6 months, whereas Scars, they showed it just 6 days ago against Enterforce. Yes, they won, but it was pretty damn close. It was an overtime win. So I think Mer have come in here and they're going to show us a lot of counter prep, a lot of ideas on how to beat Scars on this map. This could be a really interesting match.
defenders. Protect your bombs.
First few rounds, I think, are going to be particularly important with me. May need a really good defence. They need a minimum 4-2 on defence. I think it's going to be more difficult for them when they get onto that attacking half. So I think definitely giving themselves a solid foundation. And they're going down into the basement to begin with. I'm just looking. We've got Echo. Naps has brought along the shotgun. There we go. You see it. Bold calls all over the place here. We've got the Chanka, we've got the Echo shotgun. The other sort of left-hand half of the team, we've got the Jaeger Smoke Goyo. That's much more what we'd expect.
I actually don't hate it. We saw quite a bit of it in EU last week as well. I think because the secondary is now quite potent, many are starting to run the shotgun on primary. And for a while, we did actually have Echo suppressed shotgun being run a lot in APAC North. And everyone looked around the world a bit like, not too sure about that one. I think now the suppressors are starting to come off more and more. Like, people are starting to see actually it is quite valuable. It just brings another shotgun onto the lineup that you can make use of. What does really get me, Tim, is the Jaeger shotgun. I don't think you need that many shotguns in a lineup.
No, I would agree. I would fully agree.
And the Chanka, like, what are you playing that tight angles everywhere?
There's some bold decisions been made in this defensive lineup, and we'll see whether Scars can take advantage of that. Look, they may come away looking like absolute geniuses. It's just like I said, coming in. I think they need a strong defensive half, and so they need a big start. And taking those risks, is that going to help you do that? Not too sure it will, but let's see how it plays out over the next couple of minutes. We seem to have a little bit of a prawn off at the minute. One knows that the other is looking in through. They're just trying to kind of bait it out. That's a number of drones lost there for the time being. Rheumatic is able to stay inside of the elevator.
Now holds on. They've got to start pressuring him soon, though, or he can just step back and be quite happy about this one. There we go. Drops away after a little bit of support comes out from Naps, and he's back on site happy. A bunch of drones chewed through, half the round gone. Not bad work at all.
No, it's reasonable. It's reasonable for holding on to elevator. I don't really see Scars taking too much ground elsewhere. They haven't got themselves inside a server, haven't started dealing with blue yet. So whether the push is going to come from elsewhere or not, I'm not sure. They can now go in and take open area, which they have done. They're starting to get those hatches opened up, so it does look like it's going to be a fairly standard push. Both hatches go at the same time. So Scars, 1 minute 10 left on the clock. Next step is dealing with top blue stairs. It's Luca that's going to be holding with the Jaeger shotgun.
At least that shotgun makes sense
now. You're going to have to move him out. Oh, total sense, yeah. If you're going to play on blue stairs, absolutely.
I just thought they put a smoke there. I'm kind of surprised we haven't, but look, they're burning everything in this one. He knows that he is in danger.
Big trouble.
Gets himself tucked in. I like the fact that the door is barricaded off the bottom. They have to open that if they're going to push on to, which is what Bashoy is looking to do. Swinging onto it. Maybe there's one player. There's almost a second as well. Can't quite get rid of that. 3 players all bearing down on him. Dead to rights and taken out. Down to the last 35 seconds here for Scars on their push in.
Yeah, pretty easy for Scars to deal with that, but now it comes down to the accuracy, not only of the Tachanka. We've spoken about this over the last few days, and using those smoke canisters as well, because the Tachanka isn't always the most accurate when it comes to blocking off that plant spot, whereas the smokes should be much better. Interestingly, they're using them on the bomb chassis as well to stop this secondary location, and that's exactly why they've done it. I love that. Washoy does relocate and is going to start putting the diffuser down, and I don't think they know exactly where, but yes, they do manage to find and get the kill. 2v1. Are they going to be able to scramble this, Scars?
He sees him. You can see him. Gets it down as well. Round 1 out, if only by a drop of a hair at the very end of a round. Chaotic end as well, because primary site wasn't available. Goes to secondary plant, not available. Go deeper in towards the third one. 4 versus 2. Then 2 players get taken out. It comes down to a 2v1. A chaotic explosion to end the round, but it's still Mer that come out on top, Tim. First round to them.
Yeah, and I really like that from Mer. I like that the Toxic Babe canisters were going on to the bomb chassis. They'd fully predicted exactly what Scars were going to do there, which was relocate into that secondary spot. We've spoken about this at length, Des. For any of our regular viewers who are watching EML, who are watching the other stuff that we cover, we've spoken about this over and over the last couple of days, because we've seen a number of times people bringing Tachanka, not the smoke, bringing both, playing the smoke on blue stairs. We've seen several different variations, pretty much every variation of that setup, and that's the first time we've seen that. We both favour, I think it's fair to say, the smoke being used for the plant denial, because the Shumical launcher is just a little bit unpredictable as to where that fire is going to land, how much area it covers, how long it's going to cover for. It's quite easy to dash through it. We tend to see a lot of successful plants when you rely on just the Tachanka. So commonly, if we do see them paired up, it's the Toxic Babe canisters going into the same location for the default plant. But that reading into it and thinking, no, the attackers have actually generally just started sprinting through this and planting chassis, so sending the Toxic Babe canisters in there instead. Love that from and they've done really well to hold on there at the end too.
All right. Interesting start. Very, very close. Don't want to draw any conclusions just yet. We'll see how the next couple of rounds play out at the very least. We're up to this top floor now with the castle on side to, as you'd expect, lock down a bunch of the site alongside the Azami. We're going to see the Azami taken away, I'd imagine, in the next round to stop all this doubling down and locking up sites nice and tight with the use of those two architect operators. But really on the other side, though, eyes have to turn in towards things like the Grim. You bring that along to force out any defenders in power positions when you're trying to go for an execute, unless they stay there and die. But you've also got Irrigator looking to do work on the Deimos and play around that at the same time. So lots of potential here for Scars, but it's about getting yourself into the right position first. That means chewing through things like these Roteros, through those Ash charges, to get everything softened up and ready for an execute.
It's going to be putting immediate pressure into stock and getting the kill. Choppy will take down Rheumatic. A big loss for Mer to kick off the round. We've spoken about the value that Rheumatic has provided so far. Did get a kill in the first round. Will not be getting any more in this one. 5 versus 4. And Mer, I think, going to find themselves under fairly quick pressure here. Look at this fortress that's been created with the Keeper barricades, but it does provide a little bit of safety for the attackers to move in as well, which is exactly what they're going to do. Managed to get the kill into Janitor, and this round just opened wide open for Scars.
You say that, Tim. We're down to a 3v3 again, and I imagine they're going to slam the brakes on. Oh, that's just too easy. Shot. No! He's there free and ready for you. You know the recoil on that gun's a little bit crazy. But really should have had another kill on their side here. But sure, he's down to a fraction of HP. Not a great spot to be in, really. Fishlock's back up on his feet. That's 2 low HP members now on Scars. C4 in a spot. I was going to say surely a pre-place there, but no, has pulled it off far too early.
As you say, it's all a little bit of a pause at the minute here while Scars figure out exactly what's going on. Fishlack has been collected, but he's 20 health. Wishoy, I think you'd have to zoom in to see exactly how much health he's got left. It's that little. Must be a 1 HP situation, but look at this. Scars are now established inside a site. Opportunity to put the diffuser down as well. Wishoy will do exactly that. Can't see that they're going to get it stopped. There you go. Yokai taken out immediately. Plant is successful. Mer on the back foot. Trade comes in between Choppy and Luca. 3 versus 2 now, and Scars, you've got to say, should hold on to this.
His castle barricade's actually working against them now as well. Like, it's fully been taken over by Scars. Murder's a bit too passive, and that panic C4 that we saw come out earlier, would have really loved to have seen him go and play from below there, knowing a plant was coming down. With Shoy and Fishlight both on 1 HP, both on the windows here. Naps gets rid of one more. They could do this, Tim, as long as they get the cover in the right spot here as well. They know where Shoy is, can't quite get the down. Surely here he holds on. Yes, he does. Takes out Naps, and Scars get the round. So back and forth with both teams giving the other opportunities to just take the round away from each other.
That just shows the fine margins that we're working with here in Siege Days. We're shy. We commented, you know, so nearly taken out. One more bullet from that player in lobby, and we're sure he's not in a position to be able to plant, which he did. He's not in a position to be able to finish the post plant, which he did. You know, it just comes down to such tiny differences, and coming out of that round, you've got to kick yourself a little bit if you think you're Murray. You just think that one more bullet, that one, you know, slightly better accuracy, one extra shot lands, and it's a very different outcome to that one.
All right, 1 apiece, but both rounds feeling unconvincing is probably how I'd summarize it so far, Tim. It reminds me of PSG Talon versus Enterforce at the start of the day, where it's been a little bit scrappy. There's been some moments where poor decisions have been made and it's cost teams at different points in the round. And it does make me worry again for Scars, who, as we've seen for so many years now, are one of our top teams. They're at every single event. You know, everyone gets very excited about Cyclops because they're quite a spiky team. They're very exciting to watch, whereas Scars have always kind of been the epitome of stability from the Japanese league, whereas now things aren't looking so hot across these first 3 days. Really got to see them warm into this game a little bit more here, and maybe trying to take better control in this round because the inclusion of 2 shield operators in their lineup.
Yeah, things are going to get more and more difficult for them from here. Like I said, I feel like Bank is overall going to be a difficult map for them to hold on to because there's just so many options for Scars to use, and we can see that they are quite prepared to employ any of them. So top floor clearance, I think it will be. We've already got the Blackbeard of Wreck lined up on those windows. They're opened up and he's going to be ready to go in. Immediate push into lobby from the Monty as well. Fishlight does have diffuser in hand. He's going to look to get aggressive and again support this top floor clearance, get straight up the gold stairs. I think he knows that there's one ahead of him. Doesn't know exactly where though. Needs to be careful. Wreck has taken some big damage as well. This player should not be escaping with their life realistically.
For now, Luca dug in tight. Absolutely should get picked off at some point. And it takes a drone in the corridor to see him, and he should be dead to rights. There aren't many ways out of here except that doorway or the hatch itself. But no! Deletes for Shoy, the Zofia gone, and drops down through the hatch. That's it, Tim. Great little bit of a roam.
Perfect.
Very happy to drop away.
Absolutely perfect play there, just not overstaying his welcome, getting a kill, burning nearly half the round. That's all that Mer could have asked for him, and now they reposition inside of sight to try and take up those angles. They've also got, it's worth pointing out, Coop down in the basement as well, currently on main stairs, but it's kind of loitering, hanging about, watching that angle, and again could prove to be a little bit of a nightmare if Scars don't thoroughly drone this and aren't aware of his position, especially seeing as it's Rek who's nearby, and he's going to push down there and could well lose that shield very easily with a couple of shots to the back.
This is where you really get tested as a top team now. It's like, okay, you're bouncing against the wall here, you're losing part of the position, you need to figure out a way back into the round, and it's on you to be creative in how you approach doing that. They managed to do it quite well last round because Mer gave them a lot of space, but here they're still trying to find out the exact path on through. Smoke's being exchanged by both sides. Shields hanging around Archive at this point. I think you've still got the Blackbeard looking to work his way down the stairs in case there's a flank coming up. But for now, Scars looking like they're seeing that clock run away from them, and this one could slip by them unless they start a move soon. There we go. Smoke taken down. That's a key one. Shield. That's the one I was on about. Watching out for this flank coming out from Coop. That's now been dealt with, and he's starting to stiff inside of the site itself. A second kill for Choppy, but no, he can't deal with Coop, who now owns the bleepers entirely to himself. That's a bit of a side stab to worry about. Iagator steps across, gets the shut down there. Problem dealt with. Scars adapting well. Only 10 seconds left though, Tim.
Yeah, this is why I was a little bit concerned for Mer on Bank, because there's always so many options, even when things don't go right, and Scars are proving that. But look at that, Naps manages to take the diffuser down as the plant was going through, and there's nobody there to recover it and continue that plant, so it is going to be round Mer. And again, I think Scars have just been too slow, Des. They've known that player was on main stairs for the longest time, and there's not been enough support there for Rek to either move past him or to bait him out and try and get that kill, or to push and pressure him. There's just not been enough. They've been aware of that for ages. We saw the yellow ping. We saw the drones going down there. They knew that the position was being held, and Scars are just not working quickly enough.
I was really worried as we got to the last 30 seconds. I was like, well, they're around the site. Like, they're inside Archives. They've got the shield staring in towards the site itself. They've got main stairs covered. They had all the things going right for them. But it's that classic symptom that we've seen from quite a few teams in APAC North so far, where they do a lot of the hard yards in the first 70-80% of the round, and then it all falls away from them in the last 10 to 20%. And for Scars, they'll be kicking themselves there. They had that man advantage. They had 2 shields on side. They really shouldn't be losing rounds like that.
No, they absolutely shouldn't. There wasn't enough pressure on site to say the lineup that they had. And yeah, definitely back to the drawing board for Scars. Look, we saw them last week struggle against Cyclops, and, you know, Cyclops have been really good. They showed us that again today, but it does start leaving some question marks over Scars, doesn't it? Because, you know, this is a roster that we expect to be coming out and winning all but maybe one of their games through a regional stage. You know, we expect that they're going to be right up there at the top, and it's maybe a Fear X, maybe a Cyclops that managed to get a win against them. But we really do expect to be Scars, you know, sitting up there on the top, getting almost all of the wins, if not all of them, throughout the stage. So a little bit of a surprise from their performances over the last couple of play days. And Rek is thinking about getting in. It's going to be a basement attack once again. So looking to take control over open area. Knows that there's a challenge there for him immediately, but not overcommitting to this mirror. And again, I think that's something that they've done quite well. They hold positions, but they don't overcommit. We saw it on main stairs last time around. Coop just held that position. It burnt so much time because nobody could move past him, but he didn't get overly aggressive with it. He didn't go looking for the fights. It was really good stuff, and it continues to be so. Luca up on the top floor last round as well. Exactly the same. Waited until the fight was in his favour, took it, and dropped the hatch. Great stuff, and they continue to show that.
Interesting how Luca's dropped away from playing the shotgun in this round. Instead, is back over to the old faithful, but is still playing on blue stairs. So a small change in tap being brought out. Guard certainly not being their blue stairs player. It's been really interesting over the last week seeing how teams approach differently the defense of blue stairs. We've seen Wardens on there. We've seen Jaegers on there. We've seen Goyos played on there. We've seen a lot of variability in what operators are deployed for that purpose. Some like to play the smokes live. Some like to keep the smoke for the late round. It really has been very variable across both this region and EML.
Still yet to deal with the top of blue. Luca this time not bringing the shotgun. Is going to have a lot of utility to support him. A number of ADSs, a Vulcan canister, a deployable shield. So really digging in to top blue. Going to be holding there for the entirety of his life. And he's got a little bit of support underneath as well, so it's not a case of dropping into server and cutting him off from the bottom of blue. Naps is actually playing inside of there, and it's great stuff from Luca once again. Des, what did I say earlier? They've timed their aggression so well, they've not overcommitted to anything, and he doesn't. Naps just does overcommit a little bit. He had an opportunity to maybe get back. He was concerned about the hatch. It was a tough situation for him, but 3 versus 3 and taking out the Capitao and the Hibana is no mean feat whatsoever. Mer are actually well positioned here. Losing the Warden, not ideal, but other than that, they've got their denial and they can hold on.
If ever you've looked at a player on blue stairs and wonder, well, why are his teammates helping him? You're seeing exactly the problem there. The hatch just opened up. The Warden is looking to challenge him towards server, but they've got him from the hatch. Unless he can get a kill in reverse, which is very hard to do, you're just guaranteed to die if you try and help out the player on blue stairs. And so, yeah, a bit of a mistake being shown by Naps there, I feel. They're in now for a plant, and Tim, shock horror, Achanka is not effective in deterring a plant from going down. Fishrock's going to be able to stick this one now, and there's no concern from Coupe. Can't do anything with it. I really wish people would stop trying to lean on Achanka so heavily, because I just don't see it being effective.
Especially for that default spot, it's just not sufficient. I think we saw a Toxic Babe canister detonate. It seemed to be in red corridor, or I think it's probably snagged on the wall. So I think that's part of the problem there. I think the intention was to back the Tachanka with the Toxic Babes as well, as we have seen done in combination, but the throw was bad. That's all I can assume, because there's literally no other reason to be deploying a smoke canister in or around red corridor, but this could be a real problem. They've got away with it.
Okay. All right.
I mean, I'd assume that the round was won for Scars at that point. I don't even know what to say. Pros don't fake, Des.
I feel like I've just had the same comments after each of the 4 rounds so far, is that there's some things that both teams do really well. Like looking at the blue stairs, Tate's coming out of Scars. They've done it great every time they've pushed into it. They've managed to get the diffuser down. That is an almost unlosable situation on that site. You've got the hatch to play behind, you can play inside of dirt, you've got server for the cover, you've got the long angles, superior scopes, all the rest of it. Yet they've still let the round slip through their fingers, and because the Thatcher was in a bad position, wasn't able to recover and help give a cover for it they needed. Could have happily played on the hatch the whole time, but it just feels again like they're letting these situations slip through their fingers when that really shouldn't be the case.
Heads up play from Coop as well on the Tachanka. Sometimes you find yourself, you only need 7 seconds, and sometimes you just find yourself in that spot and you think, no bullets coming in here. Maybe I'll just keep the old finger down on F and we see what happens. And it was beautiful stuff from him. So Murgo 3-1 up. I said they needed a good start on the defense. That's exactly what they have had. If they can continue this on, 4-2, 5-1, absolutely perfect entry for them into this matchup. And honestly, it's not just about the fact that they're winning defenses. It's the fact that Scars don't look good.
Yeah.
Scars just do not look good. They're not playing well. And this game is here for the taking for me.
Scars on their best day would be rolling through this game, like 100%, because Mer haven't been flawless. They've played okay. They certainly haven't been flawless and not as strong as what we saw from them last week when we were casting them. they've done all right, but it comes back to that question that you asked in the pregame. What happens when Rumatic doesn't have a good day? And although he's doing okay, he's 3-2, he's far from flying the way that we used to see him from him over the last couple of play days. So just one of those to bear in mind, I guess, as we step here into round 5 and see how the last couple go. It's going to be that same focusing towards the Azami and the Castle. I said that I thought we might see a ban come away against the Azami, but instead it was the Echo that was banned away before the previous round. Clearly going in a little bit of a different direction with their banning strategy.
Getting onto the windows, clearing out that utility around stock as well. We know how much of a power position that is. Fully aware here, Irrigator, of somebody inside of Cafe, I think. Doesn't want to get overly aggressive on it. Luca needs to play this carefully, and as he gets targeted, he's going to try and now slip himself away. The information will be there for Irrigator, but he hasn't actually gone on the chase yet. I'm sure he will have fed that back into his team, but there's not going to be anybody able to actually use that intel, but it does stop him being pressured, which was the important bit for him in that moment.
Absolutely. I mean, it's just good that no one's gone down too early on, to be fair. We're over half the way through, and no one has died in the early engagements that we've sometimes seen coming out. And a pressure on towards this Azami, though, and why is he stood out in the open there? Like, there's a whole Kiva right there next to you. If he got the second there, that could have been horrific, but Coupe instead managed to shut down Rek on his push on forward. So far, 2 kills towards Mur. And this is where panic stations start to come online for Scars. They've got to move here while they've got a little bit of momentum. Trying to do that, but Naps has just stepped in from the square after clearing it out. Deleted them on side of sight, but it is 1-for-1 back and forth. Tim, we're down to a 2 versus 2, but I don't fancy coming up against the magnified scope of the Aruni or those smoke canisters. By the way,
not at all.
Both barbed wires in back pocket for Coupe. Like, why? What's going on?
Yeah, exactly. I mean, Bob does damage now. It has done for a little while. And look at Fish, like, very low health. You know, even just in an area it's got to be cleared, like, you know, get it out there. But, yeah, that's the problem for Scars at the minute, is the fact that they're both low health, whereas Naps and Coupe, as you say, just both, like, absolutely maxed out. They've got the utility that they need. They've got the weaponry that they need. They just need to wait for these fights to be in their favour. I don't think they're aware that he's led prone here, but
he will
he's
know.
Maybe not going to get away with this. No, he's dipped away from out of the fight. Going to be looking for the plant instead. 8 seconds left. This could be another Mur round if they can just find this position, but right now they cannot. They get the first kill though. 1 versus 1 now, as the trade was there.
They just cannot stop, but oh my god, Choppy goes big when required. It's certainly not in a clean fashion, Tim, but for the second time here, we've seen Mur concede so much site control that has let Scars get the diffuser down and close out a round as a result.
Yeah, Mur fought their way back into that round about 4 times.
Yeah.
You know, they've got to be frustrated not to win it. Every bit of aggression seemed to come from Scars, and it would gain them something in the round. But there was always an answer. There was always a response from Mur, and it kind of, you know, oh, right, okay, yeah, we've got an oh, no, it's 4v4 now. Oh, no, it's back to 2v2. And it was always kind of like Mur, you know, would scramble, and you'd think, right, okay, they've got themselves settled now. They're back into this. But then just couldn't get it done at the end. And Scars did really well, you know, in the 2v2 with low health. They took the risk with Fishlike to get that diffuser down. It forced Mur into action, and they just weren't really ready for what was going to be ahead of them. So I think they'll be a little bit frustrated with that. There's an opportunity to be like 4-1 up at this point and going for the 5-1 half. But if Scars come away 3-3 here, it's an absolute steal. They've got away with one.
5 seconds remaining.
It's just round to round, there's no rhythm to the game at the minute because it has been so inconsistent between the two is what makes it feel so bizarre. And hoping to God that they can turn things around here and get themselves back up to that 3-3, as you say. For Scars, it will feel like a massive success if they get there because of how unpredictable the half has been. Mur get that 4-2, I can't say I'm surprised either. But I think even they'll feel, yeah, we've really got away with that after a couple of the rounds and how things have played out so far. So let's see how the half closes out. Shield once again being brought along. Fishlike onto the Monty here with the Dockerby in tow and a hell of a lot of flank lockdown. Don't blame them because they have been stung by players just swinging out wildly or stepping into places that arguably they shouldn't be able to. At least a gridlock will give some control on that side.
Right, very quickly moving in underneath, got himself established inside of servers. I'm not sure if he thinks he's going to be pushed or not. He's got support from Choppy as well. Just going to be looking to, that's exactly what they wanted to do, get that Claymore off and make sure that they can't be flanked up these blue stairs. So now they can start working on that wall without too much of a concern. I think Rek is probably just going to hold his position as well. If it's maybe trying to bait the flank almost, and if they see the Claymore lines, they'll maybe think, oh, you know, let's go and have a look at them. They just think that they've got it Claymored off and they don't need to worry about it. And as they move through, Rec just picks them up with a shot to the back. We'll see how that pans out.
All right. Oh, I got the square side, as you say. Where can they go from here? Downwards is, of course, going to be the focus. Just got to be careful about anyone skulking around downstairs. But as a remark, this is why you have things like the gridlock on side. Ready to start opening this wall up. You can see 2 players from Murrah scattered out towards the west side of the map. A long challenge coming on through as that ingredient is popped off there as well. Not having to worry about that for too much longer. Me, it's a couple of C4s in the back pocket of the Mozzie, the Mute here, which could be a bit of a party spoiler. No smoke on side feels like a mistake, but having a Legion to help try and disrupt that Monty, also not a bad thing.
Yeah, no, not terrible. Plant going down, actually. Talk about disrupting the Monty.
So,
Nothing's disrupting me.
C4s.
He's just walked in and put it down. That's a big mistake from they've took their eye off the ball there. I spoke about a 3-3 being a steal, but I tell you what, it's not much of a heist if Scars may leave the door open for them, is it? Choppy is going to be downed at this point, 4 versus 4 effectively for a second at least. The fighting will continue as Nats manages to pick one up as well, but still 4 versus 4 as Choppy was picked up, and honestly, I don't see any way Scars don't hold on to this.
Now, Choppy's just collecting scalps here from top blue. 3 kills there. Looking for a 4th now, as well as the Monty just feeds all the info. Fine. Wow, where was that C4 30 seconds ago? It comes out now and they get what they need, but Choppy secures his 4th of the round, moves up to 10 kills in the game. Feels like the only real sense of stability that I think we're seeing across both sides, Tim, but it does give us that 3-3 half.
A 4K as well as being picked up during the round. Yeah, good stuff for Choppy. Well, Murrah have given that one. I said that 3-3 would be a steal for Scars, but like I say, Murrah have just left the door open there. You cannot allow... That's ridiculous. You cannot allow a Monty to just walk in and plant behind counter when everybody's left alive. You've got nitros, you've got everything going on for you. They've just completely taken their eye off the ball there, and Scars have taken great advantage of that. So well played from them. But yeah, 3-3. I don't think that suits Murrah at all. I was concerned about them on bank. I thought that defense was their best opportunity to get rounds on the board. The way that I've just seen that last couple of rounds go, this is going to be a struggle for them on the attack. I think Scars are probably going to settle in now and make this very difficult.
All right. I agree with you as well, to be fair. I think the attacking side is, as we often say, where the lower ranked teams tend to come into a little bit of a struggle. So Murrah have really got to show something special here. Unless Scars completely fold on the defense, which I'm not really anticipating. You just don't know. Starting things off down in the basement. We've got that leaning towards the Chanka again. I don't know what it is that's led to such a rise in popularity of Chanka, because we've seen it around the world. Like, I would love to go and actually check the play rate for Chanka on this site in particular, because we have seen it so often over the last couple of weeks.
The thing is, if people show me loads of footage of him successfully, protecting that default plant spot and stopping plants going down, I'd be like, yeah, no problem, fair enough. But you can't. Because it barely ever works.
Yeah.
Even earlier when we saw, you could argue that Chanka was successful. I'd argue that he wasn't without the smoke, because it was the toxic babe canisters back in round 1. It was the toxic babe canisters on bomb chassis that actually forced them even deeper to plant, and then they were able to get the kill. So yeah, I'm not having it. I'm still not having it, and we continue to act like it's the number 1 preference, it would seem, for defending the plant on this site, and I'm with you. I can't buy into it.
I don't want to go too mental about it, because like Smoke, for example, has been played 47 rounds. He's got a 40% win rate on this map. Chanka has obviously been played for far less, because he's only ever really played in the bottom site. 1 9 of 16 with a 56% win rate, which sounds good as the math, but again, it's only for that one site he keeps getting brought. I need to isolate it down further at some point so I can look at that specific site, and I'll come back with a report at some point. The point stands, though, he is one of the lower win rate defenders. There are others above him, such as Legion's up there, Jaeger's up there, Ella's up there, Mira's up there, Echo's up there. There's loads of others that do better. Great shot from Fishlike, and Coupe clearly wants to help out as well. Gets another kill too. That's just, I don't know, bit of a bizarre first round from Murrah. Not sure what's going on here, Tim.
I think they've tried a little lobby rush there, just get down into Vault. And it hasn't happened. It hasn't worked out. So, yeah, Scars are almost certainly going to be taking this first defensive round. I think it's back to the drawing board for Mer. They've got 2 of them left alive. I guess you have a little look on the draw and see, you know, they're going to use a little bit this time. Maybe see if anybody presents themselves for a cheap kill. Guard will manage to pick up Rex, so that gives them something to work with, I guess. They're going to start now clearing a little bit of utility. But they still find themselves 2 versus 4. Everybody downstairs for Scars. They're not a silly team. They've been around this game for a long time, and they're just going to sit and wait. There's absolutely no way you were going to draw them into fights. Diffuser's down inside a vault. They know that they don't need to go anywhere.
They certainly don't. If they bottle a 5 versus 2, I'll be lost for words given how the first half has gone. There's just no way they should. We've got about 60 seconds still to play, so there is time for Mer to make progress here. A little bit nervous of doing it completely separately. I think rainbowsix looking for his drop in through that lobby hatch again, which is never going to go well. They'll know to watch out for that when I say it. His mate has dropped him. Have they heard him? I'm not too sure they have. Goes round for the one, but Choppy's found him first. As said, he is that player of stability so far today. Guard certainly can't win this by himself. This round does look to be going the way of Scars.
Yeah, I'd be very surprised. I'd be very surprised if not. Mer, let's be honest, you're going to have to, as much as Scars might not have been great in the first half of this, there's been some wobbles there. You're going to have to get up earlier in the morning to surprise them than just dropping down lobby hatch and thinking you're going to, you know, walk into site and get a couple of kills. So, yeah, I think back to the drawing board for Mer. They need to play more siege than just trying to rush in and catch them on the back foot. You need to be clearing, you need to be getting map control, you need to be getting entry kills, you need to be removing that utility. These are all boxes you have to be ticking against Scars, which they've just tried to completely circumvent there, and well, they've got what they asked for, really.
Absolutely. I mean, okay, you know what? I don't mind the first round being the crazy one. You want to try and rush, often it's immediately after attack timeout or at the start of a half. So I don't mind them at all giving it a go and see what they can do. But now they know it doesn't work, and you've got to see Mer actually play the game more conventionally, the way that they probably had in mind in the first place. We'll see how things change up. See that Carly being brought along, which suggests they believe we're going up towards that top floor. They would be wrong, because we are not going there. Instead, we are going in towards open and staff.
Yeah, this again, just to remind people, is a map that Scars have done pretty well on over the last sort of 6 months or so. Looking at 3 wins and 1 loss. Last time they won it was very recently, back on the 5th of September, 6 days ago, against Enterforce in this very league. So, yeah, you know, a map that they are more than comfortable on. It's kind of middle of the pack for them in terms of preference. There are other maps that they would rather go to, but more than happy to play here, and showed a little bit of a pedigree in doing so. And it feels like Mer might have missed their opportunity here. There was a moment where we were talking about 5-1 halves to begin with when they were on the defence. They've then had a real wobble in round 5 and 6, allowed Scars back into it to take a 3-3, and now find themselves for the first time in this matchup behind on the scoreboard. And this is only going to get more difficult, you feel?
Yes. Well, maybe with the double shields, we can see something change up here for them. Let's see how things play now that the round is well and truly underway. A lot of focus coming in towards top square to kick things off. Unsurprisingly, they want this top floor control before they really get things moving and on its way. For the most part, ready to dig in on site. Scars, you have got 3 players currently roaming around on that top floor, but looking at who they are, very slow Malusi, the smokes of the smoke as well. They want to be dropping down as well. Here we go on the aggressive side again, that cover coming in, trying to protect it towards Janitor here. Well, here we go, a C4 from below. 3 players all getting involved in that defense against the Blitz, and Luca is gone. Wreck has fallen at the same time, and that will force these players on Scars back in towards site. I think they'll just be glad to see a shield taken off the board.
Yeah, I think that's absolutely fine if you're Scars. Not ideal losing the Azami, but taking the Blitz out and stopping what was going to be not another rush attempt, but that aggression from Mer coming in, wanting to quickly take ground, wanting to force you back, wanting you to panic. They've now got the time to take a breath of Scars to get themselves reset, which is exactly what they've done. They're all now in first floor positions, so there's nobody playing underneath or anything. From Mer, what I want to see is get in quickly now. Be confident. You know you've got that top floor, so start using it. We'll see the boogie drone going out. Start using those verticals above Tellers, which is where we had somebody playing. I think it was Washoyu who was playing there previously, but he's actually moved back to site now. Choppy's been forced out to elevator as well. Yes, they will find him now as the drone goes around the corner. So reasonably well set up here. They've got plenty of time. They just need an extra kill or two, and that should be the catalyst to get into sight.
Absolutely. I mean, at this point, just holding and waiting to see what comes next from Mur as we get in towards that last 60 seconds. Of course, sniffing around Archive, as you'd expect. Naps has been kind of the star player for Mur throughout this game. I know we spoke a lot about Joppy, but I'm be ignoring the impact of Naps in a lot of these mid rounds as well. Has really helped swing some of those rounds over to his team side that otherwise wouldn't have been there. More looking towards that time as it ticks down. I feel the same as I did about Scars earlier on. Like, they're slowly getting there, but 3 players all gathering around 1 push point makes me very, very nervous. It's very bottlenecky to get in towards the site itself, and I'm just concerned that Mur maybe have got positioning wrong on this one. Relying on a drop and 2 or 3 pushing in from Archives? We'll see.
Out goes the frag grenade just to try and force anybody away, but for time being, Alligator is holding them back with those Toxic Babe canisters. Here comes the push. Kill will be finished, and it looks good for Mur, but time could be an issue. 6 seconds left to go. Diffuser is not in hand. It's 2 versus 3. If Scars can just survive, they will win it on the clock. It came down to a 1v1. It was close, Des. It was so close, but with that diffuser down, Mur had to commit to kills. They couldn't get it done in time. And even they recognise that, you know, that's not exactly what we wanted out of that one.
I said as we got to about that 40-second mark, it feels much like Scars is pushing when they ran out of time as well. Just hadn't quite made enough progress, didn't have players in the right position. Yes, there was a pretty magical 4K coming out of the Valkyrie. It was sat on the hatch the whole time. It was brilliant. But aside from that, I'm just a little bit like, I don't know. Frustrating is probably the main way I can summarize it, because you know that Mur could have done so much more with that round after finding themselves going 1-for-1 early on. Scars, though, fair play. They've held on to him. They're up to 5-3. It's the scoreline that you probably expect to see. It's just the fashion in which we're seeing it that I don't expect.
Yeah, I'd agree. It's required more scrappiness out of Scars than I might have expected, but scrapping is something that they can do. It's something you need to be able to do. If you want to win leagues, you want to win titles, you want to win games, you've got to be able to, as I call, win them ugly, as well as, you know, win the ones that all go in your favour. And Scars right now are doing that. 5-3, sitting pretty. And I think that last round will hurt Mur a little bit. They've called the tack timeout on the back of it. You know, I think they come away from that thinking, we've thrown that away there. You know, diffuser's gone down. We've done nothing to collect it, and really we've had the run of that for quite a long time. They've had top floor control. They've had everything they needed to pressure site, and they just haven't been able to get it done. So unfortunate for them. Back to the drawing board. We come into round 9. And they're going to try and get this one. Scars have saved the top floor for their 3rd choice site. If they can get this locked out, it gives... You really do fancy them for the game then. They've only got 1 more round to find. So far from the performance on attack, I don't think Mur have got 3 back-to-back in them. So Scars, it takes a huge weight off them if they get this done now.
For sure. Well, let's see though if that tack timeout changes anything though, Tim. We're seeing the... I don't even want to try and say the name now. Raura on side.
Raura?
We had some fun trying to say that name the other day. It was on the EML broadcast, wasn't it?
It was,
losing our collective minds over saying that name. It's ridiculous. But yes, is that going to be the big transformer for them? No. More looking in towards the Ying here, but we have got to deal with things like the Wamai first and foremost. No Warden on side to worry about, which is a nice thing to have. And given Naps has been that sort of X factor for his team at points, I like that he's the one with the opportunity to capitalize at the back of those flashes.
Already stacked up with a couple on the windows. Already going to be going in and getting this wall open. Good quick progress from Mur. Not messing about, but don't want to see them get caught up as they have done previously with trying to go too fast, getting too far ahead of themselves. Make sure that you're ticking those boxes as well. Janitor is a position in particular that needs to be dealt with, because they are going to be in there to try and prevent anything happening from those windows. But Scars, interesting to see they've not brought the Warden along. Given the fact that it's obviously not banned out yet, there is an opportunity there to have the Warden on side and just make things a little bit more difficult for anybody trying to push into that Janitor area, especially when you've got a Ying on side.
Yeah, I mean, that Candela came in, which I can only assume was to force them back from playing outside Janitor door and vending, and nothing then really happened. Kind of one of those, a little bit like a bait sort of thing, but also to move players around. But they've not made the effort to try and capture the ground that they've cleared. The player, I think it was Luca, that was sat outside, was a little bit afraid about someone maybe retaking the ground and spraying down to stop window again. to at this point, it's like, okay, you've used the Candela and gained nothing from it. I say that, a lot of utility is coming out now. We've seen a phone call come in, a Candela go through, Rowers at the ready. Now they're making their play, Tim.
Yeah, I think the push forward really needs to come here. They've not got themselves inside of stock yet either. To be honest with you, Mer, they just seem a little bit lost. Yeah, they just seem a little bit lost. Fishlike's been allowed to walk in and take down Cooper. That's going to be the thermite gone, not the end of the world. But we hear another Candela going in. They're still not inside of stock. They just keep launching utility in there. Wishoy steps around the corner and picks up Rheumatic Scars. They're going to defend against this all day, Des. Mer are playing a game of sit outside, throw utility in and do nothing else. They have to follow it in. They have to take ground, like you said. And Scars, they've sat, they've held tight, and they've got their kills. 4 versus 3 as Naps manages to get a double to level it up at 3 versus 3.
This is ridiculous. Oh my God. You can't keep letting him do this, Scars. Finally gets himself shut down. Guard with an owl to do with 10 seconds on the clock. This is going to be a round for the ages, is the only way I could possibly summarize this one. It hasn't been a good one. Guard should be dead to rights. Finds his next man, but can't quite finish him off. This one is most definitely cooked. What the hell have I just watched for the last 2.5 minutes, Tim?
I'm not sure it does. I'm not sure I've got a name for it. But, yeah, look, I'm not sure what the plan was there. You know, quite often we talk about value from utility, and there's nothing wrong with, you know, a Candela going in somewhere as, like you say, a little bit of bait or something like that. Make them think something's going to happen. But I think we heard at least 3 going into places and nobody following them in. You know, you're throwing them into stock, but you're not taking stock corridor. It then took Naps to just walk in with a pistol and get a double kill to get anything going or take any ground. And, you know, that must be a lot of frustration for the player that's not only putting the utility in, then having to go in and get the kills. You know, everything's coming down to that one player. But yeah, just not enough play off the back of the utility there. And they did some good early work. Thermite straight in, got the wall open. They were working the windows. They had some Candelas going in, but just no step 2 at all.
Yeah. It was more when it says a lot when I'm sat there going, okay, Candelas are going, Dockerby Cool's coming in, Rowers are coming out, Tim, they're starting.
Ready to go!
And then nothing happens. And I'm just like, guys, you've got to move. Like, you can't rely on a player to carry you through. I know you've seen Choppy doing a couple of rounds. I know you've seen Naps have a good game so far, as I've remarked on a couple of times now. But you can't rely on one guy going, screw this, and just charging forward with no utility to his name and hoping for the best. I don't know what's happened, because the Mer that we saw the other day was absolutely excellent. We were really impressed. Thought we'd see them go from strength to strength throughout the stage. They've come here to bang, because that permaban that, as I said at the start, they could be kind of mind gaming Scars a little bit here, saying, bringing out our permaban with counter prep you, all the rest of it. And then they just look completely lost. It's sad to see in a way.
Yeah, it kind of felt like everybody was waiting for somebody else to do something. It's kind of, you know, like, I'll go when he moves, I'll go when the diffuser's in there, and, you know, nobody ever took that first step. They're all just sat looking at each other. But there we go. We move into round 10. Scars back down to the basement. We saw them play it back in round 7. Now 5 rounds in a row for Scars, by the way. Their final 2 attacks and their first 3 defences. So it's looking much more like what we expected from this matchup. Coming in, you know, we expected Scars to be on top of things. Mer had a solid start, 3 out of 4 rounds to kick things off, but the wheels just seem to have come off since then.
Yes, and that was off the back of attack timeout too, which is even worse. That you're going even slower after having gone through that. So we'll see how things go. They've got the fuse on side. Luca going to do his best here. I tell you what, could actually catch something out below there if they don't realise what's going on. It's Fishlike who's underneath. We'll charge it out, but he gets himself away, no problem at all. Not really much utility clear out on the site itself. No Goyo canisters tagged out, for example, which is a little bit alarming. That's the main use case for the fuse, is to clear out as much utility below as you possibly can. But at this point, remembering how slow you've seen Mer gaming be across the last 2 or 3 rounds, it's going to be really, really good for Scars. And they're able to rely on the Goyo, for example. Got the Chankra on side for a little stall if they can get it in the right place. And, of course, Tubbs to be able to slow them down, as we're seeing now.
Yeah, they do have the Twitch drone available as well to go in and take out that utility they need. But Tub, again, doing a great job here. 1 minute 10 left on the clock. Absolute ton of time wasted. Blue Stair's not cleared out yet. It's going to be the Warden that's playing on there, so going to be super difficult with the shotgun to get him moved at all. It's not going to be easy for Mer from here. I think Scars could honestly wrap this up here and now with only a minute left to go. Mura going to be scrambling towards the end of this round.
Here we go. Shield is in. Out for the pistol. Lucas managed to get his kill, his 4th of the game. Now they barrel their way down towards server, but as you say, Tim, we're down to the last 45 seconds. It's Swiss cheese on that wall as well, so they can't easily get it open unless they've got a shotgun or a DMR on which to do so. I'm not too sure they do at this point, Tim. So all they can do really is, look, they're going to have to go through the door. This could be really messy. There you go, they got it, kind of.
We're going to see the Shumaka launcher sending the fire in there, but we've spoken about this as a choice for denial not being drastically effective. We'll see whether Luca takes any damage along the way as he tries to get in. 20 seconds left. They can't just keep sitting waiting. We see more and more of the Shumaka canisters going in. Luca takes a little bit of damage. It's tickling him. There you go. That's more than a tickle. Choppy manages to use that LMG to get that kill. Puts the diffuser down cold. All that Scars really need to do is survive. Just dump utility and bullets on in there. Ayagator with a double. Scars win it out. And that is a solid defensive performance from them on Bank.
Well, Tim, I think we've had the question answered on what happens when Lunatic doesn't have a stellar day. This kind of thing happens. Yes, that's why I've had a few moments themselves where he got a bunch of kills. We didn't see Mira at the stand-up we saw the other day, and Scars doing just enough themselves to hold out. I think more to see from them, to be fair, but still a good show.
Yeah, overall, I think they've got to be pretty happy with that. Definitely something to build on.
Absolutely. Well, we'll go and build on this and our thoughts a little bit more in a break when we get back. Game 4. See you in a few.
You know how they say it's not the destination, it's the journey?
And the journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. And you know what?
They're right.
Is that good?
That one's kind of default. It's just lemonade.
Lemonade.
This one is like less default, but yeah.
That, how to say that? New pedal pop.
Yeah, pedal
That is
pop.
good. How do you feel about the newcomer in Asia?
There's not that many newcomers in Asia. Like a lot of teams recycle the old players. When there are newcomers, I usually like bullying them, especially on their first game. Get unlucky and verse us on their first game, then I just love bullying them in the all chat, in the game, shooting their bodies, and it's hilarious. When you're a newcomer, getting welcomed to the league by getting dumpstered is a good experience.
Newcomers import roster. How about that? About your thing about that?
I don't like them personally. That's why I try my best to always win against the import rosters and make sure they can't, get the free spots out of Asia and out of the rest of APL. It's always good to see import rosters lose.
Mr. Protector, you saved our region now. That's good.
Oh.
What are you hope for stage 2, and how far do you think you and boys can take it?
For stage 2, I hope we win the league, but winning the league doesn't really stop there. We still need to go to the major qualifier in Australia, and after that, we still need to perform good in Munich as well. So I'm hoping we get first place for stage 2 in our own league. I'm hoping we win the major qualifier, hopefully with the first seed as well. And then I'm hoping we at least get top 8 in Munich, because I don't want to go backwards.
That's cool. Without your team, who is best team in APL now?
I would say probably Fearx, and I think they have the most potential and they're in the best form right now, apart from us. Other than that, I don't think there are any other good teams in the APL, to be honest. Oh, no, those guys left.
Wait, GG.
Yeah, that's about it. That's about it.
As I was saying, we have to look at what's ahead of us now and not worry too much about the past.
Did you see that?
What?
Wait, what is this doing here?
Whoa, what the hell is going on?
Guys, we need to go.
Jess, what are you doing here?
We need to go now.
Jess, Doc is gone. We have to go back.
There's no time. There's really no time.
Can't take this anymore. I'm tired.
He's our head coach. I have to go save him.
You're already dead.
There's no escaping now.
Mirror, mirror on the wall. Who's about to kick some serious ass? Remember,
I'll be watching. Now you see me, now you don't.
Get ready! I'm taking them out!
Changing mags. I got this. Got my eyes on you. Located enemy.
Hello again, boys and girls, and welcome back to our last game of the day here in APAC North Day 3. I'm Des, this is Timothy Ace of Pirate Lever, and our last game is going to be an interesting one, Tim. We've got ourselves D plus Kia coming up against Kinotrope. Now, fair to say D plus Kia have left a little bit to be desired so far, and Kinotrope are on the up a little bit. Is this another day where they can topple one of the giants of the region, or do D plus Kia finally get back to fighting form?
Personally, I've got to lean towards D plus Kia on this one. I think, Kinotrope showed us a good performance last week. Absolutely. Don't want to take that away from them. But D plus Kia, they've got some quality throughout. We know these names, Falls, Bullet, Levy particularly. There's so much to go on there. I think last play day was just a bit of a blip from them, to be honest. I think they were surprised by me. It was on border as well. I think if D plus Kia just direct this away from that kind of small map, gunfight heavy, mentality location, I think they should be able to get some joy from Kinotrope. They've, been a little bit up and down. Big loss to Fear X, and then they got the win last week against PSG, so don't really know what to expect on the other side of the table, but I think these guys will be fine.
Well, both teams have had a 7-5 against PSG Talon, so if you're using that as your barometer, then maybe it's dead even. We'll see. Let's take a look at the Kinotrope roster as well, in case you aren't too familiar with them. Admittedly, one of the names that you see internationally much. If you don't know too many of them, then fair enough. But of course, the big story coming into the stage, Tim, was they picked up Sylvia, a player that's been around in the region for quite a while now, playing on a few different teams. And I remember when they weren't picked up when North Epson didn't quite make it into Tier 1 Japan Siege. Everyone was like, someone's got to pick up Sylvia, and fair play to them. They're playing ridiculously well so far on this roster. Kawa had a great game on the last play day as well, with Mao also having some big moments. Let's see, maybe we've got to step up a little bit, but I think overall we're seeing them go from strength to strength, and that's why I've got a little bit of hope that today they could show us a bit of a surprise.
Yeah, I think it's another one of those rosters, where we talk about they need Sylvia to show up. So far, I think, the better performances has been built on Sylvia having a good day. There are other, people who are more than capable. Akayu, we know, can have big games. Mao as well can be a real, sort of energy and momentum shifter. But yeah, I think looking towards what we've seen so far in Stage 2, we need something out of Sylvia if they're going to get anything sort of broader scale against D plus Kia here today.
Well, last time when it came to our map picks, Kinotrope bought out Nighthaven Labs against Fear X. It didn't go so well despite Labs originally being their permaban, so I think we're going to see a pretty cut and dry veto overall. Let's take a look at what map we're going to be heading into in this game. I think we can already see some very obvious outliers that will be taken away. For example, Kinotrope 2-0 on bank so far, haven't banned it away once, 100% not going to make it through. Lair, a similar story for D plus Kia, you're not going to see that one making it on through, but I think we'll settle somewhere in the middle, not quite sure where that might be. Something like maybe, dare I say, a border might even be the kind of map that I see this landing on. Maybe something like a chalet as well would be good.
I'd be surprised to see D plus K go back to border after the last performance there. But yeah, something, chalet, chalet's just been banned out. I wouldn't necessarily disagree with. But Cafe, Cafe, I think something like that suits D plus Kia down to the ground. I'll have a look at where it actually stands in terms of...
They got battered by Fear X on it 2 weeks ago.
Nah, they'll be fine.
Yeah, this is an interesting one for me. Sorry, it wasn't 2 weeks ago. It was in the playoffs of last stage, sorry. Just a really interesting one, because almost like a similar narrative to what we had in our last game, where Mur have permabanned away Bank and then chose to go there. You're seeing D plus Kia going for the same thing here. They tend to ban Cafe all the time. It is their second most banned map after Consulate. They are 0-2 on it over the last 6 months. It's not great for them, but Kinotrope played it 4 days ago against PSG. They love playing the map. They've only banned it once over the last 6 months. So I think D plus Kia are coming in with the game plan here specifically to counter Kinotrope and not let them inside the door at all.
I hope they are, because they had an absolute nightmare last play day. So
wow.
they certainly need to be putting a better performance in. That much is for sure. And like you say, playing a permaban like that, I like it. Like I say, I liked it in terms of get to a bigger map, get to a little bit more strategy, you know, let your sort of team do the talking, but rather than, you know, sort of going into 50-50 gunfights. But no, I'm not too sure about this one for D+K.
Yeah, well, clearly they feel they've got the game plan figured out. We'll see, of course, if that transpires to be a win, because at this point, Tim, I feel like they need to really start racking up them points, because with how things are going for other teams in the competition so far, CAG's up to 8 points, you've got FearX set on 6, D+ are down there on 3. Yes, if they win today, they sit equal with FearX, but they've got big games to come against those two teams still later on in the stage. So I feel against teams like Kinotrope, if you still want to be a top 2, top 3 team, you've got to be punching above your weight now and beating out all these teams that sit a little bit lower than you in the table.
Yeah, you've got to get the points. Now we often talk about those 6-point matchups. You know, if you're going to be fighting against teams come the end of the stage, it's kind of worth double to get the wins against them. And right now, 4th place, 5th place, they're right next to each other. They're right in that kind of zone. They're both going to be looking for playoffs. Reminder for everybody: 8 teams in the league. Top 6 will go through to playoffs. So yeah, you don't want to be, you know, slipping too far out. And if you're coming in or coming out of play day 3 rather, with, you know, 1 win and 2 losses, that's really not a good start. So both of the teams are facing that same situation. So for one of them, that is going to be the reality. And of course, D+K, you feel like there's a bit of an extra spotlight on them this stage, given that they are one of those import rosters coming through. You look at it and think, you know, there is a little bit of a weight of expectation there, especially with big names in there like Bullet and Falls. You think there's an element of they should be coming in here and getting wins, you know, and that's really not been the case. We've seen it, you know, be a little bit of a struggle for Elevate, of course, over in their side of things as well. So it's certainly not been plain sailing, put it that way.
It has not. Tim, we are just waiting for a PC restart and some Moss issues to be rectified. Speaking of Moss, how's the garden going?
No,
you like that transition, didn't you?
Oh, it's beautiful, absolutely flawless, that is. There's not been much of an update, to be honest. I've not been very well this week.
That's true,
It's been a little bit frustrating because I'm really conscious of the weather and getting as much done as I can before the weather turns, and I'm kind of at a point of getting 50% of or a little bit more of the deck installed, and if I can get that in and bolted onto the posts and concreted in and everything, then I can kind of work on the other 40% sort of steadily through winter. It's not like a massively urgent thing to like get it all done immediately at that point. But it was supposed to rain this week, but it really hasn't. We've had 3 days of like quite clear weather.
Really? Mate, it pissed it down here yesterday.
Yeah, we've had a bit of rain on and off.
I'm looking outside. Hang on, I'm opening the blind, looking outside now. I'm pretty sure it's still raining.
Feedback.
Can confirm it's not raining.
Not raining, you see. We've had a little bit on and off in the last few days, but there's definitely been enough time for me to get done what I needed to get done. And I've not been able to because I've just been absolutely wiped out with this illness I've had. So, a little bit frustrating on the garden front at the minute, Des, to be honest with you.
That's pretty miserable, mate. How much is the illness kicking your asses? Are we talking like bedbound or just like running around moping and saying you've got man flu?
Oh, I've barely been out of bed for since EML.
Crikey.
I was in bed all day Monday, and then I struggled through EML Monday night. In bed all day yesterday, Tuesday and Wednesday. And then, obviously, I am starting to pick up. I am feeling a bit better now.
Tell you what, let's take a look at Tim and see how ill he looks, shall we? I've been told we're coming back to us two on camera, so I'm just like,
I don't really look very ill, I don't think.
I promise you, we haven't done this just because we've heard that you're ill and want to see how ill you actually look, to see if you're making it up or not.
Ill.
It's only because we've realised that screen has been set up forever, so sometimes it's better to see our faces.
Just such dedication from me, you see. When I come and cast Siege, the energy and the positivity is so real that you can't even see an illness on me. But yeah, I've been pretty taken out of it the last few days.
But you're still here, man of the people, mate. Honestly, I think nothing stops you from casting a game of Siege. You could be literally on your deathbed, and someone would be like, "Tim, there's a game of Siege to cast," and you'd be like, "Be right there." Put a shirt on, rock off, and you're just done. That's it. You're here and ready to go.
Absolutely.
What I need to know as well, Tim, is do you own another shirt than that one you're wearing now? I swear they all look like that.
I own loads of shirts. I haven't worn this one in months.
Are they all the same one?
I haven't worn this for casting in months and months.
A likely story.
I've just got 10 of the same shirt in the wardrobe.
It's one of the things where, like, there's a good bit about that we could do, where, like, you get up in the morning and open your wardrobe, scratching your head, like, arms on your hips, like, and then just looking at all the same shirt. Which one do I wear today? God would know.
Yeah,
anyway, I've been told that we've got to stop yapping now. Oh, producer Chris is bullying us. So we'll go to a break. When we come back, we'll have that fourth game for you. See you in a few.
New say you'll be mine, if only for tonight.
今動き出す窓の外眺めて遠くで揺れる光同じ先見つめ、yeah、 心はもうきっと気づいてる、君じゃなきゃ意味ない、ありきたりかな口ずさむラブソング、唇に Your eyes tell me everything I need, Your smile笑い合えたら宝物だね。約束なんて時代遅れと笑うけど、僕ららしくていい、離さないと誓うよ、先読みなんてもう終わりにして、僕の手を握って少し切ない、それもまた無勢な胸味、Your eyes tell me everything I need, Your smile笑い合えたら宝物だね。
にじませた瞳をそっと拭い、憎らしい気持ちにそっとさよなら、このままではいても立ってもいられない、受け止めてありのまま、今夜 Say a prayer for me, say a prayer for me、 どうか
Welcome back to APL North. Thank you for sticking with us. Still having a couple of tech issues, but we're into a very, very prime segment of the broadcast now called Tim's Questions. And this is where we'll work on the name of that segment, by the way. But I asked in chat a bunch of questions that we could possibly ask to Tim. And Tim, I've got loads to ask for you while I wait for this game to start. Are you ready?
I wouldn't have thought anyone had been that bothered, but yeah, shoot, I'm quite happy to answer.
This is probably the biggest one that you got to think about. What's your favourite elephant?
Favourite elephant? I mean, I only know 2.
All right, we'll pick out the 2. Ain't that hard, is it?
Well, no, I guess like we could look at it as in like there's characters that are elephants as well. I guess the only 2 that I really know are like African and Asian. They're the only 2
you could pick like a fictional character as an elephant if you really want.
See, I said that. I got ahead of myself, and I said that, and now I can't really think of many.
Brilliant.
If any.
There's certainly one from your childhood that jumps to mind.
Sorry?
There's certainly one from your childhood that jumps to mind. It's a Disney movie we've all watched a million times.
I was going to say, that's the only one that springs to mind. But I've never seen that, you see.
Really?
Really, yeah. It's one of the few that I haven't seen.
You find ways to surprise and disgust me in equal measure every week. There's always something new.
I don't even really know. Hang on, let me see what the
Margarita
difference is.
pizza, vanilla ice cream, now this.
Difference between African and Asia. Sorry, there's 3. So is there 3? Hang on. There's mention of an Indian elephant here as well. So we could have African, Asian, and Indian elephants.
Yes, Tim.
Types of elephant. I thought there was only 2.
I really thought this would be like a speed question
no, there's
round.
loads. They get a little bit more specific, but yeah, there's quite a few different ones actually.
Tim, I didn't ask you to write a research paper on elephant species. What's your favourite?
Given that we're in APAC today, I'm going to choose the Asian elephant. That
feels like a bit of a non-real answer, but all right, then we'll take it. This one you're probably going to have to Google for. What is the airspeed velocity of an unladen swallow?
No, that's
Is it a trick question?
Well, that depends. Is it European or is it a European swallow? Or whoever sent that question will be laughing at that.
Yeah,
that's
good.
a reference from Monty Python and the Holy Grail.
Someone did ask what's your favourite Monty Python movie. That was
I
a question
say,
for later.
I can't say that I'm a huge Monty Python fan, but I do like the Holy Grail. It's got some funny bits in it.
All right, cool. This is a good one. This is actually like a proper question now. If you could go to any siege map as a holiday, which map would you pick and why?
I mean, Coastline, if it got, polished up a bit, it's ready-made, isn't it? We've got the swimming pool, we've got everything else. To be fair, though, that's really not my kind of holiday. So that's the obvious choice, but not really probably truthful of me.
I reckon chalet. I'd want to go skiing.
Chalet, mate, I tell you where I'd go. If we can go outside of competitive maps, then take me to Tower. I'd love a little visit to Korea.
Now you're thinking about the country, though, not so much the environment or the map itself.
Or maybe Skyscraper. Skyscraper's pretty well appointed, isn't it? You
granted.
Could go and have
I was thinking Emerald Plains would be quite cool.
Yeah, I mean, Emerald Plains feels like the sort of place that'd be on the edge of a golf course, so could go and have a little knockground there to disappoint myself.
They'd be banging, yeah, exactly. This is one that's very, very relevant and on brand for you. What are your recommended plants for a beginner who's just getting into gardening?
See, everybody now seems to think that I know anything about gardening.
He knows nothing.
My entire process for this garden has been to remove as much gardening as possible. The plants are not my forte. I really struggle with plants. Look, what I will say is I've got a hydrangea in my front garden, and it's not died in however many years I've lived here. So
fantastic.
They're probably. I would suggest they're probably pretty hardy. The cool thing that you might not know about hydrangeas is that the flowers will be different depending on the pH level of your soil. So if you plant a hydrangea, you can often get a very good reading of what the pH level of your soil is based on, and I mean that specifically, not just to it's acidic or it's alkaline. I mean at 4.5 there'll be this shade of purple. At 5.5 they'll move to this blue. At 6.5 there'll be this shade of pink. At 7.5 it's a proper scale Yeah, it's like a proper scale of colour that you can very closely measure your soil's pH level based on the colour of the flower on a hydrangea, and they range from blue to pink and go kind of purple in the middle.
That's the day I learned. Okay.
There you go, you see. But my hydrangea has survived with very little care from me. So
You've had no part in this.
Yeah, I'd suggest they're pretty good. And because of the acidity and the alkaline, the pH thing, I know that it doesn't matter too much what kind of ground they go in, because they will survive in acidic soil, they'll survive in alkali soil. So I think they're pretty broadly good, but they do grow very big, so you got to keep on top of them a little bit, which I've failed to do, and now mine is becoming problematic. But there we go.
I've got one final question for you, and it is relevant to Siege. The most underrated player in APAC North so far, in your opinion?
Underrated in APAC North. I would say, to be honest, I think maybe Rheumatic at the minute.
Okay.
I think it'd probably be very easy to... I know he's kind of top rated on the team, but because Mura, kind of new and getting up... I think it'd be probably very easy to overlook Rheumatic. But yeah, I think he's had a bit of a wobbly day today, but overall, very solid from what I've seen so far.
I'm going to say DD on CAG. I don't think anyone expected a coach to be playing as well as he is. Yeah. Very, very impressive so far.
Flying.
Anyway, our game's underway. Welcome back. We have been waiting around for the tech pause to complete, and we have managed to pass time spectacularly, and now we're ready for the game. Kinotrope against D plus Kia here on Cafe. I believe for D plus Kia, this was their permaban. Yes, it was. They've lost it twice over the last 6 months. Haven't played it since they played against Fearex at the back end of last stage. They lost it there as well. But they chose to come here, and I believe that means there is some counter prep play ready to come out against Kinotrope, who I think many expect to lose today, but you just never know what they can pull out of the bag. They're on the attack. D plus Kia in defense. Let's get into it, Tim.
Just going straight away here, Nia, not messing about, having a little bit of a look at a peek out of that window. Doesn't pick anybody up. It's always worth hitting the pre-fire. Ammo is not something that is generally in short supply in Siege, so put a couple of bullets down range and see if anybody likes to peep their head out into it. They didn't on that occasion, so... Look at this, so he's every single window around there, just looking to get aggressive as soon as he hears anything near this castle barricade. It's quite often that you'll put the nitro on the back of the castle, there you go, on the back of the castle barricade and wait for him to go near it, try and catch it out. He was waiting for the rappel, but as it was, didn't quite manage to catch his man. So despite Nia's best attempts at putting Kinotrope on the back foot, they're not going to be successful just yet.
Not quite, not quite. That's okay. It's all the early doors. As long as it's got a bit more coherency to it as a game than our previous one, I'll be pretty happy, because that was probably one of the messiest games of Siege I think I've ever seen, was what I declared it to be. This one should hopefully have a little bit more structure and order to it. Of course, for Kinotrope, there's a bit of setup work to do with all these castle barricades scattered around. Also got to deal with the slowdown coming out of Falls, for example, playing on the Subaru. And, of course, a lot of things like Flank Watch to get set up with the Nomads. So, still a bit of prep work to do, but keep an eye on Mao, because he's going to be that spearhead for the team. When the rest of them say go, you know full well he is full sending it in deep.
Yeah, you would expect so. And there he goes. In goes the shield. He's going to chase his man down. The hatch isn't open, but somehow Mighty comes away with the kill. That's absolutely unreal from him. He's just faced down both the Blitz and the Thatcher, and is still locked into Cigar. But how about that? There's an answer coming in from Kinotrope. 2 kills, and we see both the castle and the warden taken out. The warden being a particularly important element to be lost there, but... the one positive still for D plus Kia here is that they do hold Cigar. They still have quite an aggressive defense to hide behind.
Really stressed that basically no one has been inside the building so far for Kinotrope except the 2 that died very, very quickly. They've got to get a bit of a march on here as well as we get towards the last 60 seconds. A couple have dropped in now. They're really trying to bait Mighty to swing onto them, but it's just not happening. A C4, it's onto the doorway rather than over and across as they might hope for. Digs himself back a little bit, seen on the drones. They 100% know that he's here as he's got a nade at his feet. There is fire, there is bullets, there is hell happening all around him. Down he goes. Good bit of play from Kinotrope here. 35 seconds to go, and they've got a 3 versus 2. Yuki's dropping on through, almost getting tagged out of there by Falls, but couldn't quite find the last shot. We still stay 3v2.
Just having a little ring around the roses
Oh,
now
that's
as they
silly.
look for each other. Foles and Levy managed to pick them up at the same time. That's going to leave us now 2v1. Akayu drops into the map knowing he's going to have to get boots on the ground if he wants to get this done. And all of a sudden it becomes possible.
Yes, I know that he's there,
just need to
right?
keep themselves hidden. Foles surely knows to keep himself out of the way. It's a trade. But because it's the last of each left alive, it's D plus Kia that take the round without the diffuser having been planted. Kinatrop, they can feel a little bit unlucky there. Caillou very nearly closing that one out.
That was a little bit mental, to be fair. I tell you what, though, I'll give it to Kinatrop. Good recovery in the mid-round after they lost those 2 players to collect the next couple of kills, turn it into a 3 versus 2 with a great bit of team play on towards Mighty. They showed all the right stuff. Just couldn't quite hold it together when it came round to the close. A little bit too liberal with their stepping towards Piano, and they paid the price in losing the sledge. But you can't get much more close than that, Tim. A trade to close out the round. Absolutely bonkers. But yes, D plus Kia walk away as the winner. Now we find ourselves going down the floor. We're going in towards Mining and Fireplace for round 2's defense.
I think that just sort of sets us up for the kind of game that we can expect, which is absolute chaos. Yeah, D plus Kia, there's such a strong start to it there. That was, you know, almost perfect play in Cigar from Mighty, holding on to his ground there, and I really didn't expect for him to survive as long as he did, but Kinatrop able to fight back into it. Look, it's like I said, so far, in all the years of APAC North that we've covered, I feel like this has probably been one of the times where I've come in and it's felt the closest between all these teams. Having done the last play day as well, like, I just remember coming out of it thinking, and looking at the matchups today, and then I look at the matchups for Saturday, and I just think these games are so difficult to call who's gonna, you know, who should be coming out with wins here. And I think we're seeing more of the same. Foles manages to cut down Akayu as he goes to the rush, gets himself a second onto Mao as well, and it's all falling apart very, very quickly for Kinatrop here. They wanted to get the rush, they wanted to get aggressive and just see if they could get themselves inside a sight. It's the jump out from Nia that's going to close things out.
Out this window.
Honestly, I don't know. No, he didn't.
Yeah, no,
he did as he landed.
Yeah,
he'd already, that don't count. You've already got the kill. Come on, Nia. You're not fooling anybody. But look, that puts us 2-0 in favour of D plus Kia, and this is a wild game so far, and I think it's just going to continue.
It's one of those where you look at it now and go, oh, D plus Kia up 2-0, Kinatrop suck, whatever. No, that first round coming down to trade at the end kind of could have gone either way very, very quickly. So I wouldn't really look at that one too much. The second round there, fair play to Foles. He has dealt with that rush incredibly well under pressure. You've got a blitz charging you down, 2 players barreling in through the window behind him. That could have very, very quickly gone to pot there, and they could have lost full control of the site. Diffuser's down, they're out the building, and it's done. In a different world, it's 2-0 to Kinatrop right now, so I don't think it's been like far and away that D plus Kia are like arguably like a better team right now, but they have dealt with whatever Kinatrop has thrown at them very well across those first 2 rounds. We'll see how round 3 goes. I believe we are, no, not going downstairs, we are across towards Reading and Fireplace. Another one of those few maps, kind of like Chalet and I guess somewhat towards Lair, but a little bit less so, where you do see nearly every single site played.
Yeah, it's all 4 are viable. All 4 are definitely viable. I think Top Floor and Mining would be my tune that rank towards the bottom of that pile. I think Reading and Kitchen are probably the better sites. But yeah, all 4 absolutely playable, and I wouldn't really... I've whinged about people taking Top Floor more as the primary site, but I wouldn't really criticise any site choice on this map. I think I put it in there with Chalet, that's got 4 very viable sites as well. But yeah, we go across to Reading, so it's going to be another defence of Top Floor. Sticking with the shields, we haven't really seen any value out of it so far. Last time, of course, it was just trying to sprint through Mining into train and get something that didn't work out. Time before, it was trying to pressure and bully Mighty inside a Cigar, which didn't work out. So Akayu needs to be finding a way to just get a little bit more value out of that blitz this time around.
Absolutely. Right idea, just not quite the execution that they needed. We'll see how things shape up now. Spotted a player out on the top floor. It is Mighty, who's, as you might expect, looking up here to waste a bit of time. A couple more players with him, where you've got Nia and you've got Bullet also trying to waste a bit of time. So for Kinatrop, I hope they don't try and bypass this. You do need to work your way through this top floor really and force these players out first. It's going to require a little bit of team play, a little bit of thinking to get it done, but you've got a blitz to make this that little bit easier.
Got a blitz if you can put it to good use. So Caillou not inside of the map yet. He's going to be joining his teammate Yuki's just about now. And they can start bashing through the castle barricade, but there's going to be ample warning that they're on the way. And how about that? It's far too easy. D plus Kia, Nia manages to get on the rear side, takes down the IQ, doesn't get the blitz. So that's at least 1 point to the credit for Kinotrope as Kawa manages to level things up with a kill onto Mighty. And that does give them top floor control, so they can start working those verticals a little bit now. They've still got the book. Mao is still active, so that's absolutely fine.
Yeah, got the control they need now, so they should be happy with this one as well. Sylvia confirming that white is indeed clear, so top floor is entirely theirs. Gives them about 60 seconds with which to work, so Mao, I was going to say, now needs to be the one getting in and starting to rip those floorboards up with the skeleton key, but you could hear that off in the distance, and now you can see it on your screen. So they are getting busy, but as we get towards those final 30 seconds, you start to run out of room to make mistakes and to adapt too much. So I don't want to see them leaving this down to the last 15 or 10 seconds or so. It could come back to bite them, especially given there is a C4 in Levy's back pocket.
Yeah, that work is starting to be undertaken now. Mao just ripping up those floorboards with the skeleton key as much as he can. Oh, they've dropped down actually to pillar here. That was a bad choice as Foles manages to take down Kawa. That leaves the diffuser cold on the ground as well. Little bit of the reverse vertical fight continuing, but Sylvia manages to take down Bullet. There always seems to be an answer from D plus Kia. They never dealt with Foles in at pillars. Levy manages to get the last onto Mao. D plus Kia 3-0. Starting to run away with this one.
It's where the challenge in that looks the most convincing round for D plus Kia so far. And I think it came down to the fact we said about 2 minutes to get top floor control as Kinotrope. Did that completely fine. Got themselves a kill back onto Mighty as well, so they lost the first entry. Yeah, good stuff. It was okay. But it was because they came down to only having 20 seconds or so left to actually hit the second floor that they didn't have full information. They had no idea there was a player playing towards bottom white, for example, who then stung them walking up there towards the end of the round. Just little things like that are going to hurt them, and you've really got to see Kinotrope show a little bit more urgency. So Castlebound might look a little bit surprising coming out here, but I don't think it is at all. We've seen across 2 of those 3 rounds them be impeded by that castle and have to resort to slowly bashing it down or taking a sledgehammer to it. In fact, in that round there, it's what almost led to the blitz going down as well. So I think it's a smart ban.
Yeah, I'd agree with you. I think, yeah, just get that taken out and give yourself at least a little bit more freedom. Kinotrope going to get the tactical timeout pulled. Just deciding that they need to be having a chat, which is no surprise. I think if you ever do go 3-0 down, if you haven't already taken your tactical timeout at that point, it probably is the time to be trying to reverse your fortune. But right now, it just feels like it's like I said, coming in, you don't want to assume that, oh, D plus Kia, Brazilian roster, they're just going to come in and win everything, because that hasn't been the case. And they've like really struggled in some game weeks, and we've seen, you know, the same with Elevate. They haven't just gone in there and won everything in the region, and I don't think that's ever going to be the case. But, you know, you do look at this side of D plus Kia, and there's quality players there that have, you know, been at the top level of Brazilian Siege for a long time. So you look at this and think, if they're on their day, then, yeah, a team like Kinotrope, you know, not to, you know, certainly no negative to them. They've played really well so far in the stage, but not just Kinotrope. Anybody in the region, anybody in the world could struggle against this D plus Kia side on any given day. So if they're going to turn up and turn it on, it's going to be difficult, and I think that's what Kinotrope are facing right now.
Absolutely. Well, let's see if they can start turning this around now. You've had that first quarter. You've seen the 3 sides. You've got a flavour of what they're up to and what they're capable of. You've shown that you can get close a couple of times, but we need to see a little bit more. Speaking of, Tim, there's a lot of information coming along this round. I'm not seeing an IQ. I'm not seeing a Brava. Feels like D plus Kia might well know exactly what move Kinotrope are going to make next before they even start making it.
Yeah, going to have the Banshees going out. I think, again, that's just leaning in towards those shields. If you want to bring them, we're going to slow you down. We're going to make it as difficult as possible for you to get up in our faces, because we've seen them try to do that a couple of times. Get aggressive, get in there quickly, close them down, don't give them any space. So the Malusi's really going to help to just try and prevent that and allow for D plus Kia to be able to react, to be able to get on those flanks, and to be able to punish those shield users as much as they can. But right now, Kinotrope need to focus on whatever it takes getting this round. They cannot go 4-0 down. They need to be getting themselves on the board.
I mean, they could as long as they win the next 2, but we know how unlikely that will be if they do find themselves down 4-0. It's more that momentum gain then that starts to way against you, I think, more than anything else. Again, still seeing that striker be a massive part of lineups today. I really need to go and look at pick rates actually across the region for this operator, maybe even towards Sentry as well, because it just feels like more and more, as I said in our game, I think our second game earlier, I mentioned it back then, we're seeing these operators brought along so often because of the power of secondary gadgetry.
Nitro goes out. Talking of secondary gadgetry, Sylvia does manage to get a kill onto Levy at the same time, but the pull cord was ripped and the Nitro detonated, so he got his man, and we lose one on either side in a trade. It's going to be the striker and the sentry, which quite a nice bit of symmetry to it there, Des.
It does indeed. It's beautiful. Just one worth noting, actually, I was looking at the pick rate, globally across the stage so far. 15% pick rate for the sentry is not bad. Sorry, for striker is not bad at all. Bearing in mind the most picked attacker is Ace at 28%. It's definitely becoming quite a feature. You know, picked up half the amount of time of aces is really, really impressive for what a few months ago no one would have really picked up at all. Like, most weren't leaning towards it. It started over in SAL, where a lot of Brazilian teams were starting to utilize it. Furia in particular were a big, you know, like, forerunner in that. They were running it more often than most. I remember asking the coach, Igor, you know, why are you guys running it so often? And he was saying it's just the flexibility and the extra set of nades that you can bring to deal with gadgetry is absolutely brilliant. And when you're facing off against, you know, Wamai, for example, and Malusis and shields and everything else, it's great. But here we go. D plus Kia holding firm against the aggression coming in from Kinatrope. They might dump all the utility in the world in, but they just do not seem to give a monkeys at this point. Tim, bullets there for the close. 4-0. And this is a very different D plus Kia to what we saw the other day.
Yeah, it's quite the flip reverse, isn't it, at the moment? And look, I think, you know, the problem is that Kinatrope are just unable to even dislodge, you know, basic positions here. The Wamai on Pixel, for example, was just there for the entire round. You know, the players on Timber not being moved, nobody being shifted around and just losing each and every gunfight. And I say it's not to say that it's, you know, their fault necessarily. D plus Kia are just hitting their shots and have turned it on a little bit. I think what's happened is the last play day, this D plus Kia are effectively a hornet's nest that Mer have just gone and whacked with a big stick and then have just walked away and said, Kinatrope, can you just get rid of that for us? And right now they're dealing with the hornet's nest that is not happy. It's an angry nest. And D plus Kia are just really going through them at the minute.
Yeah, it definitely feels like they gave the head a wobble a little bit and got themselves back into fighting form. And this is a good example of when a team does look at a map, Vito, and go, actually, you know what? It would surprise them to go to Cafe. It's their favourite map, but they certainly won't prepare it against us. They think we'll ban it. We'll pick it out here and show what we can do. And so far, it's working great because Kinatrope have not got a Scooby-Doo. What on earth are D plus Kia going to bring out on the defensive side? They're having to play it by ear, and that is a fantastic way to slow a team down time and time again. And at the minute, it does look like Kinatrope are a little bit lost in the sauce. So I think those first couple of rounds could have been a round win to them. After that, it has been all D plus Kia, and I expect round 5 might be more of the same.
Yeah, it's certainly feeling that way. You know, I think the best hope for Kinatrope here is get a round or two and then see what D plus Kia do on the attack, maybe. You know, they were a little bit weaker on the attack back on border, if I remember rightly. They did struggle on that side. So, you know, maybe you can lean in and get a couple of rounds there. You can maybe get to 5-3 on the scoreboard. So, you know, that's kind of the best case scenario for them at the minute. You can't be losing this fight either. D plus Kia have managed to pick up the first kill, and they've taken the sense, so that's big. Those gadgets won't have been used there, and how about that? The fight back is not on. They're in big trouble here at Kinatrope.
No, every time they step forward, like, they're given a little bit of space to get themselves set up in a round. Like, D plus Kia showed them that much respect at least, but as soon as they step forward, it is a total shutout. And like I said, it kind of feels like it's a no-nonsense change for D plus Kia versus the last play. They're just not giving an inch to the other side, not getting over-aggressive, not playing any kind of silly buggers game, keeping it nice and straightforward. And I think for Kinatrope, I think we know which way this round is going, Tim.
I think it feels like we know which way the game's going, Des. I don't always like to kind of predict it too far in advance. You know, we want to feel like there's a bit of mystery to these, but right now I just see very little that Kinatrope can do. If we look across, you know, there's only really Sylvia that's got anything near a meaningful scoreline as it stands. Otherwise, it's 1s, 2s at the absolute best across the side of Kinatrope, and I can't see things changing much on the attacking side. Maybe D plus Kia will slow down a little bit. Maybe it'll allow Kinatrope to get a little bit of a foothold, but I just can't see it lasting for too long, to be honest.
Nah, I mean, they'll do their very, very best to try and close this one out, but I think after now that last phone call's come out as well, there is very little they have to work with. It'd be an absolute miracle to breeze through D plus Kia, given how they've been playing the game so far. If nothing else, it kind of becomes a slight unofficial timeout. They know the round is done. They'll do what they can. But it's a chance to have a chat about how the hell they can get a single round back on side here, because that's the only chance they've got. Otherwise, it's going to be a flawless half for the side of D plus Kia, and that is not a pretty spot to be in.
No, not at all. Like you say, one more round to change that up and make sure it doesn't happen. But nothing, you know, as much as I always try to be the positive force as much as I can, there's just nothing much that I can find for Kinotrope here to say, oh, well, you know, if they do more of that, or maybe if they just change this, they could grab around it. It just, you know, they're going to have to show us something that they haven't done so far in the first 5 rounds if they want to get anything. D plus Kia well and truly on top of this one so far. So we're going to have their last defensive round. It's going to be in reading, and it's going to mean more of that top floor action that we see so often from Cafe. Kinotrope need to go in there, get control. That's what I'd like to see them do, really, is, you know, accomplish those basics that we know that they'll be looking for. Get in there, get control over top floor, start opening up some verticals, give yourself a chance. They've got the Deimos on board. Chase down any roamers, chase down anybody that's playing on that top floor. You know, make it difficult for them to stay. Use that utility well.
All right, last chance saloon here, Kinotrope. What can you show us? It needs to be a round win, otherwise it feels like a 6-0 deficit is too much for the mountain to climb. Heck, 5-1 might feel like too much to him. That's a Russian one good attack from D plus Kia, and the game is pretty much cooked. We've got to see something in this round to give them at least a little bit of a chance, a little bit of hope that they can keep on going. Up to 3 or 4 go as per usual, starting off with those hatches getting opened up. Still now leading in towards a double flank watch setup, which I'm not entirely sure is the problem, to be honest with you, Tim. I don't feel like flanks have been a big concern. If there's information, most definitely has, but flank watch, no.
You've got to clear the top floor successfully before you worry about the flanks, and that's been the problem. You know, has been going in there and losing too many bodies in the process. This time Yukis does manage to get the entry, so that at least gives him something to build with. But look how low his HP is. He's going to lose his life as soon as he goes into any fight. Bullet manages to get one, and he'll get the second if the Deimos continues challenging.
Man.
Nade comes in, but it won't matter. Bullet just ignores it and gets the kill. That's 5 versus 3, 1 on the window. They've got to punish him, and Sylvia does. That levels things up 3 versus 3 now.
Not quite sure what Sylvia was up to there, lad. That was your free moment. If those nades are being thrown in, you've got to be on that window ready to challenge the man and punish him, because he's got nowhere else to go. Fortunately, manages to get him on the second time of asking, I think, because we saw the assumption that there was no one actually on the window and they could get away with it, but did ultimately pay the price in the end. Another one coming back over as Kawa gets one more, so they've got the top floor control, Tim. C4 comes out and doesn't find its man, so no C4s left to play behind here. 3v2, but we have been here before and they came away the loser.
They need to not be giving themselves away to things like this. You know, Olivia cannot get away with just lying down on the stairs and waiting for somebody to poke their head into a window frame. It's a big problem. They need to have the drones in. They need to recognise where he is and punish him and make sure that they're getting that kill. There's no rush here. There's a minute 10 left. They can use the drones, use the intel, use the utility. Don't give anything away for free. Get that verticality going. Yes, they've only got the super shorty left, but still, do what you can with it. Be precise about the positions that you're opening up so that you are clearing key areas that the defenders can't then hold from.
Absolutely. Well, they see him lay down. Can they get a second? Not quite. No. Sylvia taking a bit of a tickle, but I think some of that destruction helping him out there. Diffuser is going down. They know exactly where it's happening as well. They're just outside of Snow Door. They see the drone. Nothing's going to stop this one. They really needs to win this gunfight, but he knows 100% there's someone outside this door. When does the swing come on through? There's also one above, so eyes have to turn towards Falls here to make something happen. He's on the vertical, but he's looking completely the wrong way, Tim. It looks like finally Kinotrope will get themselves on the board, but it's still a big mountain to climb in the second half.
Yeah, look, I've always said this: if you're gonna lose the first half 1-5, then at least win round 6. If you're only gonna get one, at least give yourself something to build on going into that second half, and that's what Kinotrope have managed to do. So credit to them for that. They've got that first round on the board. You know, no, that first half has not been pretty. It's been a bit of a car crash for them, really. But it's now a case of building on what they do have. You can't, turn back the clock. You can't change how those other rounds have gone. I think they have made mistakes and given D plus Kia too many opportunities, but at the same time, D plus Kia have been really on it and have punished them every single time, and not just the sort of a small punishment usually. That small mistake will result in 2 or 3 kills for D plus Kia. So it's been a tough one for Kinatrope so far. Getting themselves onto the defence could be a big one. They've taken away the Ying. I'm interested in their bans particularly. Ying and Grim, yeah, both very valuable. Little bit concerned that they've left the shields. Granted, they can't take all of them on the first 2 bans anyway, but I get the feeling that D plus Kia might well just start pushing in and bullying behind one of those shields. Isn't one in the lineup so far. We'll see where Foles goes on the Maverick at the minute. This is going to be for a mining. I think probably for a mining attack. I'd be very surprised if that survives. But yeah, it doesn't seem like the plan at the minute for D plus Kia is to bring a shield.
I think what Kinatrope tried to do with those bans is just take away some of the sting, pun not intended because of the Grim ban. Try and take away some of the sting of the attacks themselves so they can't just rush them. Flood sight with Grim Bees, you see anything that moves. You toss Yings and Candelas in there, they've got no choice but to move. It's just very, very oppressive, those 2 operators, when it comes to an execute. Now, yes, there's no shield. Instead, what I feel like D plus Kia have looked at and counter-prepped again is the expectation that you're going to see aggression and mobility coming out of Kinatrope. It's why they have things like the Nomad and like the Gridlock coming on side, now changing away, and that shield is coming along too. Still making sure they've got some of that lockdown available to them because they are aware and maybe conscious that Kinatrope could try and get a little bit cheeky out on the roam and give them a little bit of a headache.
Sylvia just trying to get things going for his team. Immediate attempt to add a little peak. We saw Nia doing the same thing when it was back in round 1, and we're going to see just about as much success, which is absolutely 0.
That spawn peak, though, is a real bugger because when you spawn on the left side of that spawn, you can step like a couple of inches left or right, and you are exposed to a potential spawn peak. So if someone spawns in and isn't careful, they take their first step and they just instantly die, which is why he was pre-firing that spawn peak. It's a horrible spot.
Yeah, it really is, and like you said, just trying to get his team fired into this, really. With a nice cheap opener, but won't be the case, and we're going to have D plus Kia making it at least to the building line safely, and they can start thinking about getting on inside soon. Nobody has taken that first step yet, but I don't think it's going to take too long, given the presence in and around Piano. But that air jab is just going to make sure that nobody's coming and throwing themselves out of that top floor window.
Well, the drop is in, and we are starting our march on forward inside about 60 seconds. Not bad from D plus Kia here when you consider for Kinatrope it's a good 2 minutes to get inside and have top floor control. Call coming in at the same time from the Dokkaebi will keep them off the Yokais as the kills start flying, but it is going the way of Kinatrope, at least for the first one. Plant going down. Yuki's in towards the second. Nia's spraying here, hoping to find his man, but ain't going to get away with it. The Yokai goes off. A C4 up and over. They have dealt with this aggression so well here, Tim.
Yeah, really well played from Kinatrope there. No panic in them to say that diffuser was going down as well. And it really leaves D plus Kia with a headache if they want to get this round 1 because they've got the diffuser down cold in sight. Kinatrope know exactly where it is as well. They know that they don't need to get overly aggressive here. They've still got top floor control. Kinatrope have got lots going for them at the minute. D plus Kia just outside on repels, hoping to get themselves a pick and bring it back to 2 versus 3 rather than 2 versus 4.
Yeah, it feels like you're asking for a lot, though. They're almost riding on the impatience of Kinatrope, who I don't think will give them anything. They know that they've got a mountain to climb, and they can't be affording to do anything particularly crazy. Yukis with the big 3k in the round has certainly got them to a spot where this one looks all but done. I think D plus Kia are realising they're going to have to start making moves here. They're going to have to start looking for people. One side of reading, as we've just seen off towards the right-hand side of Levy's screen. The view's going to get recovered, but it's a tall order still, Tim, is my main concern.
Yeah, there's a lot to ask here.
I don't know why I thought Diffuse was in Piano. I've seen them try and plant, but no, it's not. Obviously, it's inside of sight from the C4.
No, it's inside of mining. Yeah, it's inside of mining, just behind the wheel. Just trying to move through reading here is leave it. The primary concern at the minute for D plus Kia has got to be kills, and that's not in that way. They needed to find a couple for themselves. They needed to maybe bring it back to 2v2, and then they could have had something to build from. But Kinatrope have played that really well. They've not got overexcited when they've got into the 4-2. They've used their utility well. The Yorkai drone stopping the plant part way through, able to then bring in the nitro. It just bought them that little bit of time that they needed, and then, you know, just getting it locked down at the end. They looked like, you know, a really experienced team there. There was no excitement of going chasing those kills. They just held their positions. They waited for D plus Kia to provide them with a little bit of intel. Where have they come into the map? Where are they pushing from? And then just mopped them up. Absolutely no problem at all. Good round for Kinatrop and something to build on from the defense.
Yeah, really convincing first round. I will say what I said in our previous game when we had a couple of moments where Choppy, for example, was running out rounds. You can't really rely on Thunder to strike twice in the same place. And it was Yuki's in the last round who really should have maybe got 1 kill and then been immediately dealt with by the side of D plus Kia, but wasn't. And he secured himself 3 kills off the back of it. They let him get into that very precarious position where you're kind of between mine and door and in between the museum wall. From that spot, you can do everything unless someone's challenging you from snow or they're managing to push you at red corridor, which is very unlikely given you often have defenders around white as well. So he was in a great spot, secured 3 kills. I don't think he'll do the same again, but obviously keep an eye out for that as well. I think you'll see a bit of a different outcome for D plus Kia in this round.
Yeah, then let's get into it. D plus Kia are going to be very keen to get their first attack successfully onto the board, I would imagine. They don't want to let Kinatrop have too much of a run back at them. Like I said, if you remember in the first half, I said if they can get themselves to a point of being 5-3 on the scoreboard, then Kinatrop have done fantastically well and give themselves a real chance of getting back into things. And they're only 1 round away from that now, having picked up that final attacking round and their first defensive round. It also gives them, with them being back-to-back, a little bit of momentum as well. It still feels very much like D plus Kia are in the driving seat, but Kinatrop were able to stand up to their aggression and pressure much, much better being on the defense than they were on the attack. So D plus Kia, what last time was a bit of a rush attempt, so it doesn't give us a completely clear picture, I don't think, of what to expect. This time I'd like to see more kind of quote-unquote proper siege from them. Get in, take a bit of map control, burn that util, you know, really start pushing Kinatrop to play the full round.
Well, back in my day style vibe that. I want some more of that proper siege. None of this nonsense that I'm seeing today. I want my real siege. That's what you sound like right now, Tim. Speaking
that's
of,
what I want.
It's quite a dump. A lot of utility going in. There's a phone call going in. There's nades. They're killing people. There's trades. Okay, I got one back. Make it a second. Okay. It might not be the same place where Lightning's striking Tim, but it's certainly striking again. A double kill for Kawa, a double kill for Akayu, and Bullet with it all to do. Are we really going to see them fight this all the way back?
Honestly, wouldn't surprise me at the minute. If you remember, I did say D plus Kia looked weaker on the attack of Border. You know, they didn't look great on either side, but they didn't look great on the attack. And this is a map that, as you've said, is not really, you know, their number 1. We could put it kindly, but yeah, it's not looking great for them at the minute. We know that the attack on Cafe is difficult. To be honest with you, I think it feels a bit like D plus Kia. Maybe they just. They're going in too quick. I think they're just assuming that because of how the first half has gone, that they're kind of just going to run over Kinatrop in the second half and continue to do so. And it's not happening like that. They need to slow down here. You know, there was a minute 30 left on the clock and they'd lost 4 players. It's too much too quick. You're not getting away with the rushes. You're not getting away with the aggression. And this is where I said, play some proper siege. Get yourself in the map. Get established. Get some control. Take the defense apart piece by piece, because what you're doing at the minute is not working, and Kinatrop are punishing you.
Well, we'll give them big time here as well, Kinatrop, is they're playing so patiently. Yeah, we kind of remarked this back in the first half for D plus Kia, so it only feels fair to mention it for them as well. They aren't going out hunting when they're in a 3 versus 1 and trying to net up that KD. Playing as a team, largely holding their angles, looking to play in pairs or this little triangle that you saw set up, just to leave nothing open for D plus Kia to get back in. So when we were talking about there potentially being an absolute shutout, a 6-0 and maybe a 7-0, instead, we're now at 5-3. Just 2 rounds stand between them. This is that round 9 that we always speak about a lot, Tim, when it's a 5-3 scoreline. D plus Kia win this. They have a 3-round advantage. It's very unlikely Kinatrop catch up. Kinatrop win it. They're back within a striking distance of 1 round, so it feels like a really key moment in the game. Kinatrop get this one. They could very well go on and at the very least guarantee overtime, if not a win. Otherwise, for D plus Kia, I feel like they're a little bit too far out of sight at that point and can get it done. We're going down into kitchen to start things off for round 9.
Yeah, you're right. Real pivotal round. We just see bullets work here to clear the man off the window, but then it just all fell apart from there on in. Akayu particularly standing tall. Diffuser dropped outside of the map. Just every bad thing that could have happened in that round for D plus Kia did realistically. And Kinotrope just looking like a completely different team now that they're on the defense. Absolute resurgence from them so far. So let's get into the super important round 9 and see who can come away with the win. Yuki's, he is looking for an opener. He's not going to get away with this, surely. It's far too easy. It's an old classic. You just got to go and rappel on the very left side of that wall to make sure that you're not overly exposing yourself to that peak. I'd be very disappointed to see D plus Kia fall foul of this.
You'd assume they're not going to, Tim. Looks like it's okay so far. Yeah. And we've got bullet creeping his way up as well. Yeah, all is well and good. So Yuki's not going to have any joy early on to get himself out with a cheeky little spawn peek. You can see the caution being shown by D plus Kia, to be fair to them. So not wanting to give anything over to Kinotrope. They know there's a lot of work to do, and giving away 3 easy kills early in the round certainly wouldn't be a way to make this any easier.
No, this is, this is what I want to stop seeing from D plus Kia, really. That sort of excessive aggression that I think has cost them the last couple of rounds. Just take your time, use your drones, use your util, and I think they are a better team. I think that they will win plenty of rounds if they play it like that. So stop giving Kinotrope the opportunity to just take gunfights. Stop turning it into border. Use the map for what it is. Use the verticals, use the angles, force them out of position and make life as difficult as possible for them.
Interested to block this one out the back here as well. Don't give them away out of VIP, which means if he gets ran down, he is very much stuck inside of there. Now being very, very cautious, though. Yet to find a way through. Here we go. Blitz stepping on through towards Bakery here on the push on through. And right behind him is Nears on the nut to capitalize. Kawa gonna fall. D plus Kia got that man advantage again here. Still half the round to play as well, Tim. Haven't got to rush this, but look like they want to go now because the plant is going down.
Yeah, they've gone in and... what do I know? Quickly has worked this time. They've just kept beating the head against that wall, and this time it's paid off. 4 versus 2. Mao looking for a fight. Yuki's does take down Mighty, but Foles will find that headshot onto Mao. 3 versus 1 now with the blitz on side. Almost no way on this sliver of health with the Bosch G of all things that Yuki's will be able to win it. Of course, the damage drop-off has been increased, and they pay the price. The round being shut out. And it's looking good now for D plus Kia to close this one out for a full 3 points.
Again, it's what we speak about in that round 9 now. They've got that critical round. They can literally wait now 3 rounds and go back to the same site and have the same thing happen again, and it is pretty much done and dusted. Well, assuming, of course, we play the same rotation from Kinotrope here, but D plus Kia have shown success on 1. That really is all they need. You can let Kinotrope win the next 2 and try that site again, and it's going to fall away from them. Bans, the Dockerby and the Echo going away. I often say I like seeing a lot of Dockerby bans. I like that we're seeing it taken away here because they have run it every single round.
And we know the value. We know the value. That's especially with D plus Kia trying to play quickly, trying to get in there and get aggressive. You're going to do it on the back of those Dockerby calls. So, yeah, no surprise to see that taken away. Let's see how many more rounds we've got then. 6-3, it stands to D plus Kia at the minute. They've just broken the little train of momentum that Kinotrope had managed to build up behind them. And let's see if Kinotrope now are able to dig even deeper to find themselves another round or not. D plus Kia, I think, are probably looking good at this point to just get it finished off here and now, especially with Reading as the site. We've seen them a number of times just using those rush tactics, getting aggressive to just get on in there. I don't know what to expect from them because it's such an easy rush as this one. I'm not talking about necessarily just at the beginning of the round, but it's just such an easy brute force rather, just in through Snow Door, straight into Reading. You're 10 steps away from putting the diffuser down. So they do have the book with them. They have planned to take that top floor, but I just kind of wonder to what degree will they actually see that through, or will they just have a look, and if there's an opportunity, let's get straight into sight?
Well, of course I'll have a look, Tim.
Always have a look, Des.
Of course I'll have a look. More worried about the amount of verticality, to be fair. The Ram and the Butt really stepping up on that one, looking to get themselves busy above, open things up, tear it apart, force them out of sight, and then look for a plant. It could just be another pretty standard looking towards Reading more than anything else. Saw the attempted retake coming in last time round, didn't quite go so well as we had, what, one player out on snow, 2 inside the sites itself. It was never going to be a case where D plus Kia could retake it. Kinnetrop may well look for the same thing, especially with that drone lined up, seeing all the way down towards Snowdoor. Downstairs, there's no movement that can happen around pillars without them being aware of it.
Just watching for the possibility of a jump out there, just being cautious. They don't want to be getting themselves caught out. No damage done on either side yet, as we find ourselves just a minute into the round. And this is more what I've kind of been asking for from D plus Kia. Just chill out a little bit, take your time, be sure about when you're going in. Now then. That's a nice kill from Levy. Yep, gets himself in, knows exactly where the player's going to be. And this is what I was talking about. When they play proper Siege Des, it's very difficult for Kinnetrop to stand up to them. 2 kills have come in. That's the Goyo and the Malusi gone. And D plus Kia now surely go on to get this closed out from here.
Yeah, they left the door a little bit open for Kinnetrop for a couple of rounds, didn't they? But now it's looking a little bit more like they've recomposed themselves and are back to winning ways. Not really much more you can ask here as well. Does Sylvia waiting to die in a sense, gets away with it just about. Just as the track comes through, he gets himself back on site, keeps himself going for a little bit longer. But now there's a push coming down white they've got to be really respectful of, because if someone comes pushing in down the backside towards red, well, there'll be a bit of a sting coming in on the other side. There we go. 2 kills come through, and Levy cannot stop in this round. 2 kills with the Vendetta. Sylvia with it all to do. This one's short as Levy collects his 3rd in the round. A flawless to close things out, and 3 points go to D plus Kia. Their season is finally underway.
Yeah, that's going to wrap things up nicely for them. It will catapult them up the table into 3rd place. They will sit above Scars overall, and I think they definitely needed that sort of performance after last week. They just needed to remind themselves that they should be one of the top teams, or at least fighting towards that top half of the table here in APAC North, and it was pretty convincing on the whole, I think.
Yeah, and I think when we have a look at our standings in a bit, you'll see how things now start to look, air quotes, normal in the region, the way that many expected. Even if after play day 2, it felt like everyone was able to beat everyone. But, you know, I'll give it. D plus Kia defended really well to start this game off. Like, Kinnetrop could not buy around in that first half. A little bit worried when we got on the side swap, a couple of moments where I thought actually Kinnetrop could fight their way back in here. But showing again that grit, that experience that so many of these guys have got, not forgetting they've had high placements at SI, they've won majors. You've got some really top players on this D plus side. This is the kind of quality I expected to see from them from the very beginning.
Yeah, much more so. I think it's been eye-opening, really, to see these import rosters kind of in both directions. It's like, you know, yes, we are seeing the absolute quality of them, but we're also seeing the teams in these regions fully competing with them as well. So, you know, there's certainly bits on both sides of the discussion there. But yeah, D plus Kia coming out with a solid win, and like you say, those standings will show when we have a look at them afterwards that the top 4 are, I think, you know, largely as we would have expected coming into play day 1 at this point in time. But yeah, it's been another entertaining day, really. We've had some absolutely great games. We've had, you know, a quick one there at the end. We've had you know, some much closer affairs throughout. The scores have been fairly consistent, but a lot of them, PSG, Talon, Enterforce, and the Mergaming Scars game certainly felt a lot closer.
I think it's a bit of a flip on a couple of those scores. It was, I was about to say, yeah, there we go. CAG winning 7-3 in their game over Fear X. Probably the most impressive performance that I've seen from CAG in a long time. And again, that's even with Coach TD playing. He also had a good day. The closing round in that game was excellent. And I hope we see them continue to go from strength to strength. Otherwise, do I say things are as expected? Yeah, I would.
Yeah, I think, you know, largely, if we have a look at that table now, the top 4, you'd maybe make an argument to say, you know, off what we've seen from PSG Talon over the last 12 months or so, maybe they'd have been fighting into that top 4. But realistically, I think Cyclops, Fear X, D plus Kia, and Scars being the top half of the table makes a lot of sense. Honestly, I think Scars can count themselves lucky after the last couple of weeks to be up there. They didn't make light work. I know that it was 7-3, but they didn't exactly make light work of it today. And then losing last week to Cyclops as well, they'll be fine. They'll be into, you know, the playoffs in the top 6. Don't get me wrong, but they can count themselves lucky at the moment.
I mean, they've got Fear X in their next game as well, which kind of tells you the story. That could be a very, very eye-opening game on the quality of Scars. It's weird to see them playing how they are. They're normally a much stronger team than this, but kind of is what it is. You've got to wake up at some point, boys. Yes, you can get into playoffs, but once you get there, single loss and you find yourself going home, it's not going to feel pretty. Not with how the standard that we expect from Scars.
No, absolutely. Like you say, it's like I always say, winning's a mentality, it's a habit, and it's about, you want to win every single game, whether it's getting into playoffs, whether it's not, whether it's getting the bye, whether it's about just being in that space, being in that momentum, and you're the one that's going to win that one-off game that sees somebody else go home.
Absolutely. Well, that is the end of Playday 3. We have Playday 4 coming up. When is it? It's in a couple of days' time, September 13th. So if you are enjoying the region, you haven't got a whole much longer to watch, but we are nearly halfway through after the conclusion of the next Playday. So it's going to be very exciting to see how things start to shape up for playoffs. But from myself, Des, from Tim, and of course, producer Chris and everyone else behind the scenes as well, thank you for tuning in and see you on our next Playday. Ta-ra for now.
涙の色はエメラルドブルー宝石みたいに光ってる流れ星を見上げていたあの夜もよく敵対してんのバカみたい今はまた涙の色はエメラルドブルー宝石みたいに光ってる何もかもを捨てたかった憂鬱なあの日々も騒ぎ始めた胸の中の答えを探すたびに出よう流れ星を追い越してくスピードで絶えないメロディー夢が枯葉のように宙に徘徊セオリー私なんだったっけ見えなくてうなる雑踏のクラクションだって慣れて